Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Just want to start out by giving a shout out to the replay gang. Welcome, welcome. If you missed the live party, you're still going to have a good ass time with this, but you want to be here for the live party. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so every time I go live and start a party, you will be notified. Big shout out to all of you, everybody just past 500 subscribers. Should be getting that community tab any day now. They say it could take up to a week, but definitely check keep up with that, because I am going to be letting you guys into everything that we're doing here. As I always say, it's not just about me, it's about you guys just as much. So one more thing before we jump in, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this and every stream, mysickshirt.com. Got a bunch of great designs here, whatever your persuasion. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own, the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. That is the only place to get your t-shirt, mysickshirt.com. So if you were here Wednesday, we went over the daytime podcast of Fresh and Fit when Sneeko and Destiny were on. But today, it's Friday night. So we going after hours. So not too much to explain. If you were here on Wednesday, it's the same people. They're just bringing a bunch of girls in and talking about the same stuff that they were talking about. But I wanted to compare how the conversation among the men happened when or how it played out with the women. And so I, knowing Destiny, knowing Sneeko, and knowing kind of how the Fresh and Fit podcast works, I have not watched this at all yet. Usually I will, skim through it, make sure it's something that is going to be interesting. But there is no way this is not going to be interesting. So without further ado, let's dive right into the video. And you guys know how StreamYard is. If you can't hear it, just let me know. And hey, we got Revolvement in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. If you are here, give us a salute in the chat so we can say hello. All right, what's good, guys? Are you ready to get into this? Because I am ready. Anybody drinking? Again, I'll as soon as they pay me, I'll let you know what's in here. All right. That's fine, Revolvement. Glad to see you here. All right, so I skipped past, the intro, and thankfully, the podcast itself from Fresh and Fit was like 4 hours long. We're not doing that. But fortunately, Destiny chopped up the parts that he felt were relevant to him. So we got a much shorter and concise video here. So it's just starting out going around the table. And who are these women? Again, we've already met Destiny, Sneeko, and Fresh and Fit. We now, if you can remember, as they were finishing that up, I was like, oh, the girls are here. So this happened, hours, maybe an hour after where we left off on Wednesday. So let's do it.
What's up, you guys? I'm Blueface Barbie. I'm an influencer and reality TV star. And I'm
Blueface Barbie. Starting out strong. All right.
Single sometimes, taken sometimes. Depends on the day.
What is it today?
I'm single.
And I just want to know, when we say single here, is it like Miami single where they're actually dating, but they say they're single, or are they actually single? What does it mean on this show?
That's a good question.
Destiny coming in with the fire right out the gate. All right.
I don't know. I'm trying to make sure I'm the right.
Yeah, not so much. I think it means is single, potentially seeing a guy right now, but he's not the best guy. So if something better comes along, I'll entertain that.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
For a guy, single means, I might get laid every now and then, but I'm just chilling. For a woman, it could mean that. Or it could mean she's getting dicked down by 15 different dudes. She's just not sticking with any singular one of them.
I always ask, would somebody get mad if you say you're single? That's usually what I
like that. Let's business.
And then age?
27.
You said you work as an influencer?
Yeah.
All right.
And reality TV.
you know.
Which one were you on?
Jocelyn's Cabaret.
Oh, that.
Has anybody heard of Jocelyn's Cabaret? I have no idea what that is.
That's a red flag. Just kidding.
And you're a virgin, right?
Hell no.
All right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Education level.
I'm from college.
Are you from Miami?
No, I'm from Kentucky.
Oh, there you go. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Marie. I'm 27 years old. I have a bachelor's degree in business and I do social media and OnlyFans.
Yeah, nice. Dating status?
Single.
Cool. All right. Welcome.
I'm Alina. I go as Fenta. I'm actually a rapper from Broward County. I am single. I've
rapper.
intentionally I'm my full-time single mother.
Wait, your name is Femtai?
Yeah, that's my rapper name. FEMTAI is for feminine movement, actually.
All right, so I got it nice. Can you
Yeah.
spit a feminist bar?
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Oh, man.
Oh, she about to drop bars. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. What you got?
Hold on. I have this one song. I said, "He wants the pussy like this."
Hold on. It's popping. Let me reload this real quick. Let me see if we can get rid of that. Pop. I'm excited for this one because it's going to be very interesting to see how Destiny,
Friends.
how Destiny reacts when usually you'll see the girls, giving whatever typical modern female thing, but with Destiny being blue-pilled, but also very based, it's going to be very interesting to see how he addresses all this. So let's just hop right back in. Hold on.
And right.
Hold on. Struggle streaming. All right, here we go.
Hell no.
All right.
Education level.
I'm from college.
Are you from Miami?
No, I'm from Kentucky.
There you go.
All right, hold on.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Marie.
Mother.
Your name is
So Robin says, I hate female rappers. I have a pussy. I pop that pussy. I can't rap, but I got a pussy. So I'm about to rap about my pussy. Only my pussy. That is spot on. That is so spot on. That's funny. Yo, go into Discord. Where is everybody? Let's go. Sketchy was just asking about me. Let's go. Let's get this party started.
Femtai?
Yeah, that's my rapper name. FEMTAI is for feminine movement, actually.
All right, so I got it nice. Can you
Yeah.
spit a feminist bar?
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Okay. Hold on.
Let's hear it. Oh, man.
You guys got me fucked. Hold on. I have this one song. I said, "He wants the pussy like it's a pension." Boy,
Revolvement called it. Hold on, I'm on the other screen. Hey, we got Snuggles in the building. Welcome, Snuggles. Welcome. Revolvement called it on that one. We are just watching Destiny and Sneeko on the Fresh and Fit After Hours. We checked the daytime podcast on Wednesday, so now we're checking out with the ladies.
I just want to give you my attention. Yeah, I know you love my.
Wait, I want to back that up because Revolvement is on point.
Oh shit.
Okay. Hold on.
Let's hear it. Oh, man.
You guys got me fucked. Hold on. I have this one song. I said, "He wants the pussy like it's a pension." Boy, I just want to give you my attention. Yeah, I know you love my affection. Yeah, boy, I got real attention.
That was
All right.
Loser.
I'm not ready.
That's shout out to Revolvement. Good call.
I was not ready.
Okay. So it's Femtai.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I am 25 years old.
Okay, and you said you're a full-time mom?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I mean that very seriously.
Thank you.
Are you single and racially?
I am as single as fuck.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Single as fuck. Let me make sure to put the AF in there.
No side, no, nothing. I'm just my baby.
Okay.
That's another thing about this podcast that always kind of showed me that it was meant to be like a Jerry Springer type thing. The fact that Revolvement's got to leave already. All right, not a problem. Thank you for hopping in. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. And I'll see you in Discord, guys. If you want the 24/7 party, the link to the Discord is in the description. We are always hanging out in there, whether I am live or not. But the fact that Myron takes all these notes and is ready to just, fire whatever it is on these basically unsuspecting women who just think they're coming in for a conversation. It's like, do you really need notes to outwit these women? Not to say that they're not smart in their own right, but this is your thing. I don't know. Just strikes me as weird.
Yeah.
And you said you're from Broward County?
Yes.
Okay. And then highest education level completed?
High school.
Cool. Welcome. What about you?
Hey guys, I'm Destiny. I'm from the DMV. I'm 21.
She's Destiny, and she's sitting next to Destiny. Ah!
What do you do for work?
Oh yeah, I'm a lash tech. I do lashes.
Okay. What's your highest education level completed?
Some college,
Okay.
Dating status?
single.
Fan. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which one?
Maryland.
All right.
Okay.
Dead air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the above.
Okay.
All the above.
Twins?
Oh, hello.
We got twins in the building. They are cute.
I'm Rodriguez, 23 years old. Go by Rodriguez Twins on everything. We are influencers, models, actors, YouTube, TikTokers. We have
Yo, I'm trying to get them on the channel.
Patreon, so tune in.
Meet me.
Okay. Relationship status?
In a relationship.
Oh, you're in a relationship?
Nice. With each other or
Well, yeah,
That's
but
so actually, like unironically?
Yes.
How long has it been? How long has it been? Like a
Um,
life since birth. Like no, I mean her new man. A month?
yeah, it's been some time, yeah.
How long sometime?
A couple months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last time you were on here, you said you were single.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't ready to talk about it.
Translation: she was still fucking other guys. Fantastic. Okay. So, if I see you
You guys
outside,
always
I'm
see
calling
when
you
you
out.
say you're in a relationship, you guys ask like 21 questions.
So yeah, so that tells you everything you need to know.
But that's on
Yeah.
you know.
So I want to be fair. Everything we do, I want to be fair. And I don't like how this show has capitalized on the dumb girl and smart dude interaction. I think they try to recreate that too much. Either the girl is dumb or the girl is going to flip out and then they can kick her out and that becomes, views for that. However, when you talk like that, this baby voice, it immediately is a tell that this is how you operate in life. This is what you do. You're just introducing yourself. You're not trying to get anything from these people. You're already on the podcast. You can already shout out your Patreon and all that stuff. But I still gotta talk like this because that's how I get everything for free. Like,
I'd be the one outside, okay?
Also, it's you.
See?
That's not
That's not
the same.
reason.
You can't tell which one it is.
All right, so Pam, and then what? Go ahead.
All right, Montana Rodriguez on everything.
Are you also
Rodriguez
23?
Twins. I'm 23, Virgo.
obviously.
Virgo
Okay,
life.
he asked us.
Anyways.
Are you single, right?
Yes, I'm single.
Outside.
Okay.
Yes, and we outside.
Outside.
Done some college. Yes, some college. And acting school and modeling school.
Fantastic.
School.
All right. What about you?
Hey y'all, I'm Goddess. Oh my God, it's the real OMG.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the brand. I'm an artist. I make music. I model. I dance. I'm also promoting my new single Braggadocious
How old are
on
you?
all platforms. I'm 24.
Okay. Say relationship status.
I am dating.
Okay. So she's single.
I'm single and dating. I'm Miami single, like you said.
Okay. That's we call it translation. She's entertaining other individuals. Okay. And then what's your highest education level completed?
I have 2 associates, one in the applied science of sound and entertainment business. If you're an SAE alumni, what's up, family?
Cool. What about you?
My name is Stephanie. I'm 27. I'm in a relationship, and
How long you been in a relationship?
it's about to be 4 years.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
What do you do for work?
I'm a social worker.
Okay. Wait, have you been on before?
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She's the one with the ex-boyfriend, right?
Yeah, the one that stalked you.
She's the one with the ex-boyfriend. Here we go with Fresh and his brilliant takes. She's the one with the ex-boyfriend. Oh, yeah, now I remember her.
Crazy one.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
And then they both fought.
Yeah.
And then you went to the one that lost, right? Or the one that went. What was it?
I went to the one that went to jail.
Oh, there you go.
Fantastic. All right. Okay, you got a bachelor's degree, right?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. And welcome.
Hello, guys. Nelly here, back again. It's been a minute. I'm 25, from Miami, born and raised. Multiple streams of income is the life, so I do a few things. Monetize my Instagram. I coach people for content. I just have my insurance license. And I'm a bachelor.
Coach people For what did she say? She's like a life coach thing. What,
I coach people for content.
Coach people for content. You can do anything. You can make money doing anything as a woman. You can already tell that the way that she's talking, she's not a seasoned content creator. She just doesn't have the presence, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But what are you coaching? Who is paying you to coach them? And you're like, this is what I talk. I coach people for content, and
I also have my insurance license and I have a bachelor's in criminology.
Okay.
Would you go to her to be coached on how to be more entertaining?
Okay, and then bachelor's in criminology. And then for you, where are you originally from? Are you from Miami or no?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're originally from Miami. What about you?
I'm from Tennessee.
Tennessee. And then you two ladies?
Ohio.
Okay. All right, cool. We're keeping track of where all the girls are from. Originally from New York? Are you Kentucky?
Yeah.
Broward? Maryland. All right, cool. So pretty much most of the panel is not from Florida as usual.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You don't understand, I see.
Oh my God.
They noticed they pointed that out because that's one of the most common criticisms that they get is that they get these dumb Miami girls in the studio. Even though they're from all over the country, though, the Miami girl thing is not about the fact that she lives in Miami. It's meant to be a state of mind that you're there to party. These girls are not, I guess, except for the one who's in a 4-year relationship with the jailbird over here. These are not the women that, these high value men, even if you're not a high value man and you're just looking for a traditional type of woman, these are not those type of women. So it gets very easy to just dunk on them in the most red-pilled way, according to them. But let's see if Destiny is going to take down their whole podcast.
Okay. All right. Let's introduce this esteemed panel. Nico, can you introduce yourself to the audience, man?
Hi, I'm a Virgo. I'm an independent king, and I'm an LTech. And I'm on OnlyFans, and I have a bachelor's degree in being outside.
What a life.
Fantastic.
I am a Destiny aspiring professional League of Legends player. I have a PhD in staying from the inside.
Okay.
I argue politics, and so I do my show.
There you go. Fantastic.
A lot of people would say,
Hey, we got Gia 2020 in the building. Says fresh and fit are an embarrassment to all men. I completely agree. And we have the reason we are watching this particular episode is because we've got Destiny here, who, if you're not familiar, is a left-wing streamer who got his name on Twitch, more into politics and stuff. But just on Wednesday, we watched the daytime the daytime podcast that they put out, where it was just Sneeko, Destiny, and the guys. Now they bring and Destiny really challenged them a lot, so it was really cool to see. And I want to see where he falls when the girls are in the building. So welcome, and I hope that interests you. Welcome to the party.
Dating has become very transactional. We agree like that girls getting flued out, and we have to pay for the first date, something like that. Let's say hypothetically for the guys watching that we would skip ahead a lot of those steps. How much would that coochie cost?
Oh my God.
Why are you looking at me?
Just we're going in a circle.
Oh, how much would it cost? I don't think it has a specific price.
Priceless?
It's priceless. But it's not free. So
like 100,000?
Nah, not that much, but I mean, we could work something out for sure.
$500.
Nah. It's like 5 years ago.
I guess what's the least he will take?
It depends on the guy.
Okay. What about me? If I'm trying to pay.
Well, I really got money.
He's straight up shooting his shot right now.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so the average guy.
I kind of think she's the ugliest one there, but to each their own.
That makes $50,000 a year, right? A little bit of disposable incomes on a weekend, trying to have a good time. Instead of taking them on a date, getting food out, seeing all that stuff, like how much can I just be like, yo, instead of taking you on everything, how much can I pay just for, one fun night with you?
One fun night, like how many hours?
2 hours.
God.
2 hours?
Yeah.
And
30 minutes.
Does it make a difference? This is the part of like the red pill stuff that actually does have, even if it comes from the dumbest people like Fresh and Fit, that it really does have some truth. Like, well, what's the guy like? The spirit of the question that we're asking. So just answer it. Instead of, well, in this way and in that way, well, what about that?
2 hours, 30 minutes. We can do like 500.
Damn. There you go.
There you go. That business is different. Obviously, you have a lot more dignity. You get to stay behind the computer. But say you wanted to skip that process, you find some nice guy from the chat. How much would that cost?
I definitely wouldn't go for a price. It's more like emotional for me. I know it's like OnlyFans, but I just wouldn't.
Guy comes with $100,000.
No.
You're saying no?
No. I don't know.
200,000?
Stop the cap.
No, probably not.
Think how many trips to London and Paris and Cancun you could go. That's a lot of trips to Hawaii.
You can go to Hawaii and declare the country.
Nah, it's all emotional for me. I don't think I could put a price on it.
Okay. What about you?
I am very, as we go on, this girl in the red here, I am very interested to see how that that stacks up, you know, as they're continuing to ask questions and stuff. Because, oh, it's all emotional. It's all emotional. Maybe you see it as emotional. But the point I think that's going to come up with the things that they talk about, and again, I haven't watched this at all, is that she's looking at the emotional aspect of the guys who qualify. You have to meet those certain standards of height, money, whatever. And she may not think of it that way. She might just think, oh, I'm just not into that guy. But she has a, you know, maybe she doesn't have a number, but she certainly has a price of where that begins to see, okay, do we have an emotional connection or no? And under that line, it's just like, no. So I'm very interested to see where she goes from here.
Are you like, it's already online?
Because I don't even bother with that anymore. I've done so much porn.
But it's already out there.
Exactly.
Right.
So I don't really see myself doing that any long time. I have a child. Like I have a future to attain. I have an empire to build for my little one, you know?
Okay.
So me, I'm done with that.
Okay,
you know, I wouldn't even, it's like a more emotional.
Hold them to a price tag. Because if somebody walked up to either do $10 million, there's no way you're saying There's no way you're saying that.
I'm not saying I would say no. Honestly, it's fucking money. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say
so 10 million is the ceiling. So
hell yeah.
What about OnlyFans? 5 mil? $5 million?
Would you say what?
That's what I'm saying. $5 million for one night. Come on. One night.
27, just finished your degree, whatever. I'm sure you got some student debt or something, right? There's something to pay off.
I'm gonna do
Start a
OnlyFans,
business.
though, but I don't know.
You can get 5 mil on OnlyFans with titty pics?
Yeah.
Bro, these fucking
But you
bitches
can
out
make that in
here.
30 minutes. 30 minutes, one day, 5 mil.
Yeah, but one like gross old dick.
Maybe like it's not even a gross old guy. Let's say it's just like a regular guy. Guy comes up after work. Hey, you know, you got to skip the process. Think about how many babies you could save. If you decide to be like, I could save like a whole family, a whole herd of babies with that 5 mil.
No.
That one
What's
fuck.
for me? Why am I saving babies? What's for me?
Well, because that's what 5 mil.
Another interesting aspect is how quiet Sneeko was in the daytime podcast when it was just the four of them. And now it's Destiny who's kind of just sitting there. He came out of the gate hot, but he's kind of just been chilling. So very interesting dynamic that when the girls are there, Sneeko can come alive. And he's got that charisma. But when it comes to the, you know, just logical discussion between men, he didn't have too much to say. He's just, you know, repeating. And that goes further to us coming to the conclusion that he's still in his red pill rage stage. And he's just kind of repeating what he's hearing.
Could do. That's a lot of power.
Every time you see a commercial with starving African kids in it, they're going to be starving because you didn't fuck some dude for 2.5 hours. That's going to be on your conscience for the rest of your life.
I'm at one down. What about you?
What?
Yeah.
I told you, it's like a, I don't know.
Oh, come on, dude. You're doing jokes for $1,000. Come on.
Way more than that.
Okay, all right, 5,000.
Hell yeah.
What's porn name?
Mandy Sin.
I never looked it up. Sorry.
Hell no.
I never did.
My porn is like, you guys would have to look at that in like a chamber by yourself type shit, the porn I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm sure the porn you did was so much different than all the porn that's out there.
Yeah, I did not do regular porn. I was not
What is it like? Somebody's like, do I go on Pornhub? And you're like, no, you gotta go on live links for that shit.
No, like the porn I did, I would like piss and like do extra stuff on people.
Two girls, one cup.
Yeah, type shit, but with like, yeah. Precious face.
Okay.
I mean, like, I went to the AVN Awards and everything, so it was just like a. I got
you're too much to do
Half
now.
of these bitches can't even get there to the AVN Awards.
No, congrats. But now
Okay,
that
5K then.
Okay.
5K is fucking fine, but
Alright, cool.
like, I'm staying there for a day and I'm leaving right after.
Alright,
Right? You know, we fucked up.
All right.
I'm going to go from priceless to 5K.
No, I told you. No, I told you. It depends.
All right. What about you? What is the minimum?
The bare minimum.
Yeah. 30 minutes. 30 minute smash session.
30 minutes.
Yes.
Honestly, there's not a price. You need to match my energy.
Oh,
Okay,
what the
you need
fuck?
to be on the same.
You need
type
to
of
vibe
shit.
I'm at you with 10K. I'm ready to trip.
I fuck only ballers, like niggas that are like me. Okay?
30 minutes. They're gonna.
So they have that type of money. So it's not nothing like, oh my gosh, you have to pay me $2,500 just for 30 minutes.
So you'll be free?
So nothing's for free. Nothing's for free.
Okay, so 20.
Hit the price.
20K.
So are you
It's
fucking
okay.
nigga free?
FNF Yeah, big love.
Well, I don't understand. Nothing's for free, but you wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't take it. Yeah,
So
I
it's
just
free or
feel as though like
something.
you have to.
Bro,
You're paying
No,
other
it's a
ways.
relationship. Like it's at the same time, but it's still like a relationship.
No, bro, it's her destiny.
It's my destiny.
Wait, but if it's business, then you would take it. Like that's coochie for money.
She's contradicting herself all
Yeah,
over the place right now.
Yeah, what he said.
Hey, we got a little Darky Official. Nice name there. Welcome to the party. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Today we are just checking out the Fresh and Fit After Hours when Sneeko and Destiny, a left-wing self-proclaimed blue pill guy, on with the panel. So, not a fan? Sorry, buddy. Got the name.
So how much? It's coochie for money.
But welcome.
How much money?
Bro.
I thought it was business.
All right, I'm going to peg her at
I only
10K
speak with my business partners.
Okay, I'm going to peg her at 10K for 30 minutes.
Yeah, definitely write that down.
Because she's getting money, so
10K, that's
10K
good.
for 30 minutes.
10K for 30
Wow.
You make $10,000 in 30 minutes?
I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
You wouldn't be here.
Why are you here?
Nuts.
Word up, yo. Will Darky said I said that in one of my songs. Yo, hey, send that to me. Let's do something together, man. Indian Jesus to Indian Jesus. Hit me up. I got my socials are going across the bottom now. The Discord link is in the description. Check it out. Let's make something happen. 2 Indian Jesuses will drive them insane. In a good way.
I don't know if I'll be here.
Oh, God. Yeah, wait, you made.
It's all about who you know.
Hold on, I wrote
It's all about who you know.
that. You're Alexa. You can charge the niggas 30 minutes, $10,000 to do eyelashes.
All of us. No. It's not even 30 minutes to do eyelashes. It's about 2 hours.
You charge them 10K to do eyelashes.
Not $10,000. No.
So how do you make 10K 30 minutes?
Y'all need to next go. Hey, let's see about you.
I don't know how we make that much money, but okay.
Yeah.
Her business partners.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
plenty.
What about you?
Yeah, here's the thing, like somebody wouldn't just here's the thing, drop 10,000 on you. They'd have to like send you money beforehand, like to gain trust and stuff. In order for me to like meet with them or like fly to them, like I'm not just gonna do that.
Is there a 2-for-1 special?
No. You know how
Buy one,
many?
get one free?
She sounds drugged out.
We've got asked that many times. No.
Okay, all right. Just wondering.
And never that.
All right, so what is the
2
fee?
times.
What is your lock fee, I guess, so to speak? Because you said you need something up front.
No, I'm saying like you'd have to have a relationship with.
Okay, so I'm
Me
paying you
before
before.
then.
How much is that cash out before?
It
Yes.
depends what you're paying me for.
Coochie.
Like just to talk over the phone.
No.
No, see, I wouldn't meet
30
you
minutes.
for coochie. Like I don't do that.
Okay, but it's a hypothetical question. Like, what's the
I'm
bare
saying,
minimum
like she
amount?
said, we would like start somewhere and then gain each other's trust.
I'm going to put 10K for her, too, then.
Oh shit!
That's expensive.
Because I know that they're doing it for 10.
20K, whatever.
What? 20? Okay, 20K.
Twice as good as hers. Wow.
I have never sold my coochie.
How do y'all feel about that? Hers is twice as valuable as yours. So now you have a price?
They didn't even put a price on theirs
Okay,
either.
well, what about you? What is it? Are you the same thing, 20K as well?
I just don't see sex as transactional. Like I'm too into my body to.
Okay, but
Just
what's
allow
the
something
minimum
like that.
amount? Let's pretend like you're not a
goddess.
feminist.
I've never even thought about it.
You're goddess. You have a lot of value, you know? You gotta-
Exactly.
it
So
ain't free.
why put a dollar on it?
No, it ain't free. So you're
Like a set dollar amount. I can't think of it.
$1 million.
I'd need like a whole bunch of experiences prior.
What?
I would want you to spend money on me before you
Oh, so you're
put it
fucking
in my
free?
hand.
If I had to guess why they start with this question, because they went around and did the introductions, and then they definitely hit up the Discord. We would love to have you. We got Mackenzie Carter Cameron in the building. Welcome. Mackenzie says, I don't agree with a lot of Destiny's politics, but dude knows his shit. He's the GOAT of debating. I'm surprised he would even entertain this sort of mind-numbing panel. I am right there with you, Mackenzie. That is exactly why we are checking this out, to see how the injection of Destiny just being there is going to change the panel. Doctor, give me 1 second here.
You're fucking for free.
Before I allow
Translation,
you
give me a Birkin bag. All right, fantastic. Wrote that down.
You feel me?
That gives her an experience, right?
But you get a 20,000 for the same shit you're doing for free.
But I'm not doing anything until I have the experiences that I desire.
What experiences do you need to give up coochie?
I just want to be courted like a lady.
Sean's Birkin. There we go.
Dinner,
A few dinners. A few brunches. I want to get to know you.
Why? Because that all cost something. Like me taking you out to lunches and dinner. That's.
I'm sure it adds up to something. I don't know.
Sure does.
That's about $300. All right, that works.
$300. Here's a 10. Here's a 20. Here's a
I've
300.
had several experiences, by the way. 300, like
$300 and a lot of my
few
time.
You
times.
want to eat brunch? If you pull it all up, maybe like 2 bands max.
No, it's
2,000
not that
max.
cheap.
That's a bunch of
Definitely.
dinners.
So what are you going to go eat?
Who said that I'm popping it that soon? I said I want to get to know somebody. I want a lot of
That's
experiences.
7 dinners.
I want to have a lot of
No,
fun.
that's 7 dinners. How much want to eat?
Oh my goodness, I gotta get to know you. I gotta like you. Do you have a
She's hungry,
personality?
man. Chill, Jesus.
No, that's not the case either. Because I also take in the
Why
dinner.
did I buy you groceries and then get coochie instead of taking you out?
Oh my
Take you to Whole
goodness.
Foods and buy you a bunch of food. And
Didn't I just
take
say
you
I
out.
don't see sex as transactional?
Yeah,
like,
you're saying
I
food
don't-
and experience. That's a transaction.
I'm saying that I would desire to experience a person wholly before I take your money and stuff like that. Like
So I'm exchanging
I
my
think that's pretty-
personality.
They're incapable of seeing that sex 100% is transactional. Just because you're not transacting money doesn't mean it's not transactional. You're giving something and you're getting something in return. It's different for, different interactions, but they don't see it like that because they don't have to give anything up except for the sex part, and that's a mutual exchange. But not, you know what I mean. And it's crazy that they don't see that it's a trade. It's a trade. That's all it is. There might be more on top of it, but at the core, it's just a
It's funny
transaction.
for your coochie.
Oh my goodness, it's not transactional. Like,
It's my energy.
It's not
I'm
just for
trading
that.
my energy for your
Because
coochie.
I'm also spending time and energy on a person. If we are spending time, like you're not the only one investing. Like
you're
I
gonna
invest a lot of money in how I look and keeping myself pampered. Like we're all
So it's
putting
a
in on this
personality or it's how you
experience.
look?
How I look, I meditate in the morning. I do
Bruh.
yoga. I make sure that I'm we're all investing into these experiences. It's
I'm
like a
investing in yoga,
transaction.
meditation, and makeup.
She's in another world here.
It's like
Let's
a
go put her
transaction.
back.
Yeah, you didn't do your price.
Yeah, I guess.
I just put 20K for her. Oh, super special.
So I said
I am an atheist. I was brought up Catholic, but I am a full-blooded atheist. I just in college I got rid of religion. I was into philosophy and psychology, and I'm not somebody who says that I know for sure no God exists. I am an agnostic atheist. And I'm pretty sure about that, but always keeping my mind open.
DK.
Oh, okay. You're almost triple the price of your sister. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you
Here's
said
how-
I was 10K at first.
Your
I had to
coochie is worth the
at
average
least
guy's
double
yearly
that.
salary. Like a year of hard work at the factory is how much for 30 minutes of your
Yeah.
coochie.
Yeah, yesterday I got offered 15K.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
And you took it?
No, through text. Oh, if I fly you out, 15K, da da da.
Question.
Recruit difficulty.
Would you take it?
No, I want 50K.
Oh, 50.
Yeah.
Recruit difficulty. Recruit
That's why I
difficulty.
have my numbers to him.
That's what
I wish they had like 5 girls on, because just asking the same question, like it's interesting in the first 3 or 4 girls, but then by the time you get to the 7th girl, like I don't care about what your price is. You've demonstrated that these women particularly are not able to think of sex in that transactional way. I get it. Let's move on.
Somebody give it a real
It
goddamn.
seems like nobody's like, I don't know.
Oh, the girls are capping. We know it.
Hey,
Okay.
somebody said 5 mil, so
All right, so-
I did have a mil
So
a
for
couple
you,
times.
it might not be okay.
I
So
wanna be in love.
okay, it's fine. Okay. So for you, might not be able to talk about money.
Yo, hit the Cash App then, son. What is good? Sketchy Plays in the building. Beep, 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 beep. Welcome, welcome. We didn't need to know that you are naked, but the party goes on.
You guys got right now, so maybe commentary. How much commentary?
I don't know. Like,
Okay.
but that's not what I would charge.
How much did you charge?
For a guy, $50 commentary. There we go.
No.
Hey, we got Vincent in the building. Vinny D, what is good, brother? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And that is exactly what I said at the very beginning. Isn't that hilarious? Welcome, brother.
First of all, he's not in jail.
Yeah,
He's watching the show right now, actually.
Oh, not from jail though, right?
No.
Okay.
I never really thought of price, but I know for sure there's a price.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
say.
So,
That's all I know.
so your man's at home, you're at the club, Say offers you like 30K. That's cool.
Oh no, but if I'm in a relationship, no. But like if I'm single, there's definitely a place.
Okay. She's sliding for that.
At
30.
least she's honest. They all have a price. And I guarantee you they thought about it before. But they're not going to say that. They're it's do it to it, brother. I have mine rolled up. If I smoked on stream one time, it was not good for you guys. So I saved that until after, but love that weed. Just slid in. Hey, glad you're here. It's a party. As long as you're here, I am happy. But yeah, at least this girl up here is being honest and saying like, look, yeah, this is what it is. The other girls feel exactly the same way, but they just don't feel comfortable. So Little Darky says he wants us to choose, us or me. So I'll give my opinion, and then you guys. He said, should I smoke a blunt or take some shrooms? I would never do shrooms without smoking a blunt. So I'm going to say both. We're going to be here for a minute, so it'll definitely kick in. You are going to have a good time if you are shrooming out here. All right, so I got a vote for shrooms. He's saying everybody. So everybody, what should Lil Darky do? Smoke a blunt or take some shrooms and then smoke a blunt. Vincent says, I was telling some bees to take her nose piercing out and laser off her tats because it's red flags. Yeah, I mean, that shit is not cheap. My dad actually does tattoo removal. If you go to safeandgentletattooremoval.com, that is my dad's company. And if you're in New Jersey looking for tattoo services, he's the best.
So that's a social worker's salary for you right there. Period.
When I get single.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What about you?
No, yeah, I don't really see a price.
There's our boy Zentians. I forget who called that out, but there he is.
Yeah, but I'll probably accept one.
10K? 20K, hypothetically speaking. Ballpark figure.
25 to 50K.
God damn, that's a yearly salary.
Y'all got some golden pussy. Like,
What does it smell like?
Destiny.
Smell like.
I want to hear your take on this, bro. Like,
a full day.
So far, what are your thoughts?
I'm just amazed. This is not what I've observed in Miami living, and it's every day's fun and new
but
experience.
they're not all from Miami. They're from different parts.
They're in Miami now, right?
right.
I think that most of the people here, and it's just like it's any of the women.
Let's go. Little Darky's going hard. Going for both. All right. I need updates. So we need to know the moment that you drop, and we want to ride this journey with you, brother. We're all gonna be shrooming straight through you. So let us know.
Like $10,000 to like fucking do it for like an hour. Like most people say yes.
Y'all don't even last that long, so.
Good point. Speak for yourself.
Bro,
Speak for yourself.
All right.
You won't take a video, drop it in the Discord. No Pixar didn't happen. I actually have a tattoo on the back of my thigh. It's like my whole thigh, and it's a tie-dye smiley face, but he's got his tongue sticking out. He's got a tab on his tongue. I love acid. Acid is my favorite thing in the world. After the first time I did acid, I said that I think that everybody should try acid at least once. After the second time I did acid, I said, you are not really experiencing life if you have not done acid. LSD is the best invention ever.
Wait, no. What we should do? We should do a hard question. I'm exempt from it because I'm asking it.
Yes, please.
Okay,
go ahead.
For the three guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what we wanted Destiny for. To shake up the normal show that's the same exact thing every day, just taking notes on these girls and then using it to make them look a lot stupider than they are, even though a lot stupider than they are. I'm going to stay there. Let's see what Destiny's got for us.
How much would a guy pay you to suck his dick?
Oh shit.
There it is. What is it?
There is no price.
There's no price.
Because I would never be able to see myself.
There's no price. There's no price. I can talk to you with $50 million.
Chris is like, wait, what? Hold on.
So notice how it's, oh, come on. When they're asking the women, it's, oh, come on. Of course there's a price. You're telling me for $50 million as a straight dude, you're not sucking a dick? Stop the cap. There's a price. Everybody's got a price. Apparently for Vincent, it's a crack rock, but all right, you know.
$50 million. Destiny, what are you on, my guy?
$50 million.
Oh, what do you Destiny would do it for free, but for us,
$50 million.
He's bisexual, by the way.
No, man, I wouldn't. And the reason why
I wouldn't for $50 million.
I wouldn't, bro. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I would legitimately not be able to sleep for myself. I would not be able to do it. I couldn't do it.
Well, even with the money right next to you, like,
No.
And
there's a difference.
Nobody has to know. Like,
That being said, I just was telling a story in Discord about how when a friend and I were hooking up. There was me and my friend, and there was two girls at my place, and we were hooking up with the girls, and one was whatever off in the other room, and so the two of us were doing with one girl, but then his leg touched my leg and the hair, and I was like, ah, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't go anymore. Oh man.
No, because here's the thing. Like with girls, like y'all are heterosexual, so like for you guys, it's action. Like it's still like a benefit to some degree. That's a hell for a guy all the way, unless you're bisexual. And we aren't, so it's a hell. No, man, no price.
Isn't it a hell for the girls to like fuck a normal dude and to just give it up for?
No, they're attracted to men.
Yeah, but they're at least heterosexual. But they're at least heterosexual.
Aren't they like hypergamous females that?
At least.
Yeah, they can close their eyes and imagine Superman. I can't close my eyes and imagine a fucking pussy.
I can imagine a lot of things for $50 million.
No, man. All right. I would say the equivalent would be like, would you fuck like an old, disgusting chick?
No, that's hard. That's easy for guys because they'll fuck anything to breathe. But like, a lot of guys will fuck anything to breathe.
Okay, you know what? We'll make it more fun. She may or may not have an STI. Bam, there you go. Now it's equal.
Already, Destiny's poking holes in this logic that, the women are so bad for this, that, and the other. And we've seen before how there is, mounds of bullshit coming from the average modern woman boss chick. But it goes both ways, just like Destiny. Hey, we got Kluke in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. Dark said, holy shit. Yeah, man.
Hey, when was the last time any of the three of you got tested?
Recently, 2 weeks ago.
I think like a month or two.
I just had the guys. I'm curious.
I do all the time.
Yeah, okay. So mine right over there is. Okay, so I don't even know the STI question is going to be. Okay,
cool. What do the girls think?
See, again, thank you, Destiny. Really appreciate the editing so that we don't have to sit through all the bullshit. We can just get the highlights and the good shit.
They find out their man's bisexual. Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Why did you say bisexual?
What did you do?
Actually, like
you find out later,
I dated a guy that I found out was later after I broke up with him. He was bisexual, but I didn't know why I was with him. But if I found out why I was with him, like no, I can't do it.
I could do it.
Because like that's gay as fuck. like dick, you can like dick too. The fuck?
Have you ever hooked up with a girl before?
Yeah, lots of times.
That's gay as fuck.
Yeah, it's okay for a girl. I don't want to be like transparent, like whatever it's called, gay phobic, like
Gay-phobic?
whatever it's called.
Gay phobic.
But if I like a guy, I want my guy to be straight. Like I can be gay, but not you. Like period. I can't watch my dude take dick. Like you can watch me eat pussy, but no, I'm not watching you take dick and suck dick, bro. Like no.
What about you?
You got a point, right?
I was going to ask because a lot of girls are bisexual. I learned it took me a long time to realize that's total bullshit. 99% of the time when a girl says she's bisexual,
oh shit, little Darky's got a concert coming up. Let's do this real quick. He sent me the the song where he calls himself the IndianJesus. So let's see what we got here. He's performing in 2 hours. Get on out of here. Not yet. We'll give it a like. Oh, damn. Well, Darky's up in there. Hitting that subscribe button. Of course, you guys should do the same. For me, my nigga, I'm dying. Fate is away. All right. The state of my mind. Generate hate, emotion I cannot find. I'm feeling great and I don't have enough time to tell you all I want to. Ain't no way to rewind. The way it seems to taunt you, the world is not kind. Red flags all day. Just out of line. Just know that I'll be gone too. This is a vibe, little Darky. No one will mind.
That you were one of many who were thrown to the swine. That you were sipping Henny or you tripping on wine. That someone took a bullet, put it in your spine. Just smile and know that no one will mind. Any moment, buddy might break. Anybody wanna die big?
I'm digging it.
At this rate, pick a date real late. Oh, it ain't no
I'm waiting for the IndianJesus line.
With nothing in your head, I'll speak my truth till I'm dead. Fuck every bed, I'm getting red in the face. I ain't put you in your place. Will you submit, bow down, stare at your feet, or look up at me, take a seat, suck on your teeth? I go so dumb on the beat because I know one day I'll be under some feet like you. Like you and me, best friends.
That's pretty dope, man. I mean, I don't want to completely derail the show here, but pretty good, man. I'm subscribed. Very, very cool. Good luck at your show tonight in 2 hours. All right, getting back into it.
Like met with a friend one time, like a fucking high school.
No, she hit coochie before.
No, I'm
She said she has. Yeah, she has. But most of the time when a girl says she's bi, that's like she just says it because she thinks a guy wants to hear it. Because she's like trying to sell like some barista down the road or like turn a gun on. And then when you actually push, she's like, "What do you mean by bisexual?" She's like, "Well, I made out with a friend once, like really drunk."
No, he's right. He's right. Girls be capping because they know it increases their sexual market value. Like an ugly bitch will say I'm bisexual, and they're like, "Oh, really? Okay." What about you? You find out guys bisexual. What are you gonna do?
No, personally, I can do it. I like the masculine energy.
Okay. What about you?
No.
Even if it's pistol clear?
Fuck no.
Prime piss. Hydration doesn't matter. Okay, what about you?
Yeah,
What if he's gonna pay you $10K for 30 minutes?
Sorry, no, I cannot fuck with down low men. I cannot. It's very hard. I just can't.
With the girl before.
I might have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you? You find out he's bisexual. What you doing?
Well, then that would mean he's cheating on you, or you'd find him talking to another guy. So I'd call him out.
Well, let's say he maybe had some bisexual shit in college. Then now he's with you. Will you find out later on that he was bisexual in the past?
If you find out it's true, then yeah, there's a problem.
Oh, so you're gonna end the relationship?
If there's like,
this is a dumb question. I'm skipping this. I don't care about this. Okay, so
yeah, Mr. Next part during the day show. Fellow Senator lefty here. On both sides, share your pain. Disagree with FNF on money debt, especially Congress and Fresh spends money like water, but FNF are spot on about these 3 or 4s. Who's lost any brain cells yet? Here's the thing, my friend. I'm big on good debt.
So if you missed either the daytime podcast, if you're a viewer of them, or if you missed Wednesday's stream here when we went over that podcast, basically Destiny was saying how a lot of people in the red pill space will preach to their viewers how easy it is to become rich, using crypto or real estate or this or that, as if it's, like a shortcut to life. Absolutely, you can make bank in crypto, in the stock market, and in real estate, and all of those things. But it's not something that your random 19-year-old kid who's already looking up to people like Fresh and Fit is going to be able to just watch the podcast and then be like, okay, now I'm good. And he called them out on that. And they were saying, they're always saying things like, everyone can be rich. Everyone can be rich. And Destiny on the daytime podcast was saying like, well, anyone can be rich, but everyone cannot be rich. If everyone is rich, no one is rich. So that's what they're talking about.
Which is from real estate, but I get it, Darnell. We're never going to agree on this, so that's fine.
Wait, what is it? Well, hold on. I'm curious of the debt taker. They got strong opinions on finance.
We're going to go down this path.
Somebody spent $50 just to say that.
I mean, it's your take that if you take on more debt and leverage it to make money with other people's money, it's good. But if you take on debt for depreciation,
for real estate, for real estate purposes.
For real estate, if you're not using debt for real estate, you're a fucking idiot.
You're a dumbass.
You're making way more money.
Yeah, but he doesn't he's on the Dave Ramsey no debt, I believe.
Why would does Dave Ramsey really say that?
Yeah, pretty much. Dave Ramsey is like really big on not taking on debt, being 100% no.
You shouldn't take on debt for personal depreciating assets. So, if you're trying to make money, all you're doing is leveraging other people's money.
Yeah, but
if you borrow 4%, you've got real estate cap rates at 8 or 9%. Why the fuck would you?
Are you guys familiar with Dave Ramsey at all? I'm just curious. Give me a 1 in the chat if you know who Dave Ramsey is.
But see, here's the thing: Dave Ramsey does financial advice for common people that aren't necessarily financially literate. They have a spending problem and shit.
You shouldn't even have a fucking credit card. Just cut your shit out and just buy what you have in your
audience makes sense. Yeah, so that's why he's a Dave Ramsey fan. So he's always going to be risk averse and whatever. So, do any of you ladies know what we're talking about right now?
Dave Ramsey is who they taught in our finance school.
One at a time.
Who has debt? And can you name the amount that we have right now? We'll start here.
The amount of debt?
Yeah.
From college or whatever.
I was including college?
Yeah, everything. House, car, college.
Okay, we're going to do show of hands. Who has student debt here?
Yeah.
I did.
Wait. Keep your hands up if it's over 10,000. Over 30,000? Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
So Sneako's over here with almost 30,000 or 30, somewhere around $30,000 of student debt. Why? He's making bank off of the streams, off of all the he's been on YouTube for a decade. Why is he not paying off his debts? But he's talking about getting rich and this, that, and the other. You are never rich if you have $30,000 of debt. And this stuff just isn't brought up when you don't have a guy like Destiny on the panel. Something to think about.
Who has
loans?
Who has a credit card debt here?
All the girls better raise their hand. Yeah, all y'all got credit card debt.
You treat yourself out to 5-star restaurants and you got that much debt?
No,
Yeah, why not?
You only did once.
Right.
Loans don't
All right,
count.
hold on, ladies. Go ahead, Destiny.
Credit card debt over $5,000. Keep your hand up. No. Okay, not too
I
over
like to keep-
$10,000.
No.
Oof. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, you got a lot of debt.
So-
Oh man.
So go ahead, Destiny.
No, that was it.
So, ladies, real quick. If you want a guy, right, attractive, good looking, he had a lot of debt. Would that stop you from dating him?
No.
Fuck no.
No?
She said YOLO.
So, what if you have to marry him?
And what do you
Yes,
even
okay.
get to? That would help.
What's our here?
It depends on his net worth.
So,
Well, his net worth is negative.
He's negative.
Yeah, assuming, right?
No, because if he's not paying his debt, he got more money to spend.
That's not what that word means.
What are you spending your money on though?
Pussy.
It's really expensive. Inflation is a lot worse, I guess, than they.
yeah. Okay, so you wouldn't date him. So you would date him if you were marrying him, but if you're marrying him, you wouldn't date him.
Can you repeat that?
So I'm asking a question, right?
Mhm.
What if you met a guy, he takes all your boxes, but he has a lot of debt? Would you date him? You said yes.
Yeah.
But if you're to marry him, you still date him?
If I would marry him, would I still date him?
Now you're going to take on that debt as well because you're marrying him.
Mhm.
So do you want him still?
I mean, it depends. That's like a trick question.
Because I guarantee you, if a guy in here met you and you had debt, he'll still marry you.
I mean, it really depends. Like, is his dick good? Is it not good? Like, does he have kids? Does he not have? It's like a lot of different underlying factors.
Okay.
It's not a deal breaker. It's what
Next.
Right. It's not a deal breaker if you're short.
What about I said this? Okay. Say you've been dating a guy. Say you've been married to a guy for 1 year.
There you go, Destiny. Help
One
us
of
out.
you find out you've got a long lost uncle or aunt. They die. You inherit $2 million. Do you tell them or do you keep it secret? You keep it to yourself.
Ooh.
Knowing me, like I'm a very giving person, so I would tell him, but
Stop the
it
cap.
depends on him. Like it depends how generous he's been with me. Like if he's been nice and giving it to me, I would obviously tell him. But if he's like stingy fucking asshole, fuck no, I'm not fucking telling him.
Okay. And then
Why are you with the stingy fucking asshole then?
the assumption is if you tell him that if you guys ever break up, he's getting half that money. That'd be the assumption for that. Tell him about the inheritance.
We're not breaking up.
Okay.
He's not leaving me, period.
I think
Mackenzie brings up a great point. So he's probably banking on his student loans being forgiven eventually. And that very well may happen. And all of us can pay for all of that student debt. Even though you guys either have your own student debt or you paid your own way through college or you didn't get a college experience, but you still got to pay for all these people to go to school. Good point, Mackenzie. Good
proper
point.
was the explanation point. You want to add some emphasis to that, right?
Yeah, period.
Yeah, he's not leaving.
He's not leaving, period.
All right. No, it's thanks, maybe not be. Okay. Go ahead. You go.
Date someone in debt? No. I'm looking for someone who's like financially responsible.
Yeah.
Remember, this was the girl who was talking about, it's all emotional for me. It's all emotional for me. And what did I say? There was, even if she doesn't realize it, there is a financial, there's a number. And apparently that, I mean, even if that number is 0, fair, fine, but there's still a number. And she doesn't think that there is.
What are you in debt for? What are you in debt for? What are you in debt for? It depends. Because me, I'm in debt with medical bills. I always get sick. We can use this stuff.
Good question.
A bitch. But if you got like debt over a car, school, I don't judge about that. But get your shit together. You obviously you're gonna have to fucking fix your credit and do all this stuff so you can get somewhere. You know, your credit can't be low and you can't buy shit.
Let's call it bad debt because that means less money for you. Bad debt.
Like gambling debt.
Okay.
That's a hell no.
Yeah.
It's a no. It's a no.
No.
It's a no for me.
For you? It's bad debt. That's money for you.
Hey, we got Tyler in the building. Welcome, buddy. Says free the top G. If you guys haven't heard, Andrew Tate was Banned on, I think it was Instagram or I don't know, somewhere. Something happened. I don't know. I'm not too worked up about it. But Tyler says, free the top G. Welcome, brother.
Let's just say, like, for example, you want to become, you can't go because it's pimples.
Fuck no.
But he's tall, attractive, he's good looking. He has bad debt.
Then, I mean, if you can't keep up, then you can't keep up. Then you're gonna get lost in the dust.
You?
No, because it's just like more stress on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Hell no.
Hell no?
I have a couple questions.
I'd rather just be single at that point.
Yeah.
How did that start? Like, were you gambling? Okay, like that's a no. And then, are you working on it now, or is it like you're letting it go?
He's trying to spoil you.
I wonder how closely they are looking at their own debt with this level of cynicism. They all raise their hands having debt. Yet a man having debt is no way.
So no. See, you're not about to spoil me and be in debt. And then that's another, like, I'm not getting married to you because we not doing that. I already have my own debt. Like, we're not adding to this. So I would not get married.
Okay.
Yeah, no bad debt. If it's small things like she said, like if it's your car, things like that, we can work on it. If you want to work on saving, doing things like that. But if you don't want to work on it, add on to your debt. Then...
I'm gonna ask you this: if you have debt, right? Why should he date you?
But I'm paying off my debt. My debt doesn't add up. My debt goes lower.
Right over her head. Right over her head. They're just explained how they don't want to date men with debt. And so they flip the question around. It's like, well, I'm working on my debt. I think only one of them mentioned, like, are you paying it off? Are you doing that? I did do my push-ups. Thank you very much. Keeping that going. Thank you for keeping me to account, Tyler. I really do appreciate it. And says, because they expect the man to take theirs on when they get together. Your money is y'all's money. Her money is her money.
So, like, if you're not doing the same thing, then that's the thing. Is like the goal is to minimize.
Is he paying off his debt too?
That's what I'm asking. If he's paying off his debt too, that's cool. But if he's amounting to it and not paying it off, then that's the issue.
Okay.
So everybody here is just always dated a guy with no debt, perfect credit score.
I feel like guys don't
Like, I don't think everybody's being realistic here.
They tell us about their debt though.
You know what's funny? No one ever talks on a dating table and says, you know what? What's your credit score? What's your debt? It's always like surface level shit. Like, for example, what do you have? What do you do? And everyone, you know what's funny? Most people that date, they get married, they have a lot of debt. They don't even know.
Yeah.
So why somebody talking shit like? So that's just funny to me, bro.
All right, I got a question for everybody here. Make this a little bit fun here, okay? We'll start here.
Finally.
Here with Miss Bougie Restaurant. A man is dating two women. All right, he's dating two different girls.
Am I one of them?
Well, I will say hypothetically, so that you don't get emotional to it. He's dating two different girls. He tells one the truth about him, she's dating other girls, and he lies to the other. Who does he love more?
The one he lies to.
Okay.
You're the one he lies to.
Okay.
What was the question?
Yeah, I got you.
Hold on. What was the question?
The question is, a man is dating two women. He tells one the truth, and he lies to the other one. Who does he love more?
The one he lied to.
Okay.
The one he's lying to.
Okay.
The one he's lying to?
Okay.
I guess just repeating what the last one.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, I guess you could say, like, if he's honest, like, honesty,
Yeah,
like, if you really love somebody, then they're gonna be honest. So I'll say honest then.
Yeah, these two on the corner, I think, are on another planet, but that's fine. Okay, so what is the final answer for you two?
So we're going under the same answer.
Jeez, you're just like 2 for 1 over here.
What do you guys think? If a guy is dating two women and he tells one woman that, yeah, I got another chick, and the other girl, he says, no, you're the only one. Which one does he love? Or which one does he like more? What do you guys think?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I would say, I mean, I would say
again, Mackenzie with a great point here. Says they are failing to differentiate between kinds of debt. Is having a mortgage payment debt? Obviously, yes, but is it comparable to credit card debt? No way. I think they did mention, like, what kind of debt is it, but they just phrased it like, well, were you gambling? But they were saying things like, if your car note, even student loans and stuff. So they were differentiating, but again, they haven't thought about this stuff. So when they get asked the question, instead of saying, I don't know, I haven't really thought about that, the emotional side of how they're thinking just kicks in, and they just say whatever they think is going to be the most socially acceptable. And I'm glad Destiny is here. He is really starting to shake things up, and he just said, Myron just said, let's have some fun. So hopefully we're getting into the weeds a little bit. Hey, we got JH in the building. Welcome to the party. We are doing the after hours version of Fresh and Fit with Sneeko and Destiny. It says the one, the truth. Talking about me, the Indian Jesus?
The one he's lying to.
Okay.
I think the one he tell the truth too. Well, for me, like if I'm dating multiple people, I want us all to be on the same page. Like just keep me on the same page, because this is how I feel. If you want to mess around, that's
this is Mackenzie's right. This is very elementary arguments they're making, and that has a lot to do with the question that was asked and the way it was asked. And so there's a way to talk about the questions that they're asking that doesn't just like, how much for your box? Like, well, hold on. Okay, so we understand that, sex is transactional, and there's a way to do it, to have the conversation that doesn't put them so like on the defensive that they are likely to just spit out whatever they think sounds nice. And this is why, like I said, that I am very thankful to a lot of red pill content creators for what I've learned from them. And unfortunately, Fresh and Fit are included on that, but there's a very good reason why I haven't watched their show in years. They're just very elementary. Elementary, my dear Watson.
all good. I just would like for communication to be open.
Okay, so you think the one he tells the truth to is the one he loves? Okay.
Oh, the one he respects the most. So like you respect how I feel about it.
We're not talking about love right now. Who does he love more?
Respect is definitely a form of love, but he loves the girl he tells the truth to as well.
What about you?
I would say the one he tells the truth to.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting that you would say that. What about you?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the one he tells the truth to, because I would want, if we're gonna have an open relationship, I want to have communication about it.
Okay. Anybody else think that agree with JH and say the one that if a guy's dating two girls, the one he tells one the truth and he lies to the other, that he loves the one who he tells the truth to more? I would say the opposite. I would say that the girl that he lies to is the one that he feels like is a more, there's higher stakes. The one that he tells the truth to, she may not like it, but whatever. The only reason you would lie in that situation is because you don't want to, have any bad consequences from that. And then it says, well, look at the panelists. They have a bunch of party chicks on. That's why it's so elementary. And this is exactly why, as a show in general, Fresh and Fit is, again, to use Mackenzie's word, very elementary. And this is the panel. They started off by saying, "Yo, so you're not from Miami. You're not from Miami. You're not." But they all traveled to Miami to be in Miami to do Miami stuff. It doesn't matter if you're from Tennessee. If you're acting the same way, then where you're from is irrelevant. The point is the mindset, not the location.
Okay. So for the girls that said the one he lies to, would it be fair to say that women can't handle the truth? Well, your answer kind of implies it, but
it really depends on the woman. But it's not if the woman can't handle it or not. Maybe it's the guy. He doesn't know how to, maybe he doesn't know how to tell the girl. I don't know.
And it's to other chicks, like most girls.
I mean, if he loves a girl, like obviously, if a guy tells me like you're not the only one, and I'm about to be fucking with all these other bitches, like be prepared for me to take other dick, period. And maybe he don't want to tell the girl that because he don't want her giving that pussy to nobody.
Exactly.
Period.
Okay. But realistically speaking, if you're with a guy that you love, admire, and respect, are you gonna want to fuck other guys? Probably not.
If he's fucking other bitches, I can still love you and period.
Do you think that he's gonna lose out for you if you're out here taking dick?
It depends on the guy.
So this is where I am interested to see where Destiny is going to come in and say, because they, the Fresh and Fit guys, they are so sold on the idea that men can, explore options and have no emotional aspect to that, or at least no negative emotional aspect to the woman that they're with. But women can't do that. And I think generally that is true. But but you know, there's a lot of people out there, and what they're trying to say is you know, the norm may be the norm, but how far off of the norm are people actually going? You know, by Destiny himself in an open marriage.
No. I genuinely think that if a woman, well, maybe you might be different, but most girls, if they're with a man they love, admire, and respect, they can't fuck other guys.
Yeah. Right, but how can you love, admire, and respect me and fuck other bitches?
Because men and women show
we're not the same.
Admiration differently.
I think this is a good around the table question. I'm kind of curious now.
What's the question?
Disagreement on this. I'm
okay.
curious.
So you want to go? Okay.
There we go, Destiny.
Okay with a one open-ended relationship, one-sided open-ended relationship. So your guy can fuck anybody, but you have to be sexually faithful to that guy.
Fuck no. Yeah.
What's the
Okay. We'll ask that question real quick, but just we can do a show of hands real quick. Can men be honest with women? Like, can women take the truth? You literally just said women handle the truth.
Wait, what's the answer to that?
Whoa. You ladies all pretty much from your answer earlier have said that women can't handle the truth.
So is it a lie or
no? We can handle the truth at a certain extent. No, it's not. No, there's some things we don't.
The truth to a certain extent is not the truth. That's just a lesser lie.
I don't want to fucking hear.
That's the truth.
Be real with
That's
you.
the truth.
That's not handling the truth.
No, I hear shit I don't want to hear every day all the time. I got to deal with it. I have a kid. I be wiping ass for a living.
Bro, this goes to show the contradiction with females. Okay.
But women can take their man back after them cheating,
Exactly.
but men can't handle that shit.
Exactly.
If you tell your man, hey, I just did some dick last night, yeah, he busted all in my face, whatever the fuck, he's not gonna get over it.
That's handling the truth.
Yeah, men can't handle the truth.
That's handling the truth and acting accordingly.
Women can handle the truth and get over it and keep building and moving. Men cannot.
Okay, really. Real quick question for you. Let's say I'm out with you, right? And you know, someone, you know, grabs your purse and runs away. And I just stand there and look at you and be like,
damn.
What would you do the next day?
What do you mean? It wouldn't be no next day. It would be like, what? Like, you're just gonna stand there? Oh, I'll call my other.
Fantastic.
She said there won't be no next day. And that's exactly his point. Is that to women, the man they're with, unless you are looking down the road and you have a couple of where they've actually built a foundation, which, you know, you see, but this type of mentality of, well, I'm going to fuck other dudes just because he's fucking other women, not because I have this innate want and desire for other men, just as a spiteful thing. Well, I'm going to do it too then. All right.
Okay, so why would you break up with him right then and there?
Because you're not as a man, you're supposed to protect me, and you're not playing your role.
That's a girl, you're not supposed to fuck other guys.
Okay, and if you're not okay, then you shouldn't fuck other bitches. Like, if we're not in a relationship, we're in an open relationship.
You're missing the point. Hold on, whoa. Don't worry, we're getting to your quick answer here. But that's what I'm trying to say. The man didn't do his job to protect you, provide security, and he let the guy run away, and you broke up with him immediately. Men don't ask for much. We don't want you to fuck other guys. You want us to protect you from danger. That's the exchange between two genders.
We also want
you see what I'm saying? There's a reason why women will accept a guy that fucks other girls, because he's not going to die for that bitch. He'll die for you, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's why women know deep down, I'll accept him fucking other girls. But men will not accept you fucking other guys, because the only thing I ask is that you don't fuck other people. I'm going down for you, but you don't fuck other people.
But why is it not both ways? Why are you asking me to not fuck other people, but you can fuck other people?
They're not the same.
Are you going to pay the bills?
Yeah, I do pay my own bills.
No. His bills. Are you going to take care of your man all the time?
Yeah, I have before.
No.
And how did that end?
All the time.
All the time. It depends on the guy. It depends on the dick. It depends on how you feel. I don't know. Like, honestly, no. It's a hard no for me.
Okay. So men and women.
Again, being obvious, honest. She's the one being honest. Where I bet you somebody on this panel, and I'm gonna guess a little red dress here, is gonna take the the other route and be like, no, I think it's it's equality and this and that and feminism and what. Let's see.
That trade is pretty shit, to be fair. If we were like 2,000 years ago and you got like highwaymen fucking robbing people on the street and shit, then I can understand you didn't protect her. It's 2022. You can call the fucking cops, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you make a whole lifestyle change to have a certain guy with you on the off chance he tries to steal your purse in a fucking bar, and now for every single day of your life you're restricted on your shit.
That's okay. That's a fair point. But let's be honest here. A lot of women watch crime dramas. They have an overinflated sense of there's danger out there in the world when men are far more likely to be victims of violence. And like girls are a little delusional when it comes to, oh my God, if I go outside at night, I'm going to get attacked and killed and murdered, because a lot of them watch dramas. But so I get what you're saying, like, hey, like it's a shitty thing or whatever, but women want that protection. And what I'm saying is that the man's job is to provide that security, even if there isn't necessarily danger. Like women like to have that security from a protection standpoint.
And that makes the man's job like an on-call job that he might get called to do once or twice. Is like how often are you actually fighting people for your woman's honor in the street? Whereas on the woman's job, you're like, you need to stay home, you got to take care of the house, you need to make these sacrifices, and I'm gonna be fucking other bitches, and you can't choose other guys. Like it feels like there's a really big ask there for a job that you might never have to step up and do as a
fair enough, but the risk is far greater when you do step up for a job. You know what I'm saying?
So we're in Florida, man.
It's infrequent. I get what you're saying. It's infrequent, but that infrequency is made up by the fact of the risk on it. Versus the girl, it's not that dangerous for her to just not suck another dick. You know what I mean? But okay, real quick, because I know Destiny had a good question here. We'll move on.
Real quick, if you guys are just joining us, welcome to the party. I am Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. We are just going over the Destiny and Sneeko episode of the Fresh and Fit podcast. After hours, we usually they have everybody just in the red pill community talking and jerking in a circle, but we've got a lefty blue pill dude here, and he's about to drop the hammer.
That's it, because you were asking the double standards. The question is, if I'm not mistaken, you're close on your end, he's fucking other girls, are you going to accept that? Is there a guy that you'll accept it for? Or you asked the question because I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, just in general, you're dating somebody within your league, not like fucking Brad Pitt or somebody.
Okay.
If you're dating somebody that you could reasonably be dating, would you be okay to have a one-ended open relationship? The guy can stick around, you're not allowed to.
Absolutely not. It's not fair. How are you able to go fuck other bitches? Like, what if I want variety? What if I'm not okay with? What if I want new dick? Like, no, that's not fair.
Bro,
you can fuck other bitches. I can fuck other bitches.
You're not gonna say no.
Yeah, but you know what else is not fair? The fact that I'm paying for everything and that you want a 5-star restaurant.
I do that for myself, and I do that for myself.
You're not doing that.
Actually, go to Tap 42.
I do. I bought my exes Rolexes, all types of shit.
And you're dead.
Period.
Well, no, she bought them Rolexes after they probably spent. She spends maybe like 10, 20K on them after they probably spent $250,000 on her. Girls aren't stupid. They're never going to invest in a guy to that kind of money unless they're getting something way more in return.
That's true. And I think for women too, you pay in time, and that's a big deal, right? Like if I date a girl from like 24 to 29 for 5 years and it doesn't work out, I'm fine. I'm 29 years old. I'm a dude. Like, I'm okay. That girl, you're throwing away her entire mid to late 20s. That time investment as a woman, when you're in this world where we're talking about like high value men versus high value women, but the value of a woman in that world is measured in like 20 to 30, and then she's done. So I think there is a big risk on the woman's side. We just don't see it as men because
where are you guys at? Talk to me.
They're not like building businesses or paying in dollars, but like every day she spends with you is another day that she's like getting away from 24 and past like the age where I don't know if I can compete with these like young motherfuckers.
That's good. That's a good point. But here's the problem: girls initiate most of the breakup overwhelmingly.
Because they don't want to waste their time. Yeah.
But that's what we're saying. Like,
this is another point where everyone in the red pill will hang on the statistic that women end 80% of marriages, and I would assume that extends to relationships probably relatively similarly. But I saw a clip of this part, and again, this is why I want to bring this to you guys, because if you are somebody who really does love Fresh and Fit, I know there's a couple of you out there. That's fine, to each their own, but it's important to understand the limitations of the people you look up to. It's important to understand the limitations of the people that you look up to.
And they take their best years and pick the wrong guys is my argument. And then they initiate a breakup because that guy didn't fulfill something for them a lot of times.
Where are all the right guys at?
Well, exactly.
That's a hard question sometimes, because I see it like, especially I've got a lot more insight now to like conservative relationships and shit. Finding the right guys seems to be pretty fucking hard.
Yeah. It's really hard. But it's funny though.
Yeah, kiss a lot of
choose the wrong guys though. So yes, that's a good argument. However, let's be real here. You choose a bum, someone that's going to be bad, that's on you. Not on the guy.
Yeah, so we talk about like this hypergamy thing where like all these girls are rolling after like just a few guys. And I'll be anecdotal and mean here. I don't mean to be, but like I'll see these guys that are like these autistic schizoid dudes like typing on 4chan all day and they're like, I don't know why a girl wants you to be blah 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 blah. And they're like 300-pound dudes never share their life. Like, bro, you're not being the type of guy you need to be to get the type of girl you want. And then these guys, the man, like, oh my god, like she's choosing an asshole. Like, well, at least the asshole like gets to his fucking parents' house every now and then. Like, Jesus Christ, like that's the only thing that's there for an option. And I see that a lot where like. Because sometimes when I enter this world, it sounds like there's all these like fit dudes that are like working on themselves, like $130,000 a year, and they can't find women. I don't think that's the case.
There's a good amount of them.
I don't know, man. I feel like for guys that have their shit, like, and it blows my mind. Like, I feel like just having your shit together as a guy, like you have more than just a fucking like a mattress laying on your floor. You have at least 2 pieces of furniture in your house. You know how to do your laundry and your dishes. You're not just ordering fucking Grubhub or fucking DoorDash or Uber Eats all the time. Like, if you hit these like bare qualifications as a guy, I feel like you are leagues ahead of 95% of like at least the online.
My friend, you are, but women are still like it's still tough for those guys. Like guys that are even like in the top echelon from earning perspective, like they have a little bit of social awkwardness or like they're not the best looking guy or whatever. Girls are still gonna disqualify them, bro. Like it's tough for a lot of dudes, even higher earning.
Bro, it is so tough. Guys going to OnlyFans, strip clubs, porn sites. If it was that easy, no one would do that stuff.
Yeah, but I think the issue is,
and again, I would love to hear from you guys. I don't know why we're so silent tonight, but it's an interesting way to frame this. Is it about what what the women choosing bad guys? Is it a matter of there's guys? He said 95%. He said if you have your shit together, you have 2 pieces of furniture in your house, and you do the dishes, you're ahead of 95% of guys. I don't think that's anywhere near accurate. Now, I do have a couple dishes in my sink, but they never stay there for more than a couple days. And I highly doubt that just because of that I'm in the top 5% of men.
those things are so easy. That's the problem, right? If you put in front of a guy, like a fucking whole full M&Ms versus like grilled chicken and broccoli, and you do that every single day for the rest of his life, the dude's going to be, 400 pounds by the time he's 30 years old. If you put in front of a guy porn and OnlyFans, and that's all he has on the internet, and then on the other end, a girl does take work. I agree with that. Yeah. Sometimes more work than fucking women put in. Sure, I agree with that. But when that option is in front of him all his life, like, yeah, he's going to pick it. Like, I mean, again, if you want to go like the evolutionary biology route, like, we're wired for like quick fixes because it used to be really rare to find it. My sugar tastes so good for us. You don't have fucking candy bars growing off the tree, so you find it, you covet it, And it's the same thing with like porn and all this shit too. This is kind of early when I feel like it's caused a lot of these problems against blamed on like feminism or capitalism or whatever. But like,
that's really the root of the problem. Look at people benefiting off of this. You got OnlyFans girls, P stars.
The people that benefit off of porn are overwhelmingly men. Mm-hmm. You might have some girls on OnlyFans, whatever. Not only is it overwhelmingly men, nobody.
I would love to hear this because I don't think that's true at all. That the men in prawn are the ones who are cleaning up. I don't think so. Maybe not every girl who has some amateur video on Pornhub is making bank. Sure. But obviously, the if you want to commodify it, the thing that people are going to watch these videos for is not the guy. That's why most videos you see, half the time the guy's face, the guy's body is not even in it. And they try to keep it out as much. I would love to hear this. Let's see. And does anybody agree with him that men are the ones who benefit from financially from adult videos? I think that's crazy.
Mad. Nobody gets mad at the man that's making $100 million off a porn website. But as soon as it's a woman that's making the money on her OnlyFans, now everybody's got a fucking problem. That's really weird, I think.
Yeah.
No. Everybody does not have a problem. Everybody's like, you go, girl. You're strong and independent. No.
It's one guy compared to a whole economy of girls.
Yeah, that's what it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter all men because one guy is
like I'll watch people play a game called The Witcher 3. There are sex scenes in a video game on Twitch. People watch it, they laugh, it's funny, they jerk, whatever. It's whatever. People will get up and watch a girl like in a fucking bikini or whatever, and now everybody's mad as fuck. Because why? Because the woman is making her own money? Because there's like a guy like behind her like making money off it. I don't know. It's not we're mad. We're talking
about the imbalance in the sexual marketplace now. It's not like we're getting mad at these girls. So it's like, okay.
I don't know. I get a lot of anger sometimes.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to break it down, so the issue when it comes to dating a lot of the times is, Chris, the sound effect real fast.
Before he goes on with this, that Destiny was saying like, oh, you guys seem like you're just like getting so angry about it. That is not the point. And there's definitely a lot of angry dudes in this space, but I want you guys to not be one of the angry ones, not go down that black pill road, and see that while there is a lot of truth in red pill content, it only goes so far, and it's up to you to make that determination. And you have to be willing to look at this stuff with an open mind and call out the bullshit when you see it.
Yep. Okay. Women have overinflated senses of self-worth and think they're entitled to a very high value guy, even if they're themselves average or mediocre. Whereas men, a lot of the times, don't have the ambition and or aspire to go ahead and get out there and talk to girls and are scared of rejection. So it's a two-part process here where the girls think they're the shit and they deserve the best, and the guys don't understand their value. And I would argue most guys don't understand their value. Most girls inflate their value, which is why guys are able to get finessed in the first place. Think about it. We wouldn't have porn ring on OnlyFans, girls finessing dudes on sugar daddy sites, girls making money off guys charging $500 just to meet up on a date.
These girls think their cookies worth $10,000.
If guys, like, women wouldn't have like these standards and be as crazy on them and like, you got to pay me for this, whatever, if like guys understood their value.
I think men place value in the wrong parts of women.
Because you do yoga and meditate.
I feel like you would spend $10,000 on pussy, but how much would you invest into your female friend's business
or your own kid?
Why would I do that?
What do you get out of that? What do you
get out of?
Exactly. All right, they already said it. What would I get out of investing in a friend's business in a dating context? What does that have to do with anything?
You get one ejaculation out of one session.
Tell me what I get out of investing in your business.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you might get the satisfaction of seeing your friend thrive. Like, what do you really value?
Okay, hold on. We got to go back to the foundation. We tell guys never to get platonic friends with women in the first place. That's stupid.
Fucking true.
If guys weren't paying for pussy and doing this and that, we wouldn't have that mindset.
Exactly. That's why females and men can't be
You don't ever hear a girl saying, "Yeah, I paid."
So this is just the chicken and the egg conversation. Are women being changing their behavior because of how they are treated by men, or are men treating women differently because of how women are behaving? And I think if we just take an easy look at history, then it's very obvious that the catalyst for all of everything that we're talking about has to do with women's liberation and the social loosening on promiscuity for women.
But hold on, that goes back. Hold on. But you gotta understand that goes back to my argument. Remember what I said in the beginning?
What the fuck?
Women chronically overvalue themselves while men simultaneously undervalue themselves. That is why a man is paying you for sex.
I think the guys might overvalue us.
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's the whole.
Okay, I thought you said we overvalue ourselves.
Well, no. You
both.
I think the guys overvalue us, and that's what makes our habit.
Yes. But that's what I'm trying to say is that women have an overinflated sense of ego that comes from male validation, Instagram, dating sites, whatever it may be. Right? A woman just existing gets attention from men in an abundance, whereas like a man has to become the best version of himself to even potentially get a text back.
And I think that is like the key problem, because all these issues are fed into like from both sides. I agree with that.
Sure.
But then this is where I would argue, and maybe you don't do it, because like I said, everything I've heard you say sounds cool. But every time I see a red pill person talking, and I see this in tape videos when he's on like streaming sometimes and shit, right? How do you know this guy is like the real deal? Because he's got like 2 or 3 or 4 women around him that are really hot. But what's the message that you're sending to guys to see that? Like, I need more women to value me because that is where all my validation comes from.
No,
you're selling that. When you're selling, you can. What it is at the end of the day, though, you're saying that a woman's valuation is the most important thing I can possibly have. So when you're selling that message to men, instead of saying
that's not the message that's being sold.
I think that's the message.
Well, and you're
guy, you walk in.
And I think that is a great reason why Destiny is here, is that can very easily be seen, especially from this particular podcast, that is the end goal, is to just get as many girls as you can. What he doesn't understand is that, we were talking on Wednesday about how the flashy stuff is all that you see because you're not in this space. You're not actually watching the content. You're just scrolling through TikTok or Twitter or whatever, and you're seeing the flashy stuff that is meant to pull people in. And yeah, that has to do with women and cars and money and all that. But underneath that, maybe not necessarily for Fresh and Fit, but in general, in the red pill space, the idea is not that that's the end goal. The end goal is to make yourself a better man, and those things will come with it. And Destiny just doesn't see that. And I'm not sure if Myron's going to be able to do a good job here of explaining that that's not the case. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
To a place with 2 or 3 or 4 hot girls with you, everybody looks at you like you're the shit. Even if you've got fucking nothing, people are like, holy shit, this guy's got 2 or 4 girls at once.
Right, so we add value.
It's how
But that's not
physical
the end goal.
approach.
That's a result of being a successful
You can say
guy.
it, but for a lot of people watching who are virgins, that is the end goal. They
There
won't do
you go.
anything to have like
Okay, so you're the voice of virgins, but that's overall.
Oh my god.
Just like
That's an important point. The people who are typically watching this red pill content, the people who are specifically watching Fresh and Fit, specifically the people who are sending hundreds of dollars per chat to Fresh and Fit, are not the kind of guys that are, going to be able to live this lifestyle. If they were, then they wouldn't be spending their Friday nights watching them dunk on girls. They'll be out doing whatever they do. But yet, here they are.
The voice of the keeping the people virgins, because these are the guys that are like so fucking hyped up on these chicks to pay like $200 to see some pictures of fucking OnlyFans.
We're telling them to stop doing that.
Okay.
Stop
But
buying
just like you guys asked our price, you guys asked us to put a price on us, like first question.
You
So
said
that's
20,000.
because you put us on the spot to make a number of what we're worth.
Yeah, 20,000.
And we get put on the spot to pick how much
What are
we're
you
worth all the time. So it's kind of like,
Okay, put you on the spot. So
do you want me to ask how much for you for a day?
Yeah, how much?
How much
An
is
hour.
that?
Free.
To get
For a
like a
boyfriend
60-year-old.
experience.
Okay, you're asking how much would you pay for my bit?
How much are you
Yeah,
saying?
like,
How
just
much?
Oh my God, one at a time. Usually, well, from when I was watching, usually there was a dude who would be like, ladies, one at a time. I don't know why they got rid of that. I just talked about those $100 super chats. Don't worry, you'll have your time. I hope. Nah, I don't need a hope. I know it. I'm with you. I know you're with me, and I'm right there with you. We gonna get there. We gonna get there, brother.
You're asking us to put a price on it.
Free.
Okay, but what if it's like a 60-year-old woman? But it's natural. Like, how much are you charging her?
If it's a 6-year-old woman,
Yeah.
$200.
$200.
$200.
24 hours on.
She wants to
Hold
take
on,
you
real
out.
quick. Let me.
24 hours, like $300.
Hey, hold on, stop real fast. I gotta gauge just so I kind of see where we're going here. How many of you think that men and women are equal? Raise your hand if you think we're equal. Well, let's just raise your hands. Raise your hands if you think men and women are equal. Wow.
In what
You too?
I
Okay.
think
You
they're equal.
felt like London was a
Equal,
country.
equal doesn't mean the same.
I
Okay.
thought it said London.
Okay, let me clarify.
I didn't say Paris. That was her.
Let me clarify. Are men and women equal? Good clarification, because girls are going to think of it like human rights and shit. Are men and women equal when it comes to?
Yeah, because that's what those words mean. You can't blame people for misunderstanding something when you said the thing and you meant something else. Say what you mean what you say. That was not necessary for him to. Well, since the girls are going to da. Like, this is the stuff. This is the stuff that your average person, man or woman, can pick up on. That, like, you're not just here to have a conversation. You're not here in good faith. You're here to push your narrative. You're here to just make the show that you want to make, and that apparently doesn't have to do with having thoughtful conversations. It has to do with being like Jerry Springer.
Intersexual dynamics, how we deal with each other from a relationship standpoint. Are we equal? If the answer is no, raise your hand. The answer is no.
I didn't even understand the
Ladies.
question.
Right, even if you're working, I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Are men and women equal when it comes to sex and relationships? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, raise your hand. Are we equal intersexually?
Sex
So
and
so you say yes. Who else says yes? Okay, yes. That explains why they're telling you, asking how much would you charge for sex. That's why it makes sense.
Right, because that's the first question you ask us, and just like
We're
you
not the same
guys
though.
we're talking about, everyone blows up their head because we're asked like constantly over and over, oh, how much for this? How much for your feet shapes? Oh, how much for this? Like, so we constantly have to think about like our value and stuff like on a number when it really shouldn't be like that.
So you're not even taking accountability for the fact that you said $20,000?
I mean, I was put on the spot.
So it's
I
not
mean,
So Vincent says they know what he means, though. Assuming they're not stupid, men and women aren't the same. They do have to do stuff to get views, though. I understand that. I definitely understand that. But the fact is, they don't. There's not enough. There's just not enough nuance. You and I know that's what they mean. But clearly, the women and even Destiny didn't understand the question. We know where this is going because we've heard these arguments. We've heard these conversations over and over and over again. But for most of these women, this is the first time they're ever thinking about this. So if you say, are we equal? Then why would you think of anything else but like equal under the law? It's on Myron to say when it comes to the sexual marketplace, or when it comes to intersexual dynamics, or when it comes to something like that. Because what else would they think? What else would they think?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
if I don't know you, yeah.
I was gonna make fun of them earlier for women's them or whatever, but I think that's actually super true. If you have a kid and this kid starts crying, every time he cries, you give him a candy bar, he's gonna grow up to be, because he's gonna think that if he does a certain thing, he's gonna get rewarded for his whole life, right?
Right. Yeah,
Every woman
true.
in here has probably been offered free dick, probably since she was 9 or 10 years old.
Right.
Unironically, girls get propositioned as early as 9, 10, 11 years old,
Yeah.
right? So when every man is anything like that, when a woman turns 18, 19, 20, and you're like, how much do you fuck? And she's like, I don't know, $10,000. Honestly, that answer isn't even that surprising because you've been offered dick your whole life, right? There are probably people trying to rape you, like 12 years old, who are like decent, successful guys. Like, what's going on? So I'm not saying it's okay. I understand that both sides play in different ways. But I
Yeah,
can
but they're not
see
children
where
with candy bars. These are grown adults.
no, you've been trained this way your entire
So
fucking life. though.
here's okay. That's a good point. That happens just for her being a woman.
Yeah.
Now let's multiply that exponentially with the internet and social media and dating apps. It's made it where a girl, right, where she like had to go outside to get attention. Nowadays, she can just open up her phone and she has. If she's attractive, she's gonna have blue checks to interrupt. Hey, I'll fly you out here. Hey, I'll do this. Blah blah blah. So now that girl thinks I qualify for a top 1% guy. This dude that's in my area that's good enough for me. Maybe he's 5'10", 50K per year, whatever it may be. He's attractive. You know what? This NBA player hit me up. I qualify for this motherfucker. So I think that's kind of what the issue is that a lot of.
I agree that is an issue. I'm just not sure in this specific part of the conversation. I don't know what Myron is trying to, like, what point is he making with that? I agree that he's right, but what is the point? How is that a rebuttal to what Destiny is saying?
Complete, like, okay, this guy hit on me, now I deserve this guy. When in reality, he's just trying to fuck.
I think this gets into a separate area, but I think the reason why, I think there's a fundamentally different way that men and women view relationships. So I would argue that men.
See, sorry, I'll run this back. But we have, hold on, we got, so Vincent says, Vincent says, yeah, maybe they don't understand as outsiders to the community. I'm not in the whole circles. Sometimes we don't know what others don't know because it's second nature knowledge to us. Absolutely. That's a big thing that, if you're not familiar, I am a professional dog trainer. That's something that it comes up a lot when you're talking to dog owners. And they, it's simple things like just walking on a leash. You know what you want from the dog. You've seen dogs walking nicely on leashes all your life. You've seen it in movies and in TV. But I always say that exact thing. And I say, but, Sparky here or whatever hasn't seen that movie. So we need to present this idea of walking nicely on a leash in a way that Sparky can understand. Similarly, if you are talking to people who, and this isn't about comparing women to dogs, and I still hate that I have to make those kind of caveats, but just anybody, if you're talking to somebody about something that knows less about the thing than you do, then you have to make sure you are speaking on their terms, because that's what good communication is. Being like knowing things isn't communication. Sending those things that you know to other people's brains, that is communication. And so if you're not doing that appropriately, if you're not doing that effectively, that's on the person communicating the message, not the person receiving it. But I notice we've got here they got another super chat from our boy Zentience. It said, agrees with me, of course. It said, men do not overwhelmingly benefit from prawn. They are the overwhelming consumers of it. Furthermore, huge detriments include social ineptitude, ED, and egregious notions of how a relationship is rather than what it should be. I thought that was going to be a little bit better, but basically, yeah, the notion that men are the beneficiaries of this industry seems silly to me. Then says, I hate when people take analogies personally. So do I. What I hate more is when you're talking about something and you're talking about it, and you're not getting through to the person. You're trying to be that good communicator, and you're realizing that you are failing. And so you go to an analogy to try to better communicate your message. And they are trying to, jump ahead and think of what point you're trying to make to counter it before they even engage with the analogy. I'm like, well, what does that even have to do with it? That's different because, like, hold on, you don't even know what my point is yet. Let's talk about this analogy where we can understand where obviously we're having trouble, being on the same page with whatever it is we're talking about. Let's take an analogy, make it more simple, make it more extreme, whatever the case may be. And then we back up and relate how our perspective is on the analogy to the actual issue at hand and whether it is a good analogy, how close of an analogy it is, whatever. But analogies are great. I use analogies all the time.
And have one ladder that they put every woman they know on.
Oh, this is what I was talking about, this ladder thing on Wednesday. So let's back this up because I think this is a good point from Destiny.
A lot of women like, this guy's on me, now I deserve this. When in reality, I'm just trying to fuck.
I think this gets into a separate area, but I think the reason why, I think there's a fundamentally different way that men and women view relationships. So I would argue that men have one ladder that they put every woman they know on. And they would fuck almost every woman on that ladder. The deeper you go, the more you have to drink. But at the end of the day, every woman friend you have is a friend you would ultimately fuck. I firmly believe, even if they deny it, I think women have two separate ladders. So a woman has a ladder of these are guys that are good friends, and they might be really good friends. She'll never fuck these guys. And then I think this is pretty fast, like within like a meeting or two, with rare exception. They'll have like these are guys that I can date, right? But I think usually women will fucking date generally the same types of guys. Usually, not always, but generally, guys will fuck so much lower than they're willing to date. And I think this explains why guys can get stuck in the friend zone and girls can get stuck in the fuck zone. Because when a girl is fucking a guy giving him everything that he wants, in the girl's mind, she's on his second ladder. She's like a dating fucking person. As long as she keeps giving it to him, he's going to date her eventually. But the guy, he's got every single girl on that ladder. He's not thinking that. He's like, I you, I'm not going to date you. And then on the flip side of the guy, the reason why the friend zone exists is because if a girl is being really, really friendly to the guy's got one ladder. He thinks she's got one ladder. As long as I'm as good a friend as possible, eventually she's got to date me. I got to be really happy on her ladder. And I think that sorting more people into different bins that women do and the lack of sorting the guys do, I think is a big reason why the dynamics get fucked up when it's like friend zoning and fuck zoning.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Boom! Dropping bars right there. So if you didn't catch that whole thing, the basic idea was that the difference is that men, when it comes to sexual dynamics, men will have one ladder, and every girl they know is on that ladder. You know, the hottest girl you know is right on that first rung. You don't have to do anything. If she's offering, you'll take it. And the ugliest girl you know is way up there. And like he said, you're gonna have to drink more, but eventually you'll get up there and do whatever. Whereas women have two separate ladders. And if you are on the friend zone ladder, you are simply not taken into account. You are not there when she's thinking about guys that she's willing to fuck or date. On top of that, though, the men that are on the fuck or date ladder are indistinguishable from fuck or date to the woman. So just because she can fuck this one dude who's, you know, a rapper, a basketball star, a rock star, whatever, she thinks that she is, even that because he's on her fuck and date ladder, that he, or rather that she is on his ladder in a place where she would want to, where he would want to date her. Two ladders, and not realize that women have one ladder that men have, and men not realizing that women have two ladders, and women not realizing that men have one.
For sure. I mean, like women make the mistake all the time of like conflating. This guy is attracted to me and finds me sexually.
I want to. Sorry, Vincent said their methods of communication to make things easier to understand, and they ask, "What does that have to do with it?" and completely ruin the point of the analogy to help them understand the point. Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Just help you understand the point.
Rousing. He's gonna probably give me a relationship. It doesn't work that way. You know, when a guy deals with you, he's either gonna put you in a relationship around. So mistake all the time of like conflating. This guy is attracted to me and finds me sexually arousing. He's gonna probably give me a relationship. It doesn't work that way. You know, when a guy deals with you, he's either gonna put you in the recreational box, only sex, or you know what, she's not a hoe. Okay, I'll wipe this girl. It's one of the two, but like girls like don't understand that. They think all attention is good attention sometimes.
And all the
so maybe it's more accurate to say that both men and women have two ladders. But the two ladders that men have are, am I willing to fuck you and am I willing to date you? But for the women, those two are one ladder, and then the other ladder is friend zone. So women thinking that fuck and date are on the same ladder, she's thinking just because she's fucking him, she's like, oh, I'm on this fucking date ladder. When really, fuck and date are two completely separate ladders to men. I think that's a better analogy. What do you guys think? Does that make sense? Am I wrong? Let me know. Talk to me. You guys are quiet tonight.
Something about men.
And I don't like it.
And so you can't just put quarters into
Friday night.
And eventually expect that, you know,
Party.
Women, it's like you think you just fuck the guy, and he's gonna want to date you. Like it doesn't work that way either. It's the same thing on the other end, you know.
Yeah, it's pointless to be platonic friends with a girl because, like you were saying, like just invest in your girl's like your friend, female friend's business. Like, why the hell would I do that? That's retarded.
But I think it's important enough.
It's really not. What if you had a friend with a nonprofit? What's wrong with a $500 donation?
Nothing. But what does that have to do with sexual dynamics? Sure, invest in your friends if you want to invest in your friends. That has go play golf if you want to play golf. Go watch a movie if you want to watch. That's not what we're talking about.
I would invest in, even if I had a male friend and he had a nonprofit that I believed in, I would donate $500 because I believe in
good
his
for
vision.
you.
How many
if I support it.
How many have you donated to right now?
What do you say?
How many have you donated to right now?
How many nonprofits have I donated to? I donated a lot of time to one dance nonprofit. A lot of time.
A lot of time.
Stop the cap.
I didn't make any money. I taught several hours of dances with this nonprofit.
It was a dude's nonprofit?
It was a woman.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
You want us to
I'm just saying, like,
What's wrong with
that's not what I was saying. I'm
It's not
saying
an investment. It's a
my statement was I believe that men value the wrong parts of women oftentimes. Like, if all you can think about and all you care about putting a dollar on is her punani, like, that's all you're going to get.
What else you got? Most of you couldn't even name 3 countries.
That's basic geography.
No guy here cares. You want to know how much her coochie is costing before you even figure out what else you got.
You want a secret?
Crazy to me.
Most guys just want.
Again, that's a perfect. What did she say? You are asking for a price on the coochie before you see what else is there. And again, that's because they're 2 separate ladders. If you're on the fuck ladder, I don't give a shit what is there. You could be the worst person ever. If you're on my fuck ladder, I don't care.
Sex.
Yeah, that's okay.
At the end of the day, like your personality, whatever, is cool. It's great, but you just want to get laid.
No one
So
cares.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I was thinking, guys just want to get laid.
And that's fine, but I feel like that's the wrong perspective.
So you
I'm
feel
sorry.
like,
You feel like-
in this-
But I believe that's why men be ending up in the situation where they are in. Because if you invested more time and intellectual energy into figuring out this woman, you wouldn't waste your time either. You would waste your
Do not waste your time trying to figure out women or judge their intellectual, anything. If you are trying to, that's what you do with your friends. If you understand how successful relationships operate, and it's different for every relationship, but there are some underlying things that you want to have in place. And unfortunately, it just is that the women are the ones at the first line of defense, so to speak. Women decide who has sex. Men decide who are in relationships. Mackenzie says, I don't really have much to say because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck are they even discussing. It is all over the place. Yeah, I maybe should have watched this before, but I'm doing my best and trying to give some value from this shit show. I don't think I'm ever going to do a Fresh and Fit stream ever again. I hadn't. The only reason I'm doing it is because Destiny was there. And on the last one, he took them to task. If you watch the Wednesday stream that I did, he took them to task when it was just the 4 of them, with Sneeko, Destiny, and the 2 guys. That really, that was a lot more interesting. I'm just hoping for more. So stick with me. We'll make it fun. And you know how we do. Let's do it.
You're not as unique as you think you are. Like most girls do yoga, most
I'm
girls
not as
meditate,
unique
most
as
girls
I think
are
I am.
spiritual. You believe in astrology. It's not really that.
You don't know what I believe in.
You yoga, meditate. Okay, a lot
of people do yoga.
Notice how that was exactly the same interaction that I had with our boy Henry the other day. Steve goes like, you believe in this, that, and the other. She's like, you don't know anything about what I believe. That's fair.
And meditate. A lot of men do yoga and meditate as
That's the
well.
point. You're not that special.
You're who you are because of who you are. I'm who I am because of who I am. If anyone gets the privilege to get to know me intimately, they would understand why.
What is
this
really
is what it
about
is.
you? If I spend time to get to know you, to get some coochie, you want my time. I just want coochie for no time. What am I really going to find out if I spend time with you?
I guess you have to spend some time with me to
Give
figure
me
it out.
something.
What is it?
What's so unique about you?
Top two.
I just feel like that's not something I have to explain to you on this.
You
podcast.
don't. But you're saying that we need to get to you because the guys are deluded. Can you name one thing that's really special about you? If I spend time with you, what am I going to find out that I can't find from any other
The
girl?
first thing I said to you was that I'm an artist. That's just the beginning of it all. That's just the umbrella of it all. I'm an artist.
How many artists are out there? Not girls.
Everybody's an artist.
Exactly.
So how are you different?
That's what I'm saying. It's not for me to explain to you all. I don't care to explain it to you.
That's not you. If you're making this argument, it's fair that you're on the spot and you're like, I don't know, maybe the things about it's like, just us going to whatever. But if you're trying to make this argument, you have to be able to, if you say there are things that fit what you're looking for, but you can't name any of those things, then even if you're right, that's not an argument. That's just saying things. And you know how we feel about people just saying things on this channel. We do not like it. If you're going to make claims, you better back it up. It says, I saw some article trending on Twitter earlier that said, why does astrology make straight men angry so much? And all the comments are like, because it's all bullshit. Yeah. We all get judged on the time of the year that we were born. And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. 1,000% bullshit.
I'm here to promote my single benefits and all.
Here's the thing, like it goes go back to what I said. That's a perfect example of what I mean when I say girls overinflate their value. Like every girl thinks she's special and she's different. And oh my god, I'm whatever. See, you ain't gonna catch me, Fresh, Destiny, or Sneeko like we're fucking special. We're like regular niggas.
But that's even again, that's an odd same. You're not gonna catch us saying we're special. First of all, you have a whole fucking podcast talking about how awesome you are. So that's bullshit. That's cap right out the gate. I don't know why it has to be. I mean, I get it. I get that the show, again, this notion of the Jerry Springer aspect, I get that's what it is. But if you really break this down, there's not much there. And that would be a reason to just not even touch it. But the fact is, there are, this is Destiny's channel, so I don't know how many people, but even just this one thing, almost 300,000 people have seen this just on Destiny's channel. Who knows how many people have seen this in general? And then you take into account the fact, all the episodes where there's not a guy there who has these type of opinions, who's going to actually challenge Fresh and Fit on their beliefs better than some girl who's completely not prepared for this type of conversation. I don't know. I very much appreciate the red pill in general, but this is not where you want to spend your time. This is not where you want to spend your time. And I just want to continue pointing out why, because it can be fun. It can be fun, especially when you're in that red pill rage stage like Sneeko is. Dunking on women just because they're women can be attractive. But it gets old fast. It gets old fast. You need to be able to, okay, I've been red pilled, which is supposed to mean that you've learned the truth about the world. Okay. So what do you do with that? What do you do with that? How do you use that? You've got the secret. Nobody else, everybody else is operating on the blue pill. Everyone else is operating on, the idea that, pick whatever it is, that women are all sugar and spice, that men are whatever. But you've got the truth. So instead of using that to better yourself, even in the superficial ways that these red pill guys talk, and getting nice car and girls around you and getting fat stacks, like what are you doing to actually improve you? What are you actually doing to improve your experience of waking up every day? This just never gets talked about on this podcast. And it's sad that so many young men watch this and swallow it whole. Swallow it whole.
So if a guy just wants pussy or whatever, if that's all he wants and he don't care about how great you are or wants to date you or this, that, and the third, so what's wrong with asking for some money then?
No, I mean, from your standpoint, it works.
There you go.
See,
what's special about you guys? If this guy's willing to pay me to fly me out, to take to shopping, do this, that, and third, why would I pick fucking you for free when I have this guy that's willing to do this, that, and the third?
Yeah, I think that's the point. As long as you're going to say, for Fresh, if you're going to say like all guys want sex and that's what they're going to do their entire life, that's fine. But I mean, this is like the golden rule of capitalism. What is something worth? And the answer is always whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. He's willing to pay for it. If you have a situation, we just kind of accept that every guy's going to be chasing pussy forever. Well, every girl's going to have an overinflated sense of self. It's not even really overinflated. It's accurate, right? There probably are people in here that could get away with charging, $5,000 or $10,000 for some kind of outcome. Like there are people that go to other countries and pay like $500,000 for a fucking virgin, So that's not that surprising. But if we had a world where every guy wasn't fucking around all the time, wasn't obsessed with every fucking girl, wasn't throwing money at every fucking girl, maybe they wouldn't grow up thinking that like, holy shit, like I could fucking a guy I want because every guy's after my pussy. Right? Which is why I think you should push people towards that world, because then the women have to like do a little bit more. When you ask a question like, what are the top 2 interesting things about you? They'll have better answers or more answers because they haven't been chased their entire fucking life.
Preach, Destiny.
10 years old, like guys desperate to fuck.
Here's one lesson, right?
That was phenomenal. That was a phenomenal way. We were asking the chicken and egg question about, is it more about the women are acting this way so the men respond, or the men are acting this way so the women respond? And I don't think it's one or the other. There's, of course, a combination, and we're talking about large swaths of people. So it's just, we're speaking in generalities. But if there's a common thread that men treat women as, sex objects, then that's what they're going to value. The question then becomes, again, who started it? And these things were not problems before women's lib, before second wave feminism. This was not an issue. And it's not like I'm just saying that women are bad, X, Y, and that's it. It's not working for the women either. Talk to any single woman over 30 years old. Life isn't the same as for her as it was 10 years ago, and nobody prepared her for that switch that theoretically virtually happens overnight. It's almost overnight. It's within, when we're talking about this stuff, it's maybe within a couple years. The difference between being 28 and 32, depending on who you are and what you look like, can be a significant difference. And I'm not just talking about, the notion you get when you find out that she's in her 30s versus she's in her 20s. I'm talking about the person that you are. You're a different person. Sometimes better, sometimes worse, but certainly not the same.
Wish for a better world just like that, like you said earlier. I did it listically. The problem is that, like, this world we live in right now, you're not going to change it. Guys want what they want. Girls want what they want. As a result, I can wish for it, but let's be real here. It's not going to happen. Girls, whenever they grow up, they get attention all the time. So I might say, you know what? Cool. I won't do it. He might.
If I go to the most, like...
That's a stupid argument. That's a stupid argument. That I might do it, but he's doing it, so I should do it too. That's not how morals work. That's not how values work. You determine what you think is moral and correct, and you do that. There will always be criminals and immoral people. What other people are doing should have no effect on your values. If it does, you don't really have any values. You just have thoughts.
LGBT crazy community in San Francisco that I can find. And then I go to, like, the most fucking more...
Let me back that up because I don't remember what he was saying.
So I might say, cool, I won't do it. He might.
If I go to the most, like, LGBT crazy community in San Francisco that I can find, and then I can look at the most fucking Mormon or evangelical community, do you think that those people are fucking the same amount?
You don't know, actually. You don't know what they're doing. Because Mormons marry multiple people.
Sure, they might. That's marriage. I don't know if they still do that. But, like, there are communities of people that fuck more than other communities of people, right? There are urges. Like, this is part of the reason why religion was so popular for such a long time, right? It's to help people get their urges under control to some extent, right? Because when you have these guiding spiritual principles, you're not constantly trying to fuck every single person. And then every single person doesn't have a crazy over-inflated sense of self because you have a million men trying to fuck one girl constantly at every single point of life. So I guess I've seen it work in religious communities. Yeah, there's still some fucking. People aren't abstinent only for the whole life, of course. But the amount of, like, sexual promiscuity we say in those communities could be way fucking less than the amount of like San Francisco or LA or Miami or any shit like that.
Bring religion back.
I'm saying that if you're going to be a man and you're going to constantly say, it's in a man's nature to constantly choose women, that's fine. But don't be surprised when some woman is a huge fuckhead at 18 that you should charge $5,000 for a leg because she could probably get on Instagram and dream with it.
See, we're not mad at that.
Is Lil Darky still here? He was dropping tabs and shrooms, and I want to see how he's feeling.
We're just saying it's what it is.
But you should be mad. That's
why. It doesn't change anything. Why would you be mad at that?
Because unless you're going to say every community on earth is the same, but that's not true. That's why you guys talk about Western women, because you're acknowledging by saying that there are other communities of women that do have different values.
Why do you want to think that religion is oppressive now?
It doesn't matter what they think. I'm just saying that.
Let's back that up. Something I talk about so often.
Every community.
Listen to what Sneeko says and how Destiny responds. Destiny's going off right now. He's going to take a little break. Sneeko's going to say something, and Destiny is going to respond.
On earth is the same, but that's not true. That's why you guys talk about Western women, because you're acknowledging by saying that there are other communities of women that do have different values.
Western women think that religion is oppressive now.
It doesn't matter what they.
Western women think religion is oppressive now. That's because it is. But also, there are very good values that can be taken from religiosity, as long as you take them away from the actual religion. What do I talk about all the time on this channel? The semantic obfuscation of talking about God when you're not really talking about God. You talk about religion. You're not really talking about religion. You say God, but you don't mean Yahweh of the Bible. You mean this amorphous personal thing that you believe in that doesn't have anything else, which is fine. But absolutely, religion is oppressive by American standards, at least. And so Destin says it doesn't matter what they think, but I completely disagree. I think it definitely does matter what they think. And the fact that society has created religion and non-religion with no crossover of values. Again, I just want American values. If they come from the Bible and also other places, that's perfectly fine. But I'm not going to believe in a sky daddy. I'm not going to believe that someone walked on water. I cannot choose to believe things that don't make sense. But treat others how you want to be treated. I'm on board. Value the people around you. Value the community. I'm on board. Have cultural rituals that bring people together and have a common thing to celebrate. I'm all for it. But as long as you keep it within religion, you're going to gatekeep those ideas.
I'm just saying that it's possible that different groups of people can act in different ways. You guys are saying it's human nature, but we can look at different types of humans that act in different ways, right? Mm-hmm. Women in Saudi Arabia probably don't sleep around as much for whatever reason as women in California, right? Women in different countries in Eastern places.
That is a decent point, but that we can't know what Saudi Arabian women would do if they were allowed, no quotes necessary, if they were allowed to. If the cultural impact of being promiscuous was the same in America as it was in Saudi Arabia, then we could compare. But the reason women aren't promiscuous in Saudi Arabia is because of their oppressive religion. They will get stoned in the street. Not, hanging out in front of your house smoking a joint. I mean, they will take you out in the street and throw stones at you until you die. So yeah, I would imagine that promiscuity is not really as much of a thing in Saudi Arabia. But that does not say anything about the mentality of the women and what they want and what they don't want. It doesn't say that he's wrong or right. It just doesn't say anything.
Asian places, even Africans, aren't sleeping around as much as women in some of the most fucking liberal cities.
We live now.
We live in the West.
Exactly.
The West has changed. It's continuing to change. And you guys are thought leaders. You guys are thought leaders. THOUGH.
We report the news.
That was funny. You guys said you guys are thought leaders. Like thought leaders, not like thought. That was funny.
No, people follow you guys. They listen to you guys.
We have a small majority of influence. We're just saying, we're living in a world where guys want pussy, right? And girls want, at least for some level, how about this? They want something for their pussy as well. So in that respect, when they grow up, they're taught, well, damn, I'm pretty, I'm hot, I get whatever I want. And guys, you know what? Damn, some of them, you know what? Rather than go to talk about learning how girls work, I'll pay for it. And in that sense, I get it. We're just saying, look, if you know your body a man, cool, good choice to make. You get for it or you don't. But we're not mad because we know how girls operate, how men operate. So I'm just saying in a nutshell, the world is how it is. We're just saying, you know what? Learn the truth, and you choose what you want to do with it.
That's fair. If that was the case. But then when this lady over here is like, oh, I think if a guy got to know me, whatever, all of a sudden it's like, no, you're shit, you're bullshit, you don't have anything, you can't do anything, blah, 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 blah.
Not exactly name something that you could have named.
Well, no, but I mean, there's clearly an aggressiveness behind it. Like,
that's what I was calling out. He said there's clearly an aggressiveness behind it. People can tell. People can tell. And the red pill simps, and yes, they are simps. If you're going to make fun of dudes who give money to women just because, then tell me how giving money to dudes for saying the same shit every goddamn day is any different. So yes, they are simps to these men, and they just want to pretend that doesn't exist. But if you're not already locked in, you can, as he said, there's clearly an aggressiveness behind what you're saying.
Refuse to. Okay.
I just refuse to.
She refuses to.
So how would she be different from her?
I don't know either.
I can listen.
You really think that there's really that much of a
But why does it matter?
No.
But why would it matter?
It does matter a lot.
I want to hear
actually.
different from her.
Well, the biggest difference is we don't get really mad about it stands on the N-word, and the other one probably wouldn't get I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. No.
Guys, real quick, I would love if you could like the video if you haven't done already. I'm trying to get the video in the algorithm. We are trying to make this party rocking. So make sure you hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you doing?
What I'm saying is that I know you guys have gotten emails from people who have probably said, like, I started working out, I started investing in real estate, I started doing these things. So, and on one end, you can, I don't want to say pretend, but like you can say, I'm just describing the world as is. That's something you can say. But there are also people that listen to you that try to like live your life based on the things you say as well, I think. So insofar as people are going to listen to you for that, you can like nudge them in one direction. You're not going to change the whole world, but you can be like a part of it change.
That's another point of, again, the red pill in general, but specifically I'm talking about Fresh and Fit. There's others that I don't know of, but the people who are pushing this narrative and not trying to, let's just say, trying to be more entertaining than they are educational. They don't want to acknowledge the level of influence that they have. You know, Myron and Fresh might understand, you know, the nuances of what they're saying. And they may understand that, like, okay, they say these things and it follows to a certain extent, but it doesn't apply to, you know, whatever the nuances are. But again, the 17-year-old virgin dude who's watching this, who's been denied by every girl he's ever gone up to, doesn't understand that. And they don't take the time to discuss these nuances. And that's how these guys that follow them get so far down the wrong road. It's no bueno.
Like religious? What are you trying to say?
Nudge them into a place where like the primary value of women isn't like if you can fuck them how young they are.
I think the problem is how y'all ask. What do you bring to the table? It's quite aggressive. It's kind of I think it's quite condemning in the way that you say it, as if you already know that this girl in front of you that you're trying to fuck doesn't bring anything to the table.
Like, what do you guys?
No, I'm not going to agree with that. Simply asking what do you bring to the table is a perfectly legitimate question. The fact that you are a woman is not enough for me to want to spend my time, money, and energy with you. Enough for me to spend enough time and energy to fuck you. But if you want more than that, then you have to bring something to the table.
I want to know their dollar.
What do you guys bring to the table other than dick? I want to know. What would you bring to the table other than dick?
Money, status, protection. Like, what do you mean? You only fuck guys that not only look good, but have money and are able to protect you. And are wanted by other women.
Well, the same thing that you asked for. You want to go go-karting, you want experience, you want time, you want to food out. Yeah, that's
what can you do for me that I can't do for myself?
Entertain you.
What you say?
Conversation.
I can definitely talk to somebody.
Take you to places, provide security, make you feel safe, hold your hand, watch a movie with you.
Let me just end this I'll end this right.
See, that's where Sneeko is. That's not. If you are trying to push this narrative, the answer to, okay, well, what do you bring to the table? Cannot be the same things that she brings to the table. Because the whole point is that the women need to bring X to the table and men need to bring Z to the table. And so if you're saying entertain you, have conversations with you, go watch movies with you, hold your hand, those are all things that women also do for men in relationships. But Myron gave us the rewind sound effect, so let's see what he's got for us.
Now, this is very simple. When girls say this dumbass question, what do you bring to the table? The difference is this. Men must bring value to the table. Otherwise, you're not going to fuck with them in the first place. Man bringing value is mandatory. Woman bringing value is elective. That's what it is. That's why girls have the dumbass privilege of saying, I'm just going to show up and be pretty. You got to plan a date. You got to plan a date. You got to pay, etc. You as a guy have to perform from the beginning. For a girl, she performs later on if she wants to keep you, but the man has to come to the table of value. Only people that are loved unconditionally are children and women and dogs. Men are only loved under the condition that they provide value, and that's what Rock said back in the 90s. Men are measured on what they create and what they bring to the table. That's why women look so hard at what does this guy do for work? What does this guy do for a living? When a woman meets a man, she wants to know what's his title. When a man meets a woman, it's like, is she attractive? So women don't really have to bring anything to the table, to be honest.
Your overall point is that we should look for like more character and personality in a woman rather than trying to get like easy pussy.
My point is that what you look for is what you're putting out into the world. So if you always
pay attention to this, because I don't 100% agree that that each individual man has the type of influence that Destiny is about to talk about. I remember seeing a clip of this. But I want to know what you guys think about this point. So let's back it up just a second.
Your whole point is that we should look for like more character and personality in a woman rather than trying to get like easy pussy.
All right. So what do you guys think about this?
No, my point is that what you look for is what you're putting out into the world. So,
what you look for is what you're putting out into the world.
And so if you're always looking for a woman who's just young and hot, those are the kind of women that you're like pushing people to becoming. But if you're looking, and then when people say things like, "Do you want like a partner? Do you want to invest in a business?" and you scoff at that, you're like, "Oh, whatever," right? And you can't be surprised. Our culture is like, "Well, what does a woman bring to the table?" Well, young and pretty. That's it. Because that's all you're saying exists. That's all you kind of. It sounds like we want to exist. Like, even earlier when you describe like a woman like accomplishing or achieving or doing more, like you describe it as masculine and unattractive. So like by default, you're saying you're supposed to only be looking for women that are going to be 24 years old, saying, "I want $10,000."
Well, that's it. That was a key distinction.
That is just really poignant. That if you're saying that you want this type of woman and you're broadcasting this message and other guys are taking this in, then what's in demand, the type of woman that's in demand, you say you got to get on the first date and you got to that's how they're going to react. That doesn't mean that it doesn't go the other way as well. That if you're going to just give it away for free, then why should we do anything beyond that? But there absolutely is an aspect of putting out into the world what you seek.
Yeah. Like her thing where she said, my guy friend invested in my business. So like, I look at it like this. Like if I were to tell her, not you particularly, but if I was to tell a woman in general, come over to my place, I'm going to jizz on your face and you got to leave right after. Most women would have a point issue with that because they're not going to benefit from showing up. Like they're getting nutted on, they're not even getting fucked, and then they kind of feel used. Right. That's how men feel when they invest into a female friend into her, because not only is she getting monetary compensation to some degree to fulfill her dream, but you're giving time, attention, whatever it may be. And girls don't understand this. They're like, when you friends on.
That's super facts. Women have such a blind spot when it comes to what the average guy puts into just getting her attention. If you're not in that top 1%, 10%, the amount of effort that goes into just being noticed is a lot. And that's okay. That's fine. That's, the burden of being a man. Sure. But if you don't understand that, then it's no wonder why you think so lowly of men, because the only men that you see are the ones who have accomplished this, but you take it for granted. And again, this to bring it back to the dog training, it doesn't matter what you want your dog to do. If you want them to stop barking and barking at you and jumping on you and everything, it doesn't matter how much you want the dog to stop doing that. If you continue to reinforce that behavior by giving the dog attention, even if it's negative attention, because the behavior is attention seeking, then if it is successful, then why would they stop doing it? We have to take account for our own behavior. Again, I am not saying that women don't do anything wrong. Not at all. I'm just saying we have to take accountability for our side of it.
A guy, that's equivalent to a guy like just using you for sex and kicking you out. So my thing is, I tell guys, don't befriend females platonically, because as a man, when you hang out with a girl, she's getting inherent value. She's getting that masculine energy. She's getting a stable, emotionally stable person. She's getting some guidance. She's getting masculine leadership.
Who here thinks that? Okay, so do you think that men and women can be platonic friends? Give me a Y or an N. Yes or no? Do you think men and women can be platonic friends?
Got that from a woman though.
Okay, here's the thing.
I'll do this.
The things that men look for in women typically are attached to sexuality. That's what guys want. Like any guy that's hanging out with you and calls you a friend, he wants to fuck you just as hiding his dick in his scared to admit it.
I gotta ask, I'm curious.
Sure.
For a girlfriend that you have, not right now, whatever, in general, if you have a girlfriend, if you remove the sex, are you getting anything from her?
Like a woman that I'm thinking, like,
let's say that you have your girlfriend, we just take sex and take the first again. Not that she's like with one, but she take it off. And she's not like taking care of a household or like kids or anything. Does she provide any value to you like a man could?
If she's a woman that I'm like I'm hanging out with, yeah, she would not be my girlfriend unless she provided value outside of sex. Actually, as a matter of fact, that's the only way I would have a girl around is that she provides value outside sex.
Hold on, one at a time.
Hold on, whoa. Hold on. But here's the thing: that value can be provided. However, the foundation has got to be sexual from the beginning. Because here's the thing: women only respect and do things for men that they fuck.
Yeah,
that's the reality. She's gonna be the most loyal to the guy she has sex. So it's not even necessarily a sexual thing; it's a submission and power thing. Not to make it sound terrible, but girls. Women are valuable creatures. No offense, ladies. Women want a strong man that they can follow. So the guy that she's fucking is the guy that's going to influence her the most in her life.
Yeah, you know? Let's say I agree with that. How do I express it away earlier? Let's say that a guy is a friend with a woman. Okay. She's married. So isn't there no risk of her providing value to that other guy friend because he said she can only love one man at a time? Or is she not even capable of forming friendships with guys? Because I think a woman who's married to a man can still.
Hold on, I need to hear that again. I missed the question. Let's
most in her life. Yeah. You know?
Right. So I want to hear so I put the poll up, hit the yes or no on the poll, but I just want to double check what this scenario that Destiny is giving to us. So again, guys, it's okay to be like, oh, what happened? I missed that. Just be honest. I didn't know what happened. We're gonna back it up. Everything's gonna be great. I don't have to act like I know everything.
And let's say I agree with that. Yeah, but how do I square that away earlier? Let's say that say a guy.
Okay, so
is a platonic friend.
A guy is a platonic friend.
She's married.
So a guy's a platonic friend with a married woman.
Is there no risk of her providing value to that other guy friend because you said she can only love one man at a time? Or is she not even capable of forming friendships with guys? Because I think a woman who's married to a man can.
So I would say, so the question is, if she's married, you as a man, can you, Destiny is asking, can you get any value from her if she's married? Because she's not going to have sex with you. So is there other things that you can get from a friendship, a platonic friendship? And I mean, he kind of says, because I think a woman who's married to a man can still but let's see what Myron's answer is.
Friends on other guys or have friends. So you can get rid of your value. Like you get like the friends that like guys and girls are dating other, but then they like have friends that are also dating other people. So there's only that risk for the woman. You couldn't have anything, or is there anything when you're on your?
I mean, the thing is, you're never gonna get a girl's best unless she's dealing with you sexually.
Yeah, but you don't need her best. You don't need somebody's best. Like that's like saying like you like best friend. No, want to do.
No. I mean, like she's got to serve you. A woman's only gonna serve a man that she respects and having sex with. Like that's where a woman's like biggest value comes from. Her service.
But I'm just asking, like, just being a friend. Not like you don't think you could be.
I think Destiny is underplaying the notion that even I don't know who it was, but one of the women on the panel agreed that the notion of a woman being willing to have sex with a man is a level of acceptance of the gestalt of who this man is. And it may be, that he's broke, but he's hot, or he's ugly, but he's got money. And whichever way it plays out, it feels a certain level of competence, let's say. But I don't think that it works the other way around. And so that's why sex can be used as a gauge for men, whereas with women, you can have sex with anybody, so that doesn't mean anything.
Friend with a girl that's in a relationship and she's looking at another guy, you might be like, there's no value you can get from there.
Very, very little, like unless it's like maybe a professional relationship or something like that. But most of the time, as a guy, right, when you deal with a woman in a platonic sense, you're taking the L, she's getting the benefit. And think about it, like there's a reason why women strategically keep guys in the friend zone, because a lot of times women are smart enough to understand, okay, if I give this guy the inkling he can fuck, I'm going to compartmentalize his value. Maybe this guy's a mechanic. Yo, I need you to fix my car. Maybe this guy's a plumber. Hey, can you help me with this? Girls have dudes say the same thing for what they lied. And they don't fuck them a lot of times. Men don't operate like that a lot of times. You're not gonna men don't slice value from women to the same level that women slice value from men. So what I say is knowing how guys operate, because men know they have to bring value to the table when they deal with a woman, and they're gonna do it gladly if the girl is attractive. I tell guys, don't put yourself in that compromising position from the jump and get friends on by a girl, because you best believe she's gonna manipulate you and get some shit out of you while you don't get anything back.
So Vincent says, I think I assuming you're talking about Destiny, I think he's as delusional as the women on the panel when it comes to this topic. I gotta disagree, man. I think he's on point. I think there are definitely blind spots that he has, but the way that he's asking these questions, he's definitely engaging, he's understanding, but he has legitimate points that at least question. Don't necessarily poke holes in the narrative that Fresh and Fit are putting forward, but these are good questions. These are good questions, and this is why I wanted to do this, because he is, you know, in a similar line of thinking to these women, sure, but he's still a man, and a very logical, articulate, intelligent man at that. He does debates, so he knows how to hone in on, okay, what is the point here, and how do I test that? And okay, so if you make this claim, then what about if we change that, and if we use this analogy, you know, stuff like that. I think he's on point. I don't agree with everything that he's saying, and a decent amount of the things that he's saying that I don't agree with are being refuted, but he's still making some good points. He's making some good points. And if you can't see that, you might be too far down the rabbit hole. He's making some good points.
Curious then, this is super hypothetical. In an ideal world, do you think it'd be good if men and women could be friends with each other? There was value there.
In an ideal world,
yes.
It would be fantastic. But unfortunately, like we encourage women to finesse men. We encourage women to like, hey, get what you need out of these motherfuckers, whatever it may be. And a lot of guys are too stupid to understand their utility and their value, and they let girls finesse them. So ideally, yes, but the world sucks, yo.
You're telling us to operate in this.
So Vincent said, I definitely agree with what he's that he's doing, and I definitely think he's doing a good job of being engaging and asking questions, but I don't agree with his point, and that's fair. But that's very different from being delusional. That's very different from being delusional. Not everybody who thinks different things than you is delusional. A lot of these women are, but that doesn't inherently mean that they're delusional. That is the grand point here. That people can think different things and still be correct. And we, as just individuals, and especially as men, need to ourselves engage with both sides of what's being talked about to determine, where do we fall? Are you closer to Destiny, or are you closer to Fresh and Fit? And depending on the question, you might want to be as far away from Fresh and Fit on the topic as possible. I've said it many times. I think they are the barrel bottom of the red pill community. Because they're in the red pill community and they talk about red pill stuff, they say some undeniably true things. But it's not anything that you're not going to get from a Rich Cooper or a Rolo or anybody else in the space.
Idealistic world and saying that we should be mad at this reality, but to operate in the world that's in front of us. So these girls, it's kind of the same thing, and you can't expect them to provide anything else.
You operate in the world that's in front of you, but you're always building towards a different type of world tomorrow. That's kind of my point. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like girls don't act a certain way or boys don't act a certain way.
See, notice how every time he says something, all the girls are like, yeah. And it's not just because he's saying what they like. It's because he's better at talking. And they're thinking the same thing. But he knows, again, how to articulate it. We have to be fair to that. If somebody is making a good point, we're the ones at a loss if we're not going to give them credit there.
Obviously, though, that would be undeniable to say that, like, girls can friends on the front of the guys. It's really hard for men and women to be friends with each other. These are obviously true things.
This is really dark. No, continue pointing that out. Then I'll respond to.
I mean, like the reality is that people with large audiences, like the things you say,
we don't have the power to change the culture.
Absolutely,
no, we don't. We have the power to operate correctly in it, but we can't change 300 million people in this country.
So again, a yes or a no? Do you think between Destiny, Sneeko, and Fresh and Fit that they can have maybe not completely change the culture, but do you think those four people, as the level of influencers that they are right now, can have an effect, a measurable effect on society? Yes, they can make that big of a change, or no, they can't make that big of a change.
can't change 300 people, but you probably changed 300 people.
No, the only power we have is not telling people to operate correctly because we live in this lie world.
No,
we live in a delusion
you
world.
can move people. There are people that have changed the course of their lives because they've watched you. Guaranteed, 100%. And I know everyone here, all three of you guys. I know you guys.
Well, here's the thing. In an ideal world, that'd be fantastic. But you know what the problem is? And it's really the elephant in the room that no one talks about.
Oh shit.
We live, as you mentioned, in other parts of the world. Well, the girls don't operate this way in other parts of the world. Think about it. Why?
Oh my God, Destiny's hilarious. He's like, oh shit, when he realizes that he's making a good point. This is why I like to watch this stuff. The stuff that I bring to you guys, not this particular podcast, but the stuff that I bring to you guys, there's more than meets the eye. And I want to be able to share what I see with you guys and see if you agree. Little things like that. Destiny's starting to feel himself and realize, okay, maybe these guys have some good talking points. But overall, they're kind of full of shit. It's like, oh shit.
Ideal world, that would be fantastic. But you know what the problem is? And it's really the elephant in the room that no one talks about.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
We live.
That's such a sarcastic oh shit. You're laying it down now, ain't you?
As you mentioned, in other parts of the world. Well, the girls don't operate this way in other parts of the world. Think about it. Why? I'll tell you why. In the West, the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, etc., we live in what I call a deregulated dating marketplace. And when I say a deregulated marketplace, that means the girls pretty much are the selectors. So since women were the selectors, you don't really have a father figure in there a lot of the times to pick the best guy. Well, if you leave a woman to her own devices, who's just gonna pick? The best, tallest, good-looking, richest motherfuckers. Those guys end up hooking up with all the girls. So all the girls are chasing this small minority men, and they're leaving masses out. All these nice guys, all these guys that are faithful, all these guys that could potentially provide a good family, they're invisible.
So Mackenzie says that she agrees with Vincent. So just a reminder, Vincent said that I definitely think he's doing a good job at being engaging and asking questions, but I don't agree with his point. And Mackenzie agrees and says the questions he postures seem extremely surface level and in no way attempting to actually dig deeper into the issues. I don't disagree, Mackenzie, but I feel as if the reason those are the questions, because I don't know how familiar you guys are with Destiny in general. He again, agree or disagree. He's a deep thinker and he can articulate his thoughts and support any position that he has. Whether you agree is another thing. But I think the reason that the questions are seeming surface level has to do with the depth of the fresh and fit message in the first place. If they're pushing a superficial message, how deep can you really get in refuting it? Everything that they're saying, again, to a room of drunk girls in Miami who are just there because they want to shout out their Instagram. Yeah, maybe Fresh and Fit can spit bars and lay a smack down and all that. But you get somebody in who was oh, okay, yeah. So Vincent was saying that Destiny, and again, Vincent, correct me if I'm wrong, but Vincent, I think you were saying that the question that Destiny was asking were surface level. And again, I don't disagree, but I think the reasoning is because of the depth of the Fresh and Fit content. And so it seems like me and Mackenzie are on the same wavelength there. So Vincent says, I think Destiny is pandering to the girls and articulating better than Fresh and Fit. Fair. That's fair. I'm not familiar with Destiny. He definitely asks questions well. Also, a goldfish could articulate better than Fresh. You're not going to get an argument from me there. So maybe we'll dive a little deeper into some debates that Destiny does, because as a leftist, I definitely don't agree with his politics most of the time. But he is the most base leftist I've ever seen. He's just the same reason I like the other people I like in the context of politics. It's not because they say the things that I want them to say. It's because they think about things in a way that I haven't thought about, and they present the issues that we're all thinking about in a way that that nobody else has. And so at that point, then I can grapple with that and say, okay, I agree or I disagree. But it's still a new idea. And that is valuable. Vincent clarifies, no, I didn't say surface level. He forms questions well. Yeah, you were saying, so you said you don't agree with his point, which is fair. And then you said articulating better information. So yeah, I think we're essentially all on the same page, except for the fact that you are not. If this is all you're seeing of Destiny, I completely understand where that perspective comes from. But this is so outside of his wheelhouse that the fact that he's doing well is just a testament to how good at debate, discussion, whatever it is, that Destiny actually is. So I'm gonna we'll in the future we'll do some more stuff with Destiny, not just because of anything except for the fact that I like to be able to not only show you guys but personally engage with things that I don't necessarily agree with. But again, they're new and novel ideas. So it makes me sit back and say, I haven't thought about that before. What do I think about that? Do I agree with that? Do I disagree with it? Do I think it's stupid? That process is something that so few people are able to do because everybody has the same goddamn take that they heard from, mainstream media news, what they got, which goes to Twitter, and then everybody's quote tweeting. It's all the same shit. So when you have somebody who has fresh ideas, whether you agree with them or not, it's refreshing.
That's the women. So true. Idealistically, but this is why religion was so important, because religion and shame put women in a situation where it's like, okay, I can't run around throwing my pussy out and making money for sex and getting flued out because it's going to be embarrassing and I'm going to be disowned.
So why can't we still have social enforcement of that shame without having to believe in the religion? Listen to it again. He said, this is why we need religion. No, this is why we need enforced monogamy. And enforced monogamy does not mean forcing people to be monogamous. It means that the social norm is that you are monogamous. Let's listen again to how Myron obfuscates the religious aspect from the values themselves.
This is why religion was so important, because religion and shame put women in a situation where it's like, okay, I can't run around throwing my pussy out and taking money for sex and getting flued out because it's going to be embarrassing and I'm going to be disowned. So
it's not the religion itself. It's the values. And if we can extract those values from one religion, every religion, doesn't matter, then we are no longer gatekeeping moral questions, moral conclusions to say this is right, this is wrong. Shouldn't need a God. It shouldn't need anything that breaks the laws of physics. It shouldn't need anything supernatural. You should just be able to understand this is what's best for us as a society. So let's do that. I have no idea what that means.
I need to find a good Christian man, good Muslim man, good Mormon man, whatever it may be, to get a relationship with. But since we live in a deregulated dating marketplace, well, it's all about having fun and living life and hot girl summer. You know what I'm saying? So women have made it this way because there's no fathers in check and no religion.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Just every problem is two sides. You say the women have made it this way, but the men have too by chasing so hard. And I understand.
But men adapt to get sex, though. Some started it, and then men followed to get sex.
I understand this would be ideal.
I want to make it clear that I do, at the end of the day, if you really have to say, okay, who was, I think it's, it goes both ways. There's men doing things that don't behoove society. There's women that are doing things that don't behoove society. At the end of the day, I think when it comes to the sexual dynamics and how we look at what is proper behavior for men and women, in that type of, when dating, that these guys focus too heavily on what the women do. And not everybody in the red pill space does that. Kevin Samuels focused on the women, but he was doing something very different than what we're watching. He was giving women a real wake-up call, a real way to recontextualize how they think about men and dating. These guys are just trying to get more super chats from their simps. And they do it by just repeating the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. But you get Destiny in there, and things are a little bit different. And says, wait a minute. I've been saying it wrong this entire time. I've been saying flown out. But Myron said flued out. Oh, yeah. You got to get flued out. Like, flown is grammatically correct. But it's funnier to say she got flued out. Mackenzie says, yeah, any religion-based argument falls flat with me. Woo! Yeah, Mackenzie. I'm keeping that on the screen. That's what I like to hear. Even as I say that, though, think about all the past streams that we've done talking about these values. And this is exactly my point. I did a stream called God is Why the Right Always Loses in Politics. And this is why. Because God is not a thing that you can use for worldly opinions. You can believe it in your own private time and do whatever the fuck you want. But certainly when it comes to legislation. But culturally, there's a lot of people like Mackenzie and myself where if you're basing your religion if you're basing your argument on religion, that's the end of the road. I don't believe in your religion. What if I believe in a different religion? This is why we need to talk about American values. American values.
Listen, it can't happen. But if you made a world, if we head to the West of the United States right now, that every man cut down on all of his promiscuity by 95%, the dating markets would adjust immediately. If every single woman did, I think it would. Because right now the difference is that if I open a Tinder account, I can swipe all night and get 10 matches, and every girl at this table can get over 1,000 in 2 or 3 hours, guaranteed. Yeah. But that's because every single man, that's because you'll get top 1% men that will fuck down to 20th percentile women. Every guy in the top 10% will fuck almost every girl they could get their fucking hands on. And when you have like these distorted markets where there's 100 guys chasing every single girl, then again, I think that kind of leads to, whereas if guys could just fucking chill, if they weren't chasing every fucking girl, and girls
that's
like,
just hardwired biology.
I don't think it's but it's not hardwired because he said it right there. There are ways to culturally regulate it. Now, some people use religion. Other people might use all boys high schools.
But that's what I'm saying. The West is going.
There's no more religion in the West.
The West is going. That's what I'm trying to say.
There are ways to culturally.
What did he just say? Did Sneeko just say you can't bring God back? I agree. So let's stop talking about God and let's talk about the values that actually matter to all of us as Americans.
It's possible. I'm not saying
how.
He mentioned religion. He mentioned regulated markets. He might be right.
It's possible, but not probable. Possible, but not probable.
As a creator, how would you change it yourself?
Sure. I mean, like when we talk about like dating and relationships, like I tell people to look for something more than most fucking somebody. Because as long as the thing that you're fixated on is just getting pussy, if you're going to do that, you're competing to the same dating markets that you fucking.
Would you agree that that's the foundation, though? If you don't find attractive, what's the point?
If that can be part of it. I'm not saying to go after ugly fucking people, but there's a difference between finding every.
I love how Dustin's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say ugly fucking people. Listen to that again. Oh my god. This is why I like breaking this stuff down, not the superficial aspect of the content.
You're contributing to the same market you fucking.
Listen to the level of disdain Destiny has.
Yeah, that's the foundation, though. If you don't find attractive, what's the point?
If that can be part of it. I'm not saying go after ugly fucking people, but there's a difference between finding every single girl attractive and opening your wallet. That's not the main part of it. That's not the main part of building a relationship.
It trickles down from attraction.
It starts with that.
It starts with chemistry in real life. Absolutely.
Am I attracted to you?
If I see you for the first time and you're hot, I want to get to know you. If I see you, I don't care who you are, whatever. I'm not talking to you.
You've never been with a girl that she looks hot and we start talking like it's fine.
Yes, but the point is, I'm giving her a chance. I'm not giving her a chance.
In terms of like giving somebody a chance, we're not talking about like I'm only talking 9s and 10s for 90% of guys. Right? As long as you're not like your arms not fucking falling off, you're not hideous. I think most guys would give most girls a shot.
No, that's
Yup.
But that's remember earlier you said if 95% of guys like weren't promiscuous, like it would fix things. I would argue it really wouldn't because the girls don't even see most guys anyway. Like the top percentage are always gonna fuck.
That's where I agree with Myron, is that 95% of guys already are not fucking around with women like that. We're just talking on Wednesday about the stat of 1/3 of all adult men are either virgins or have not had sex in the last year. That's already 1/3. And so if you had sex once in the last year, you're already going outside that. So the number of adult males getting regular sex is so low that theoretically, if it was the case that all men were acting like these top 10%er Chad guys and just banging out chicks left and right, yes, then men would be more in charge of how things go. But because it's a very small number of guys and not all women, but by and large, most women behave in this way. It's not something that the 95% of guys can do because 95% of guys are not in the equation to begin with. Fact. I've been tired. Fresh was the first thing, and I was like, do I really need to be watching this? Is this making me dumber? And it was.
The majority of the girls.
Well, that's because they're trying to fuck the majority of the girls. That's the issue. And the majority of girls know that. I think that's the problem.
But they're chasing those guys too.
No.
They don't have to chase. Those guys will come to them. They don't have to chase it hard.
But that's what I'm trying to say. When it's a deregulated dating marketplace, right? Like,
that's what I'm saying, regulated in the YouTube comment section.
Yeah, well, we don't have the influence to regulate it in the United States. We can't, bro.
You got 20,000 people listening.
Man, we're not going to change it, bro. Girls are going to be girls. Girls are going to pick the best guys. Like, all we can do is teach the guys how to deal with this deregulated sexual marketplace.
We interview girls almost every night, right?
I think the more accurate thing to say would be that by having the show, for Destiny to tell them that by having the show that you have, you are not helping the situation. You may be helping individual men to a certain extent. But facts. But unlike people like Kevin Samuels, Rich Cooper, Roland Tomasi, these other red pill guys, even Alexander Grace is a smaller red pill creator. These guys are not looking for the lifestyle. They're looking to disseminate the information that men need not to get swindled. And with that information, use it to find real relationships that matter. And I just don't feel like that's the goal of this podcast, Fresh and Fit, at all, in any way. I mean, am I wrong about that? I don't know. You guys tell me.
Hey, you know what happens? They tell us how they feel, what they're about. Some of the cap, of course. You know what happens? They leave here. They go do the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're just saying, look.
What the fuck did he just say? I mean, we're going to listen to it again, but I don't know if we're going to get any more understanding.
We're going to connect it, bro. Girls are going to be girls. Girls are going to pick the best guys. Like, all we can do is teach the guys how to deal with this deregulated sexual marketplace.
We interview girls almost every night, right? You know what happens? They tell us how they feel, what they're about. Some of the capitals, of course. You know what happens? They leave here. They go to the same thing.
Some of the capitals, of course? What?
Mm-hmm. We're just saying, look, the world's the world. We understand girls aren't going to change. Good and bad. Guys want what they want. Girls want what they want. We're just saying, look, understand the truth, and you decide what you want to do with it. That's all we're saying. That's all we can do.
That's literally what Myron just said, but in 1/3 of the words. I'm keeping this up because I hate the fact that Fresh is a part of this. I don't how he must be the money guy. He must be the money guy. There's no other reason that somebody like Myron, as good or bad as you feel he is, he's much more competent in this space, having a red pill podcast, than Fresh. Fresh must be, he's doing something that makes him, not expendable.
That's not what you can do, but I understand your point of view.
All right.
So would you rather have a girl that's
again?
easy,
Shout out, thank you, Destiny.
or that gives you a bit of a challenge? I feel like
sorry, I didn't mean to.
And you decide what you want to do with it. That's all we're do.
I think from what I remember, when I was watching this show, I think what's his name, the super chat guy, the guy behind the computer, I think he's the guy that deals with all the girls. Oh, that's right. With the Fresh and Fit, we're on Flagrant, the Andrew Schultz podcast, and I saw a clip of Andrew on another podcast talking about how, like, yo, He was like, I was telling Fresh and Fit, we shouldn't put this out. It's going to make you look bad. And da-da-da-da. And they said, no, put it out. And it made them look bad. It made them look terrible. Yeah, Vincent Fresh is like a beta intern that occasionally chimes in. No argument here.
You can do, but I understand you're a fan.
All right.
So would you rather have a girl that's easy or that gives you a bit of a challenge? I feel like when a girl like makes it that way,
it's like easy like Sunday morning,
and challenges him, you guys like that more. You chase it more.
It's not worth it. I mean, here's the thing. Like, here's the thing.
Look at her. Was it worth it?
Guys that are good with girls know that, like, if a girl's trying to like leverage sex against you, more than likely she doesn't like you that much, because there's guys that you didn't make wait. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So you're making me pay full price for something that you give away for free. It's kind of disrespectful for guys that understand women. So, and you know what guys you can do that with and which guys you can't do it with. You're with a guy that's the shit, and you go in there and say, "Oh no, baby, it's gonna be 500." You go, "Look at you like you're crazy. I'll kick you the fuck out." No chick is gonna go to Future and be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna fuck." You're just gonna kick her out. You're just gonna kick her out.
But I'm asking you personally, what do you like? Do you like a girl that just gives it to you, or you like a little bit of a challenge? Do you like the chase?
I like the chase.
Well, I feel like all guys like
here's the thing.
Honestly.
So, like for me, I have the sex to get that shit out the way, and then I see what value she can try after that. That's gonna say if I fuck around with her after that.
I feel like 90% of guys, whether the pussy is great, after they fuck, it's like they pretty much got what they wanted.
Well,
what do you guys think? Do you prefer do you prefer the chase? Do you think that there should be some level of chase, but some girls go too far with it, and so like if she just gives it up, that's not attractive to you, so you want some kind of something, but like I'm not waiting 6 months to like, if you're I'm sorry, no. But if you're playing a little hard to get, and you're like, oh, I think you're gonna take me out on the typical 3 dates. All right, fair enough. What do you guys think? Mackenzie says, agreed. It's disingenuous. Fresh Fit is only offering a bunch of what ifs and a bunch of generic generalizations that add nothing of real value or substance to the conversation. Yet somehow they are like they're in like the top 10 super chatted shows on YouTube. And it's because of the same reason that Jerry Springer was popular. And that's fine. If you like Jerry Springer, just understand that you are watching Jerry Springer. And if you're watching Fresh and Fit, without me, because I'm adding value here. But if you're just watching it to watch it, don't.
What happens when but here's the thing: if you're dealing with tricks, or you're dealing with
not
guys,
even just tricks, guys in general. Like once they get the pussy, it's like, all right, competition over.
I think it's like,
that is bullshit. That is bullshit. The guys that you deal with operate that way. Goddamn right, Vincent. I know I am not alone in being more of a romantic, the hopeless romantic. I like being in a relationship. I like being, I like showing affection. I like that stuff. And there's a lot of guys who are like that. There's a lot of guys who aren't like that. But the guys who aren't like that are more likely to be those the guys who have, the DMs flowing from women. And so she has this idea that, oh, guys do this, guys do that, guys do that. No, the guys that you go after do that. The guys that you go after treat you like X, Y, and Z. That's not all guys. You're not even looking at 80%. 80% of men are invisible to you in a sexual context. So you simply do not have the experience with men, whether you've got 1,000 bodies or 10,000 bodies. If you haven't dealt with your average type of dude, then you just don't know. And that's fine. Go get whatever you want to get. But don't act like you know me when you fuck guys who are nothing like me. I'm sure that you would not appreciate if I acted like I knew every single girl and exactly how women think because I've had sex with a number of women. And I guarantee you, I pay attention to a much larger percentage of women than you do to a percentage of guys. And I still don't act like I have all the answers.
The difference between, or maybe you guys don't believe it, but I feel like there's a difference between trying to date somebody, trying to fuck somebody. And the way that you put up roadblocks is going to depend on what you're shopping for. If you're a girl and you just want some dick, then yeah, you know, you might give it up on the first or second day because fuck, you're just trying to whatever. But if you're trying to get a little bit more serious, sometimes you might want to hold off for a few more days because you want to make sure that you're not with a guy that's just trying to fuck you in the
Right,
If there's a guy that's like pushing really hard, you can laugh but learn something.
And so the fresh and fit guys always say that, yo, if you're not getting on the first date, then or at least the second date, that it's not worth your time. Now, Kevin Samuel's version of that was that you should not go on a first date with somebody that you would not have sex with. I'm not saying you will, but you would if the conditions are right. On the second date, you should not go out with them unless you intend to eventually have sex with them. And certainly by the third date, you should not go on a third date if you have not, as a woman, if you have not determined, I am willing to sleep with this man. That's disingenuous.
Okay. You can make fun of it. If you are
let's back it up.
Serious. So you might want to hold off for a few more days because you want to make sure you're not with a guy that's just trying to fuck you in the
Right,
If there's a guy that's like pushing really hard, you can laugh but learn something. You're 23, okay? You can make fun of
See, that's why I love Destiny. That's why I love Destiny. Usually, I'll just say it like it is.
If you are what?
I'm not gonna wait for something that someone else got.
Post
Yeah, but they're looking for something different from you. Then they're gonna the way that they approach that relationship is different, much the same.
Fantastic point. Fantastic point. See, this is what I mean. We need to be fair. You can, even though fresh and fit are fresh and fit, if you watch this stuff with a critical eye, you can take out values from people, and you can learn stuff. Hold on, let me run this back one more time. I just want to make sure exactly what the fuck I'm saying.
Okay. You can make fun of if you are what?
I'm not gonna wait for something that someone else got.
Oh, so he was saying I'm not gonna wait for something that somebody else got right away. And Destiny's saying they might be looking for something different from you in a good way. So let's say you have guy A, who the girl's like, oh my God, I would love to marry him. And then there's guy B, he's attractive, but whatever. Like, yeah, fuck him, but he's just some bum. She has more value for the relationship with you. And whether you agree with it or disagree with it, you think it should be or shouldn't be, the reason that she wants to hold off is because she respects you. Now, there is something to be said about, the level of respect and attraction that comes with the guys who can just break that wall down with women. But that's not every guy. And so acting like because you're a famous YouTuber who happens to be tall and attractive, that you can operate this way, it doesn't mean that everybody who follows you can operate this way. And that's what I think Destiny hits on for all three of these dudes, that they are preaching their own life as if everybody can do it. And anybody can do it. But like we were talking about earlier, if everybody's rich, nobody's rich.
Yeah, but they're looking for something different from you, then the way that they approach that relationship is going to be different. Much the same that if I'm just trying to fuck a girl, right? I'm not taking you $400 or $500 because I don't care about you that much. But if I'm talking about like my wife, we're going to go out to the fucking most expensive place she wants because I love her. Because I'll do a little more for her because that's how I feel about that relationship. But if I'm trying to fuck a random girl and she's like, oh, well, you're willing to do that for that person, but not for me. Well, like, well,
what about girls? You have a rotation. You fuck all of them. Whoever's
I'm saying it's a different type of like dynamic. If it's a girl that's just chasing a guy who wants to get, that's an easy sell. But if she's looking for a relationship, of course she's putting up more roadblocks. She doesn't want a guy that's just going to fuck her later.
Right, but if she's looking for a relationship now, I don't want the girl with 20 bodies that was just having whole phase hot girl summer. Now she wants.
That's a different point. That's a fair point, but that's a different point.
She wants to be a relationship girl. It's goofy.
But what's wrong with if a girl sees just dick from you and she sees like husband qualities in you? What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
If I just want dick from him, but I see bigger qualities in you, what's wrong with that?
How can, even though it is not in men's best interest to say, oh yeah, maybe women are looking just for dick with some guys and looking for a relationship with others. And so they are going to approach those respectively. That's a thing. So to act like that is not how people operate, you're just handicapping yourself. And you can tell yourself whatever you want to make yourself feel better. But that's not reality. Mackenzie says, other than Destiny, it feels like they are all just advocating for playing games when dating the opposite sex. I don't know. I'm married, so I've been out of that scene for going on 9 years. Yes, congratulations, Mackenzie, because even 9 years ago, the dating landscape was nothing like it is now. It is pure debauchery. I'm sure, almost, that there are multiple women out there who I would wife up. But the numbers of what I would have to wade through to find that is just not worth my time. It's just not worth my time. When women can, take my time and energy and money and act like they're into it because they know how all of this works. And especially that I'm not some rich dude. So there's always going to be somebody else who can pay more if that's what I want to do. But that's what it is. That's what it is these days. And so I've taken myself out of the market, really. I mean, if somebody hits me up and is like, yo, I'm coming over, I'm not going to say no. But I'm not actively seeking because I don't have the time and energy. And I'm finally at a place where I realize it's not because I'm a piece of shit. It's because the landscape itself is fucked.
The guy, they're making the nice guy wait, which kind of sucks.
What if I seen one thing in this guy and I'm like, okay, well maybe I just want a dick from him, but from this guy, I want more than just dick.
You know what happens when a girl makes a guy wait for the most part? And he's aware of what's happening. He'll play the game. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll take you out.
This is true.
Hey, when he fucks it, he's gone regardless.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
That is again, I can only use the dog training analogies because it's what I do for a living. So if you commodify it, if you make sex into this achievement, then that's how we as men are going to think of it. If you make sex some sort of achievement, then once we've hit that achievement, literally, then in our minds, it's going, you are the one who set that as the goal. Even if I was initially looking to find somebody to be in a relationship with, by you making the goal, okay, well, you've got to do this, and this to get sex. Well, then by the time I've gotten sex, I'm so focused on that like, okay, well, I did it exactly, Vincent, like a video game. And so the comparison to dog training is that, I use a method similar to clicker training, which instead of a clicker, I use the word yes. So basically, if you ask in the beginning, you ask the dog to sit. As soon as they sit, you say yes and give them the treat. And so they start to make an association between the word yes and the treat itself. Once that is there, once they have that, once they value the yes, then you can start weaning off the treats and you don't have to give them the treat for every little thing because there's value in getting the yes. The analogy is in relationships with women, the treat would be sex, whereas the yes would be actual, emotional support and the girlfriend experience, whatever you want to put that as. And so if you make it all about treats with the dog, then you're only ever going to be able to get the dog to do what you want when you offer treats, because that's the dynamic that you have set. So similarly, and in this analogy, the men are the dogs. So there you go. So in this, similarly, if you as the woman make sex the goal, then once the goal is accomplished, then it's accomplished. If what you want is a relationship, what you want is commitment, what you want is the time and energy that is really what you want. Trust me. Then stop commodifying your body. I don't know. I does that make sense? I don't know. Am I talking out my ass? Let me know, guys.
I know, right?
But mostly they are regardless.
No, if a guy's into you, no matter what you do, he's gonna fuck with you. If he's not into you on a level, he's gonna fucking just leave. You can wait a week, a month, doesn't matter. If a guy's into you, he's gonna stay.
I think you can bleed a lot of those guys out. There's not gonna be a guy that's gonna fucking text you all day unless he's really desperate. He doesn't have any options. Then maybe. Bro. But like if you're like fucking around with a dude, you going on like 4, 5, 6, 7 days. This guy's not like text you all the time, like that's like you're gonna have a better shot. You're still gonna find some that will play the game and they'll play you and they might get to that 7th date and fuck you and then down. So that's gonna happen. But you're gonna lose a lot of them after the first, second, or third date because I guarantee you, every single girl at this table has been seriously, actually interested in a guy, and they've gone out on 2 dates and they haven't fucked them. All of a sudden, he's not responding to your text anymore. It seems like he's a lot harder to get a hold of. Like on the first or second date, he was hounding you for like, when are you free? Can we meet on Friday? I'll pick you up, blah, blah, blah. But after 3rd and 4th day, you're texting him like, hey, do you want to hang out? He's like, oh, I don't know, I'm kind of busy.
But this is ignoring the differentiation they just made about, are you looking for the guy for sex or are you looking for the guy for relationships? Those are 2 different situations, and he's conflating the 2. Evan said, I'll take a girl seriously quickly, but I don't want to deal with a bunch of games. I'm more direct, hate the BS. Same thing. And the problem with operating that way, which I can tell you from personal experience, is that they don't, and you don't know if this is going to be the case until you're there. But too often, you will fall. You will take her seriously. You will jump through hoops. And then you find out that you're just the guy she wanted dick from. And you got laid. I mean, whatever. But if you were really into her, if you fell for her, then that's a big deal. That's a big deal. At least for a certain amount of time. And that changes how you view the world. That changes how you view women. That changes how you view dating. And changes your behavior.
And I guess happened. And Destiny, I'm glad that you said that because then girls got to pick and choose. Like, okay, this guy can get other women. If I'm going to play this game, leverage pussy against this guy, it might not work. And that's where the girls got to make a conscious decision and know, is this guy okay? If I give it to him quickly, my biggest thing is this. Here's the thing. I also agree with you. Like, if a girl gives up quickly and the guy isn't good with girls, he's going to slut or not want to deal with her. Or if he paid a bunch of money to fuck with her in the first place and she was playing games, then he'll fucking definitely run because now it's in spite. But my thing is like, the quicker the girl gives up the box, the quicker she's got to give value. But the problem is that most girls think, I gave box, that's good enough. I'm chill. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, better than box. You're trying to weed out the guys that are just after the box. That's the issue. That's the challenge. There might be some guys there are going to be some guys like, oh, he's going to go chase another girl. But I think in the girl's mind, kind of sucks and hurts. It's kind of a win in your book. If the guy loses interest and drops off after 2 or 3 dates because he didn't want to go all the way, then fuck it. In a way, you won because that guy's going to fuck around anyway, right? If he's like that impatient that like after 3 dates he's like, fuck you, I need to go do something else. That wasn't going to be the guy you were going to date. Or if you were, he was going to break your heart. I mean, like,
and I think, but here's the thing: women need to understand that the higher value the guy, the more attractive he is. If you make him wait, he's gonna probably move on to another girl. That
depends on the guy. If you found a woman, but I guess if you're only chasing pussy, then fine. But in that case, those types of girls wouldn't want to date you. Not you personally, but you, that type of guy. Yeah. But if there's a girl that you really like, you're super into her, you got a ton of chemistry, you're doing a lot of fun things with her, you should be able to wait. Listen, you should be able to wait.
I agree with that. You should be able to wait to some extent. That doesn't mean you always should. But if you're seriously interested in a girl, in a woman, and the fact that she won't sleep with you on the first date is a deal breaker, and you're not one of these guys who has, DMs coming in, that's silly. That's silly. Give it a few dates at least. And after, again, give it 3 dates. After the 3rd date, if, it's nothing's, at least try to have the conversation. Be like, yo, I'm into you, but like, what are we doing here? I think that's fair. Is that not fair? I think that's fair.
Wait, you should be able to wait a few weeks.
A few weeks? I mean, tops, max a few weeks. I was thinking maybe like a week, 2 weeks tops.
Weeks.
Stop it.
That's
Stop it.
crazy.
Stop it.
Absolutely.
You can't really do that.
I like
I'm trying
You see how the women are like, yeah, great, weeks, time.
I'm married. I don't worry about this shit, okay? If there's a girl that I want to fuck, and that's my goal, it's either second date, by the second date at the latest, or we're done. If it's a girl that I'm like romantically interested in, I can wait a while. Like that's not the end of the fucking.
How do you know you ever smash a girl on the first, second, third date and then fall for her? Because here's my thing, right? You can fuck a girl on the first date and she might give an instant to you, but like she has good personality, she has value to you. She's cool. I want to see her again. Versus, oh, you know what?
What?
Wait a week, true. Pussy's trash. I'm out of here.
Yep.
Either way, you're still gonna leave. I'm just saying, from my step.
They are completely glossing over the notion that having sex with somebody that you have an emotional connection with is typically going to be better than a casual hookup. I mean, come on. Are we pretending that that's not real? Why are we pretending that's not real?
But look, yes, some guys want to fuck and then
Unless they've never actually fucked anybody that they liked. Then it's like, weeks! Soldier boy, tell them.
For a girl, how do you know? You gotta test it out. You gotta see.
Yeah, there's a lot of those testing blocks in a
But
relationship.
you didn't even answer your question. You said if you have sex with a girl after the third date, would you still be romantically interested in her? Like, I want to know. Like,
depends on the girl.
I mean, I could be. If it was like a girl, but the problem isn't on the guy's side, because a guy that's romantically interested in a girl will still fuck on the first date. But on the girl's side, she doesn't know if he's romantically interested or just trying to fuck. And that's why the girl tends to wait a little bit if she's like trying to get romantically interested, because you just fuck on the first date every time. A lot of those guys will disappear after they've
It's better than some guys just trying to fuck always.
Yeah, but that is the assumption when they make them wait for 2 weeks or whatever, right? Or wait for 4 or 5 or 6 days. Like you want to filter those dudes out, and that's the easiest way to do it.
Some dudes that just want to fuck. That's every guy.
That's not every guy. There are obviously some guys that are in relationships with some women. It happens. There are guys that are happily like in relationships with women. You know that happens. Right?
Again, that's exactly what I was just saying. That they're trying to act like there are not men who are in relationships and are happy that they're in relationships. A lot of the things they say are true if you cut out that piece. And it's like, that's not reality, bro. Like, what are we doing?
Do you know that happens? There are guys that date women and they're happy to date those women.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay, so it's not that every guy is just going to fuck about.
Yeah, but every guy.
Initially, you are. You're just trying to get.
That's Sneeko just being 23, red pill read. Yeah, but we're all just no. You find a girl that you actually are into. You're not going to just leave like that. You're just not.
Let me just say this.
We just have a fundamentally different
So the issue, white girls, a lot of the times where white girls get, this is for the ladies here, so, okay, that's fine, you want this game. A lot of reason why girls get ghosted after they get fucked is that the girl doesn't add value to that guy. All she provided, sex. And here's the thing, like, in a city girl culture and a Cardi B culture, girls are taught to get yours first, fuck the nigga, man. Yeah, get what you gotta get. But my thing is this, after the girl has sex with the guy, it's her job to keep him.
Yeah.
And I don't think enough girls like take that seriously. I think that
if the guy is there for sex and he's made that determination, he's just gonna fuck the girl.
It's the girl's got to change his mind. No, she can't do that. She can't do no shot. She's bad, right? Again, she's an ugly fat chick or whatever. And the girl's gotta have some common sense. She's fucking like 7 o'clock in the morning. She's the last chick there at the bar. That's one thing. But he took her on a real date, ordered her that conversation, whatever, and she actually adds value to that guy, and she's not like a fucking bimbo. She has a good chance of keeping that guy around if she adds value. Because here's the thing: so many girls don't add value that she's gonna be an anomaly.
I agree, but I feel like you can see the value before the sex. Like there's I'm talking to her.
That's an interesting point. I feel like you can see the value before the sex. It's hard to argue with that. Because the whole point is that she's offering something outside of sex. So you shouldn't need, I'm not saying you shouldn't want, but you shouldn't need to have sex to see what the things that are not sex that she does. It's challenging the red pill, man. I'm just saying. It's not as simple as they try to make it seem.
Girl, and I'm like, we're getting to know each other. I'm gonna know way before we fuck. I feel like you can add value to my life.
Most girls don't do that, though.
That's what I said before. Guys have one ladder, right? And I think we all agree. Guys are willing to fuck way below their dating standards. And so if you're a woman and a guy's willing to fuck you, you don't know if you're on the bottom part of that ladder, where he's getting drunk and he's rubbing one out based on your body, or if you're on the top part of the ladder and he gets everything you do. I think there's like a filter there.
But I see where you're coming with that. But my thing is that I think the fundamental issue is that a lot of girls don't understand that there is a burden performance on them when they deal with the guys that add value. A lot of girls think it's just going to show up pretty on them in the pussy was want to, and not enough girls to add value. If you tell a girl like to make you a coffee nowadays, she's going to look at you. Look at you like you're crazy.
Make cereal and tacos and that's it.
So Mackenzie says any licensed psychologist would say that withholding sex is a manipulative tactic. It depends on your definition of withholding. I don't think that not having sex with somebody that you're on a first, second, third date with would constitute withholding. I think if you're married, if you're in a serious relationship and you're deciding that you're going to break the chain of you having regular sex, that is manipulative. But you still have, bodily autonomy. You don't have to have sex with someone just because they took you out on a date. I mean, have we gone past that? Is it just straight up, if he takes you out, you got to fuck? Honestly, that's not even the world I want to live in. That's not the world I want to live in. I want to live in a world where a woman has genuine burning desire for me, to use the red pill terminology. I don't want her to just fuck me because I paid this much money. This was this is how the whole conversation started. What is the number? If I just want to skip all the bullshit, what's the number? I agree too. But again, what is let's define withholding? That's the crux of the issue.
My makeup ready. I look pretty tonight, but that's
so
If you want to talk about like average, here's about average girls, that's fair. But average guy can't even do his fucking laundry or his dishes.
You're so right.
It's really there's a lot of failures going on in Western society right now. All the women's in, but
listen, there's barely women right now that can fucking cook or clean, and I've been around them bitches this week, and it's embarrassing. Like you little bitches out here don't know how to cook or clean or wipe your pussy or your pussy right. Like you're literally fucking washing yourself in the fucking toilet instead of hopping them in the shower. Bitch, get your shit right. No, some bitch. I'm not even gonna say names. I'm not even gonna say names because they're not even worth it. This week I experienced what a real woman is and what a real woman isn't, and not between my mother, but between my friends, my so-called friends. And I learned I'm a real ass woman because you know when I was
Are you though?
paying for everything. I was cooking. I was fucking cleaning. Half of these bitches don't even have a fucking job to do that shit. You can't even. Bro, I worked at a fucking.
Yo, you see the fucking super chat here? Oh, let me move that. XQC 2.0 in full effect.
Girl, it's not that hard. Just fucking work.
All right.
Would you wife a girl if her pussy was trash? Yes or no?
Let's go ahead, take it, and then ask your point.
I think sex is a really important part of growth.
So if you missed it, would you wife a girl if the box was trash? So real quick, Mackenzie says, yeah, I agree with that. But it goes with if they are just making it about sex to get them to commit to a relationship. That seems like a red flag. 100% agree. 100% agree. Vincent says, refusal to satisfy your partner when they need it. So if I, again, we're using very vague words. So what does need mean? If I haven't had sex, I'm in that 1/3 of men who hasn't had sex in the last year. Do I need sex? I would love to have some sex, but I don't feel like I really need sex. So if I go out, but I would, again, I would definitely like some sex. So if I go out on a date with a woman, is it her responsibility that I haven't had sex and I need sex? Gets into sketchy territory, pun intended for Vinny. You know what I'm talking about. And please, no, I'm good. Yeah, that's my whole point. I'm good. I'm chilling. It's, I lost my virginity to my girlfriend when I was 15 years old. And I had a lot of sex with her. I had sex with a number of partners in between that. And then I had a serious college girlfriend. So, like, even getting sex has never been, like, this out of reach thing for me. I mean, I've only been with 8 different women. I've only been with 8 different women, and it's just I mean, going back to this comment, when they need it. It's not anybody else's responsibility to take care of my needs, particularly if there's been that nothing has been set up about that. Again, if we are in a relationship and that has been established, and you are then withholding from what has already been established, then we have a point. But I'm sure you wouldn't say that because I feel like I need sex, that it's any girl who goes out with me's responsibility to have sex with me, lest she be manipulative. I don't think any of you would say that. But hey, correct me if I'm wrong.
If it doesn't click there, it's probably not going to work in other places.
If she love you, her coochie not trash.
Actually, I'll say this.
I don't have female friends. Chat. No female friends for you guys that chat. I've had sex with them. I just choose not to have sex with other girls, but they help me out. So that's not a friend. Very clear. That's not a friend. That's not a friend. Yeah, I already had sex with her.
It sounds like you're describing a female friend at that point. There's a girl, and she's in my life. She has a lot of value.
I haven't fucked any of my friends.
But here's the difference.
You have female friends?
It's friend zone when she puts you in the zone. Does that make sense?
Why though?
But when you put,
I'm curious.
Hold on, because Destiny is fucking making a point right now. He just said that he's not having sex, but she offers value. So unless he's going to say no, it's a business associate. I mean, I think that's really the only business associate or something along those lines. Then what Destiny says, that sounds like a female friend. I agree. So let's back it up. Let's see what we got. Oh, Vincent says, I've only been with 54 women. Fresh said he's been with 1,000. I call cap because I was out there slanging. I only have 54. Cap. Come on. This motherfucker don't have no game. Come on. All right, let's see.
She has a lot of value.
I haven't fucked any of my friends.
But here's the difference.
You have female friends?
It's friend zone when she puts
Wait,
you.
I didn't go back far enough. Hold on.
Very clear.
That's not a friend. I was going to ask you.
That's not a friend. Yeah, I already heard you.
This is a female friend at that point. Girl, and she's in my life. I don't have sex with her, but she has a lot of value.
I haven't fucked any of my.
She's in my life. I haven't had sex with her, but she has a lot of value. Sounds like a friend to me.
Friends, but here's the difference.
You have female friends?
It's friend zone when she puts you in the zone. Does that make sense?
Why though?
Oh, no, it doesn't make sense. So I hope you're going to explain it.
I'm
If you
curious.
put each other in the friend zone,
She's in love.
Oh, so you're stringing her along.
I'm not stringing her along because she's getting the attention and she's getting like she's.
You don't think she wants the sex? She wants the sex though. Yeah.
Here's the thing. She does to a degree, and I'll do it from time to time, right? But it's not. That's not the main thing. Like girls don't need sex as much as we. Like they don't have a crazy craving for it like we do.
I think when they're emotionally into something, most of the stories that I read where people are like, "I'll get enough sex for relationships," usually I hear that from women. They're dating guys for long periods of time. I get that over, but maybe that's
typically the other way around.
Really
Sexual marriages and relationships typically come from the female side. They need that like emotional, stuff. But yeah, man. I mean, like to me, whatever. But sorry, you were fucking for. But yeah, it's not friends, guys.
The question I have related to your dating status is, what is the difference? It sounds like sometimes when I listen to you guys talk about women adding value to your life, some people looking for like made and fuck. What's the difference between like
wrong?
Yeah, what is the other value of your life? Like once they cook for me, clean for me, give me a coffee in the morning, like what else I can say?
We can hire a maid and bring go smash. We're just saying, look, we have busy lives ourselves. We're very successful. We got a lot of shit going around. So if you're around us, on some level, at least useful. So let's say we go out, we get lit, have fun, cool. We get home, it's not clean.
That's a maid thing.
No.
Yeah.
Taken care of.
Like what?
Let's say I have a business, right? I need help on Saturdays for phone calls. You know what? Yeah, basically you need a girl here. I got you. Boom. That's adding value because now, you know what it is? It's been useful in situations where, like, if I had somebody to take that spot.
What is he saying?
You say, you know what? I'll take it for you. Does that make sense or no?
No. I'm trying to think of like what, like, it depends on the kind of business.
Okay.
Like business called.
It comes back. No, it comes. Okay. I got this. It comes back to when a woman is having sex with you. What did I say before? Women are malleable, and they typically adhere to the guy that's having sex with them. That's the guy that has their true loyalty. Okay. This is why. I don't want to sound like an asshole. This is why pimps a lot of times have sex with their girl and tell her to do things because she has ultimate allegiance to that guy. So even when he tells her to do something that she doesn't necessarily do,
girl over here.
She's going to do it because her allegiance is to that man. Of course, I'm going to say I'm a pimp here. What I'm saying is that she's going to put another level of work on something that a girl that isn't fucking you isn't going to go. It's a whole other thing. So my thing is like with girls, I'm not pressed for sex. I can get it from other girls. So like this girl is an asset. She's not paying an ass. You know, I don't have to fuck her. I can have to get sex from like another girl. But my thing is like, if possible, when you have,
he's still trying to explain how this woman that he's talking about that is in his life adding value, but he's not having sex with, how she's not a friend.
Girl that you're dealing with, you want to be having sex with her because she's gonna. That's how you know you get the ultimate submission, the best service, the best treatment, etc. Because when a girl is fucking you and she likes you, and she respects you, that's when she's gonna go the next mile for you.
She's gonna submit to you
and just glossed right over it. And that's, remember the logical fallacy stream, guys. That is the word salad, alphabet soup, whatever you want to call it. He just said a bunch of shit, just saying things, and kind of diverted and argued against a straw man, and did not answer to the notion of there's a woman who's adding value to your life who you have not had sex with. How is she not a friend? Then said, Fresh makes simple shit. Sounds so confusing. God damn. I bet they just use them to de-escalate conversations with confusing or that's probably on point. Kenzie says, he just throws a bunch of verbal shit out and hopes something sticks to the wall. Exactly. That is what word salad means. Yeah. He doesn't have an answer to the question that's asked. So he's just going to start talking and saying things that may be true, may be right, until he talks long enough where he's baited somebody into responding to what he said. So now we're talking about that. And we don't have to address the woman in your life who's adding value, who's you're not having sex with, but isn't a friend. Because men and women can't be friends, even though you have women in your life who you're not having sex with and they add value to your life.
Yeah, she's
gonna want to do anything you fucking want her to do because you're fucking her and you're showing her. I love you.
Oh my God. We love being submissive to the right one, by the way.
Don't say
we talked about this with Andrew Tate. Like, so Andrew Tate, when he ran his webcam business, right? And he had all his best, like he had sex with every single one of the girls that worked for him. And here's the thing, that's like this exciting. But the reason why he did that was because they would work harder for him to make more money on the webcam, strictly webcam. And
that sounds like bullshit. That sounds like bullshit. Women already, the whole independent women, the whole independent woman boss chick thing. How does, if she's doing a job and getting money and, otherwise being treated well as in terms of like workplace stuff, what does having sex with Tate have anything to do with how hard she's working? I'm not saying it's not true, but how are those connected? You just said that as if it's like, well, he had sex with them, so they worked harder. Going back and just saying things. It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic of people just saying things without anything to back it up and anything that has, is even on topic at this point.
He understood that women, right, have a strong allegiance to the guy that they're having sex with. And the loyalty is fierce. So if they don't work, if you don't fuck them, then they're like, nah, whatever. They're not going to work as hard. It's going to be very difficult for you to like get them to push. But when you show them attention, right, and you give them that how do I say that male validation from a man that they want to be with, that's where that loyalty comes from. Like they want that validation. When it's for money alone, they don't give a fuck. Does that make sense?
I'm hearing the words you're saying, but I just hired some new employees. I understand.
Two different strategies, I guess. I'm not saying fuck your employees, but like if you want whatever, that's why a lot of guys put their girlfriend or their wife in an assistant role.
Mm-hmm. That's oh my God. Putting your girlfriend or your wife in a role in your business is not an example of fucking the people that work for you. It's an example of working with the people you fuck. That is very different. You're not fucking her because she's working for you. You're fucking her because you're with her. She's working for you because you're with her. Again, am I wrong about that? That sounds completely backwards to me. But far be it for me with only 8 bodies to say anything to Myron.
That's the best interest in your success because she knows a byproduct of her working really hard is she's gonna reap the benefits of that success.
Not even that. She has to make sure she's okay.
I feel like
you're okay.
I feel like for those situations, the reason why the wife is like managing the books because you're a small business owner, you just can't afford to pay like another full-time employee. Because when we look at like Fortune 500 companies, it's not husbands and wives that are running upper management. You've got real people doing real shit. When you're looking at small businesses, yeah, you got your wife working. You've also got your fucking kids working, your nephews working, whoever you can pay like, the least amount of money as possible. I understand that like your wife's not going to fuck over your business, some of them do, but they should go out. But I think it has more to do with the fact that like I can pay her nothing because we're married to each family on the business.
Yes. Exactly. And said, I'm convinced that's what it is. When the conversation is getting too heated, Fresh is that special kid that yells out something random that makes everybody look at each other like, what the fuck? And de-escalate. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I mean, I don't know if that was intentional or if it was just a lucky coincidence, but you are not wrong about that, my friend.
Corporations also have liability issues too. Oh shit! Oh, HR. That's why they even get HR. And so
yeah, like when I'm thinking of the small businesses that I know, like yeah, a lot of the families involved, but it's not because their family that works hard together. It's because I can pay this dude that's minimum wage. He's like fucking turn me into fucking the federal government or whatever.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, that's a whole other thing. I guess the toxic trait that you guys have. You guys want to say? Or something that women would deem as toxic. How about something that women would identify as toxic when it's really not?
What can start a problem in your relationship?
I think I have a low attention span. Like I don't tolerate a lot of your bullshit. So it's just like if you start annoying me, it's not gonna go away. Like I guess it's toxic to you, but I just think that's just like prioritizing my own time.
That's the way.
I work a lot. I'm gonna suck into work and disappear for like weeks or not literally, but like I'll just be focused on projects and shit. I think it's bad.
It's toxic to women, but that's just smart for your life.
It's not smart. It's toxic because you should live a life of balance. It's really important.
Balance of what? Like putting up with the bullshit?
Grinding yourself and burning the fuck out of yourself. And you know, wanting time for you is putting up with the bullshit. That's how your relationship is. Just don't just be on your own.
Time to do what? Sit, hold hands and watch Netflix? Like, what do you really do?
It could be if that's the only thing you think of with a girl. Then
what? Tell me something else with the girl.
That sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. That's what I do by myself most of the time. In fact, it's been super, usually I knew that we were doing the stream today about this. So I haven't been on YouTube in 2 days after I watched the Better Call Saul finale. There was so much in those last few episodes specifically, but there was so much in that show that recontextualizes what happens in Breaking Bad that I was like, oh, I gotta immediately watch Breaking Bad again. And I just haven't been on YouTube. I haven't paid attention to the news. And it's nice to get out of that mindset. And these guys are they're in too deep. They're in too deep.
You can go to other places and do things. You can go to the fucking beach. We live in Miami. You can go out and have drinks. You can go out to fucking restaurants. You can go out and drink. You live in Miami. There's a million things to do out here. What do you mean?
So instead of working, you want to drink and go to the beach.
All right. Or it could be. Okay. But like, you want to work your whole life away. I mean, like when you hit 40 years old, you're not gonna look back like, I'm so glad I worked every single fucking day. Those are the things you remember.
I have more fun like on a podcast like this than I do holding hands watching Netflix.
You're not the right girl yet, you know.
Facts. See, exactly what he just said. You downplaying the notion of enjoying the time sitting, holding hand, watching movies. If you don't value that, I have to assume that you've never been with that level of girl or woman or what, like to act like you're so tough that you don't like women, but you love women, but you only like them enough to fuck them. But like, come on, what are we doing? Of course, you want somebody who you can sit and watch Netflix with and hold hands. What the fuck else do you want out of life when it comes to women? I get that, like, obviously you want to be fucking multiple, but I mean, from one woman, that is what you want. The whole thing they're talking about is adding value. That's the whole goal. So I don't understand what what the issue is with, oh, so you could watch Netflix and hold hands? Yes. And then have sex afterwards and not have to, put on airs and take her out on a date. And then, we can actually talk about life and build a life. Like, what are you're downplaying the exact thing that you're saying, oh, religious countries, you got to be married and You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth here, bro. So Kenzie says, I'd be curious to know how many on this panel are married or in long-term healthy relationships. Well, lucky for you, they went around the table and this girl right here is in a 4-year relationship. and the rest of them are single. Some of them are Miami single, where it means they're single, but they're, and some of them are just not, not in the game. Oh, we got a BCS fan here. Did you see? Where am I watching it? Yo, AMC was, for whatever reason, not working on my computer that I have upstairs. So I had watched the entire second half of the last season on my goddamn phone. But I decided I'm watching Breaking Bad right now. I think near the end of season 4. And then I'm going to go right back in and watch Better Call Saul again from Netflix using my VPN. But oh man, amazing television. I've been trying to figure out how I can work that universe, the Better Call Breaking Bad universe, into one of my streams. So stay tuned. I'm going to figure it out. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet, but we're going to do something. Vincent says she sounded like she was a relationship girl. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell because how you're living will color how your perspective on the issues that they're talking about. So if you say, oh, well, but then the dude will do this, that. Okay, well, that's just reflective of your past experiences. And again, it comes to, well, why did you choose those dudes? Because you were the initial one that had things going. If you're in a relationship, then he accepted you, sure. But why were you having sex with him in the first place if he was so terrible? I don't know. I don't have the answers. That's the $1 million question.
What's your biggest turnoff? For like guys and girls.
God breath.
Okay, instant no.
Did you come from the other show? Yeah, and you got on a couple nights ago.
Destiny, what about you? Biggest turn off with girls?
It's gonna be same for guys and girls, and it's gonna be clingy.
Okay.
It's like the instant fucking kill. As soon as I look at my shit and I haven't responded to you in 3 hours, and you start some shit like, I just think it's funny that, or like, oh, I guess you're busy. I am now. Fuck you, right? One of those messages.
What about you guys in the chat? What is your biggest turn off? Man, woman, whoever you date, what is your biggest turn off? Your biggest turn off.
It's gonna be like a whole host of like, you're not talking to me enough, you're not sending me enough good nights. I'm like, I can't do that. Fuck that shit.
Okay. What about you? Biggest turn off.
I'll just say like trying to tell me what to do with my lifestyle because you feel offended by it. Like I'm around girls all the time. I'm on networking. It's like, stay home with me. I'm like, nah.
All right. Man, I have a lot of turnoffs.
Did you get married in Miami with all that going on? If you did, congrats. I haven't been to Miami as an adult. But obviously I've heard the stories. And probably not a good place to look for what I'm looking for. And again, that is why it's so important that guys see that there's limits. There's limits to what any of the red pill guys can give to you. There's a limit on all, and the limit for Fresh or Fit is far lower than a lot of other content creators. But there is a limit, and you need to know where that limit is. Otherwise, you're just like every other guy now. And that's a tough one about your biggest turnoff. Your biggest turnoff, guys. Oh, you got married in New York. Okay, that's you'll find some more natural type of organic relationships. Vincent's biggest turnoff is when she says she's a single mom. Yeah, that's before my last girlfriend that I dated right at the beginning of lockdown and everything. Before I was red pilled. I didn't mind. Now that I am not in the fog of, ooh, pretty girl likes me, I am so thankful that I dodged that bullet. I'd be stepdaddy to a 9-year-old girl right now. No, thank you. All the responsibilities, none of the benefits. Thank you, brother. Well, cheers to that. Cheers to dodging fucking bullets. All right, we're almost done here.
Give us a few.
I'll just give one.
Top three.
Top what? Top three? Nah, man. Everybody else gave one. I'll just say lazy, like a lazy ass chick, and I don't mean as in like her like. Well, obviously number one is like she's fucking like for the streets. Like they're definitely like. Are we talking for sex or for relationship?
Overall, like
Overall, yeah, like what would instantly turn you away
That'll
from
make me
somebody,
say,
no
oh,
matter
okay,
how good anything was.
a combative woman by far. Like she's like masculine or like any type of like rah or annoying or whatever it may be, like trying to compete and shit. Like I absolutely like, yeah, combative women are the worst.
I would have to say the same, and probably for different reasons. I'm a soft-ish dude. I'm not some tough guy. I'm romantic. I'm mushy. I'm affectionate. I you know, I'm that guy. And so if you're gonna, but like I'm still me. So if you're gonna weaponize the fact that I'll be vulnerable with you because you have some shit that you need to guard, like that ex-girlfriend I was just talking about, which I can now recognize. At the time I couldn't, but that has become the biggest turnoff because I've seen where it leads when you ignore it. And it's not fun. It is not fun. So wait, we only got one person saying what their biggest turnoff is, guys. What is your biggest turnoff? We're almost done here, and then I'm going to drop the link, and I want to hear from you guys. So if you're saving it for that, then hang on.
The worst. Ratchet, loud, obnoxious, like any of that big turn off ever. Like I don't care how bad you are. Like you act like a raging bitch, or you're like not a lady and you're loud. That's extreme. Because I already know the foundation is fucked up. If a girl's not coachable, or she's like extremely masculine, it's not going to work. It's like because I'm a believer that women are to be seen and not heard unless it's continued. And I'm like, oh my god, that's misogynistic. No, if I bring you to an event or something like that, and I have my peers around me, my friend, and you act like a fucking retard, it makes me look bad, which in turn also makes you look bad.
I agree that if you're gonna make him look bad, that's a reflection on him. But the notion of seen, not heard, come on, guy, you don't want that. Just like Destiny said, it sounds like you're looking for a maid that you can fuck. That's what this is. You want somebody to follow you around and make you look good and do things for you, but you have no notion of building something together. You have no notion of actually having the innate desire to make a woman happy, to go out of your way because of who she is. And that just brings me back to, well, maybe even with all these bodies that you got, either you haven't gotten anybody worthwhile, or you're spending so much time worrying about getting the box that you're missing out on the best part of what women are. You can buy something that'll slob on your knob. You can't buy a ride or die girl. Kenzie says, okay, I'm turning your question in what is my biggest deal breaker? Pre-marriage, I could never have dated a Republican. Not proud of it, but it is my deal breaker. Interesting. I like the honesty. Does that mean you are you're a Democrat? Does that mean yeah? What about being a Republican is the deal breaker, or is it just that association that you have with Republican, the name Republican, the word Republican? Is it just so visceral, or is it more something about their character? And hey, no judgments. We've all got our preferences, and you're just like, fuck, I just don't like Republicans, and if you are with that shit, then I don't want to have anything to do with you. Fair enough. Fair enough. We are all about honesty here, and yeah.
Yeah, you know, because right. I've always said this. Show me a woman, how she behaves, and I'll tell you where her man stands in life. Because if you have a quarrelsome, loud-ass, obnoxious woman, she does not respect her man. Women shut the fuck up when they're around a man of value. That's the truth. They shut up, or if they speak in a very feminine tone, act like this. They're quiet, they're respectful.
Those are two very different things. Not speaking at all and speaking in a feminine way are two very different things. And as as a more introverted person, the girlfriends that I've had have been more extroverted than myself, and I've liked that about them because if it's up to me, I'm just fucking sitting at home all day watching this, that, the other. But they're the ones more outgoing, bringing me out to restaurants and hanging out with friends and going to parties and doing this stuff. I mean, like, you know, I'm 32. I don't really need to go to parties and shit. But, you know, it's there's more to it than that. So Mackenzie says, I just think we fundamentally disagree on way too many things. Fair enough. Fair enough. And, you know, I think it's good to know those types of things. And I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I based on how you've been talking, Mackenzie, I would say that you don't have anything inherently personal against all Republicans. You're just saying in the confines of a relationship, you don't think that would work. Am I correct there? That because that's just how it seems to me, which would be completely fair. But hey, so is everything else. Preferences are preferences.
All this extra shit. She don't respect you, bro. She don't respect you. So
I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
perfect. Going where?
I appreciate your elaboration, which is not going to understand.
Okay. What?
I have a question.
What were you gonna say? 'Cause I guess adds on to what we were discussing. Just
Oh, I was going to ask you, do you want your woman 100% submissive?
Yeah.
Because it was going in a
100%.
controlling direction, but you were just going from like how you want her to be.
Okay, I hate when girls say that. No, it's not controlling.
But that's why I told you I appreciated your elaboration.
Here's the thing. I hate when girls say that stupid shit. Controlling or insecure. No, it's not controlling. It's I'm in control.
But you just answered yes. So while you're making this distinction and this differentiation now, originally she said, do you want to be controlling? And you said yes. So again, another instance of improper communication.
I choose to not deal with women that cannot control themselves. That's
And
the
I
difference.
see that.
So my thing is this: I'm supposed to be a man, right? You're supposed to be a lady. A part of being a lady is not embarrassing yourself in public.
Yeah.
And like I said before, you see a girl being on her man or acting crazy or being obnoxious or
That's fair. That doesn't mean she has to be silent.
whatever.
In fact, when you have somebody impressive who can speak and socialize in those circles, that is seen as that has a lot of value. Vince, I thought he said yes when she was asking if he wanted her to be submissive. You might be right. I don't care enough to go back. We're nearing the end, so let's just say you're right.
I know she doesn't respect her man. I already know. I don't even need to meet the fucking guy. I know he's a pussy. Just off of how his girl disrespects him.
We were in Vegas for a conference. The guy was playing on slots. I was slapping him back and forth like, you aren't shit, da da da. You think that she respects him? Hell no.
No.
And think about it. Between Islam, Judaism, Christianity, etc., they all pretty much say, hey, women that are combative, quarrelsome, etc., issues. Since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Submissive women don't deserve, combative women do not deserve any type of real relationship with men. They don't. They're a liability. They're not.
He ain't worth it. You are, but he ain't.
Makes sense?
Draining your energy.
Yeah, it's not attractive when girls loud and all this extra shit. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Like,
I think that shit's cute.
It's not.
Ugly as fuck.
murder. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I have a question. How do you get with a woman and
Does someone else have something first before?
I mean, I disagree, but obviously.
Yeah. Your son's a minor. He wants to go ahead and marry a chick. She got 3 kids. Would you let him?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
Wait, what was the question?
Murder.
Okay, I have a question. How do I get with a woman?
Does someone else have something first before?
I mean, I disagree, but obviously.
Yeah. Your son's a minor. He wants to go ahead and marry a chick. She got 3 kids. Would you let him?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I
That's so many
would.
kids to take care of, and none of them are yours.
Wow.
None of them are yours. I understand.
What if you
me?
have
I have a fucking kid. I got her by myself. I raised her by myself. She's her. Now we have a weekly schedule. I got her 7 days. He got her 7 days. He don't be with shit but diapers and food and wipe. That's it. I don't ask him for shit. I do everything by myself.
All right, there you go.
I don't need me to do nothing. He did enough by giving her to me. That's a gift.
But he's also watching the baby, so
Yeah.
he's doing something.
That's the least he can do from what he did to me.
But
Basically, yeah.
So
I get it, but there are some.
I missed that part. I missed the part where he was taking custody, and she's like, I don't need him to do anything. Like he's already. This is exactly how women view men and their roles. Is that you're supposed to do this stuff, and that's correct. But we're still people. We're still people. The same way that you want, adulation for the things that you've done in life, so do we. We just don't have the luxury of waiting for it or complaining about it when we don't get it. Mackenzie says, and yes, I am a Democrat, though I'm very middle of the road. Yes, you're correct. Republicans are not the same as they once were. I would say I would definitely agree with that, and I would say more so that the Democrats are the ones who are not the same as they once were. And if you are middle of the road, then you're probably not. The people who consider themselves on the left, if you are middle of the road, they probably consider you on the right. I talked about this before, but this whole Democrat and Republican thing is antiquated at this point. There's such a huge difference. There's such a huge difference between a Republican politician and a conservative voter. And there's that at least similar difference between a Democratic politician and a liberal voter. Those differences, those gaps are so big that I don't really feel like even since 2020 that you could use the Democrat to mean the same thing that it meant in 2020, and certainly not what it meant in 2015. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But we talk a lot about the changing of the political landscape on this channel. And I would love for you to be here for one of our more politically based discussions to see what you think of it. Because I feel like, because I was, well, there you go. I was going to say the same thing, that she says, let's put it this way. Bernie isn't even a registered Democrat. He doesn't speak for me. So I was about to say that in 2015, I was a Bernie bro. I was all about Bernie because I was like, okay, obviously Hillary Clinton is a Clinton. And I was just watching mainstream media news, and they told me that the world would end if Trump became president. So I was like, oh no, that can't happen. Okay, we'll go for Bernie. And the DNC screwed over Bernie, and I shamefully felt coerced into voting for Hillary Clinton. And that's why I hate the Democrats. I've just, hey, Lil Darky is back. Welcome back, buddy. Where the fuck you been? Oh, you had that show, right? How'd your show go? How did your show go? The panel is open, guys. I have the link pinned. If you'd like to come up, come on up. Let's finish this up while we're waiting. Glad to hear, brother. Come up and hit the link. Come and talk to us about it.
I wouldn't even stick around
my
for that.
My father did not fucking raise me for shit. My mom was there by herself, bro. So I understand where you're not coming from. My
I think the answer is that if them having a child, a woman having a child,
what does that mean?
Wait, what was who said something mean?
Who the fuck said that? What do you mean you could tell? You could tell what?
Chris.
Wait, what did I miss? I missed something.
My
I think the answer.
Wait. Okay.
I wouldn't even stick around
my
for
father.
that.
My father did not fucking raise me for shit. My mom was there by herself, bro. So I understand where you're not coming from. My
I think the answer is that if them having a child, a woman having a child,
does that mean?
Wait, what was who said something mean?
Who the fuck said that? What do you mean you could tell? You could tell what?
Chris.
So she's like, my dad didn't raise me for shit. And she's like, yeah, we could tell. I was thinking that. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. And she's like, what do you mean? You don't act like a lady. You act like a man. It's clear that you didn't have a man to show you not to be like a man. And you listen to the media and the government that you should be like a man. But of course, Fresh is the one who said it. Who's like, Chris, somebody else? Shameful.
Some of y'all single. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all can tell.
Dead gods.
What are you talking about? You can tell how you are single.
Yeah, it's free.
Yeah, exactly. The fuck?
I think it's okay to have a deal breaker. You're not going to date somebody that has children. I think that's fine. But if you are going to date somebody that has children, you're going to have to step in with like both feet. You can't like half and half out. If you don't want to do it, I think that's okay. If they have a kid, like you're entering into a parental world.
I tell guys,
you have a choice. When you date me, you know that I have a kid, and either you choose to.
Of course you do.
Or you choose not. And it's just, and I'm not expecting anybody to take over financial responsibilities. It's just,
yes, you are. Don't fucking lie. You are absolutely looking for a financial input from somebody who is with you and is accepting that you have a child. Absolutely. Well, Darky said, but the thing is, I'm on my European tour, and weed was banned in the country that I was. We got a criminal here. Go get him, Lil Darky official. He's doing illegal drugs in Europe.
If you want to fuck with me, it's a package deal. Period.
Single moms are recreational use only. That's how I look at it. Like you don't take recreational moms seriously. You don't eat those girls up. It's a bad.
So what about your mother?
I don't think that's true.
What about your grandmothers? Because y'all talking crazy.
Wait, my mom is
not if they're. She was so close. She was so close. You have to know that they have single mothers before you say, what about your mother or your grandmother? Well, if they weren't single mothers, then what are you talking about?
Grandma or your mother got divorced or some shit or beaten up and she had to deal with it by yourselves. Make it make sense. Y'all are talking that shit.
All right, anyway, yes, again, speaking from the perspective, it's not in your best interest to wife up a single mom. Recreational use only.
What do you mean recreational use?
All the responsibilities and none of the benefits. You get all of the responsibilities of being a father, but you don't get the benefits of being a father. You don't have your offspring. They are not ever going to love you like their own father. And eventually, might be sooner, might be later, but eventually, you will get the, you're not my dad. I don't have to listen to you. And then what? I haven't heard anybody who's even come up with a good retort for that. 4 guys who unwittingly got into relationships with single mothers and now know better, but are in that relationship. What do? You're not my dad. You're right. Let me shut the fuck up and go in the corner and wait to be summoned by your mother.
Every girl has been fucked before. Like, whether I have an abortion or not, like, how does that make me a used car?
A new car hasn't been fucked.
Do you have a kid?
Yeah, I have a kid.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. It's not in a man's best interest to take care of you and the kid.
I'm not asking him to take care of my kid.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
He's inevitably going to have to step that role if he takes you seriously. That's what I'm arguing. It's not in his best interest.
Not whole face guys.
Real men do real things.
Hell no. Real dummies do real things.
I don't think that's dumb. I don't think that's dumb.
It's very
real men do real things.
It's not stupid.
Do you guys have kids? Anyone know?
No.
Stupid.
They don't. That's why they're talking shit.
That's why you guys can't relate.
I got an 11-year-old son. I have an 11-year-old son.
So you understand.
All right, Destiny, bring us home. Make it make sense for everybody. I think he's got it.
So here's the reality, okay? I would give the same advice to a single mom, and I would give it to somebody asking me a question like starting a business or something, okay? If someone comes to you and they're like, hey, I want to do this.
That's the no true Scotsman fallacy. The no true Scotsman fallacy. Well, a real man would do this, but except I am a real man, and I'm not doing that. Oops.
It's like, will I be successful? There's always one question that you ask this person, and you say, what are you offering to whatever world you want to get in that nobody else can get? And if you don't know the answer to that immediately, and you want to be talent, you want to be content creator, you want to be influencer, you want to be a small business, you have an answer, maybe you need to go back to the drawing board. You don't even know what people will go to you for that is above and beyond the competitors, then why would anybody go to you? So if you're a single mom, you can do it. I think you can find a guy you can date. You have to work a lot harder than somebody that isn't.
Yeah,
that's the reality. I think the idea that if you're single mom, you're fucked up something you do, that's not true. But if you do want to date a guy, I think you're playing a much tougher game at that point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we're just recreational use. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's not. The question is going to be
that goes back. Recreational use. That's a harsh way of putting it, but I don't think that if you explain to them that, the things that we were talking about, that you don't have all the responsibilities, none of the privileges, that you eventually, even though you think that you're going to pay for your child and that's all going to be separate, that you're going to eventually want to go out to dinner and you're not going to give him money for your kid's meal and expect him to pay for you and that be kosher. And maybe It's possible, but is it probable? No.
And it's a fair question. It's like, what are you offering that's so much better than a woman that is the same as you but doesn't have a kid?
I mean,
That's gonna
I
be the
already
game
have
you're running, right?
experience in being a mother and cooking and cleaning. A lot of bitches don't.
We're much more mature.
Yeah,
We're more mature. We have people with kids hustle a lot harder. Like,
I'm up every day at 8 in the morning with my kids.
All right, here's the thing. Men don't care if you're a hustler, and men don't care about a woman's experience. There's a reason why men like young, attractive girls, because men want a girl that's coachable, that's younger, that doesn't come with baggage.
But they don't know how to cook things.
Exactly.
You want a girl that adds value. Like,
Yes, adding value her just being coachable and listening to what I say and adding value from learning.
So a girl with a kid can be coachable.
Are you okay? So now are we saying probably not, because here's the thing: she has a child, so she's gonna have to.
That's again. People are so bad at this. Myron is so caught up in the notion of proving that you shouldn't take single mothers seriously, that he's not. Just like with the question about how is that girl that's in your life that's adding value that you're not having sex with, how is she not a friend? He just did a bait and switch. He didn't answer the question, and he just said something that sounds like it's an answer, but it's not. Listen again. Yeah, that was pretty funny. What am I doing here? All right. So listen to. I think it's this girl who asked it. I can't tell, obviously, because there's fucking 15 of them. But I think it's her who asks, why can't a single mother be coachable? That is a perfectly valid question. And instead of answering it, he does this.
Exactly.
You want a girl that adds value. Like,
yes, adding value her just being coachable and
I don't need a cookbook. I'm a PhD.
Listening to what I say and adding value from learning.
So a girl with a kid can be coachable.
So that's the question. Or the question, I mean, she didn't ask it as a question, but the question is, so you are saying a girl with a kid can't be coachable. Listen to his answer. We're gonna give it
coachable and listening to what I say and adding value from learning.
So a girl with a kid can be coachable.
Are you okay? So now are we saying probably not, because here's the thing: she
probably not because
has a child. So she's going to have allegiance to her baby daddy to some degree. So I'm not going to have 100% authority, but I'm going to have 100% responsibility over that child. Here's the thing. You're looking.
That is not an answer to the question. You're speculating on a very personal, unique to the person characteristic. You're saying she's going to have allegiance to him and There's enough of the debauchery. There's enough promiscuity out there that we can fairly say that there's a decent amount of single mothers who just had the kid and never had any kind of anything with the dude and is absolutely willing to be coached. We can say that. But Myron automatically takes the a position of probably not, because responsibilities and privileges. That's kind of dodging the question. And that's why we did the podcast with just Destiny and Sneeko first. Really, just Destiny. Sneeko didn't really say shit. Because it's very easy just to bait and switch when you're talking with these drunk girls off the Miami, whatever, off the South Beach, whatever club. But you talk to somebody who actually thinks about this stuff and actually debates for a living, comes out a little different.
And from the female perspective, you should accept me and my child. No, they don't.
No,
they definitely don't.
I'm not saying you guys have to, but
yes, you are though.
There's a point to not everybody's gonna not have a child. I'm gonna be real.
That's true.
Not everybody is gonna not have a child. Okay. So the ones that do have children, avoid them. Or as they put it, recreational use only.
Not everybody is not gonna have a
but here's the
baby.
thing. Look, bro. Look. Y'all ladies, listen, man, ladies. with all due respect, fuck your fucking feelings, man. I'm saying what the guys need to do. I'm saying it's not in a man's best interest to get with a single mom. It doesn't work. Okay, y'all might not like it, but I don't care what you guys think. I'm saying what the guys need to do to have an advantage. Why is a guy gonna date a single mom, have this liability? We can go get a younger girl that doesn't have liabilities, doesn't have kids, and he can have a relationship with her and have kids with her.
Why are the guys choosing single moms?
Easier sex. But anyway,
Easier sex.
I think there's another way to put it that's still harsh but true. Is
all right. This again, I haven't watched this whole thing, so it sounds like Destiny agrees. And he says, still a different way to put it. That's still harsh, but it's true. I cannot think of a good reason why a single mother would be a reasonable option outside of anomalies. You're going to have anomalies and exceptions for every rule. But if given the option, if you have a girl who doesn't have a child, she has to be way lower of value on your terms. She should be way lower on value to be equal to the woman who is brought down by simply the fact that she has a child. Kenzie says, I think the problem is once again his narrative. Coachable? Fresh and Fit seems to need some coaching. Yeah, I agree with you. And I rep the red pill. I don't call this a red pill channel, but I consider myself red pilled. I consider myself somebody who follows the tenets of the red pill or whatever. But it's not a Bible to me. It's not a religion to me. And this is very clearly true. But yeah, dude, they're $100 super chats every 20 minutes.
A woman that is a single mom doesn't view her market value as having changed at all from having a child. So you'll have like a woman that is a single mom, and she'll still be thinking, and I'm only saying this, I heard somebody call into Kevin Samuels' show. They'll call in, I'm 27, I'm a single mom, maybe daddy's a little weird, I want a guy that makes 6 figures. It's like even if you didn't have a
See, even all the women are laughing. But they all want, even the single mothers there, they want a 6-figure dude. So what the fuck is so funny, bitch?
Yeah, I don't know if you're going for that type of guy, right?
I just call you bitches because I don't know your names individually.
It's like if you have a girl that's like a single mom, she's like, I do my best, I try hard or whatever, and I'm looking for like a chill dude. He's making like 40,000, 50,000 years. Like, I think that's totally fair. That's fine. But it doesn't feel like the attitude all the time. It's like, I'm a single mom, I'm a girl boss. I need a guy who can take care of me in my whole life. And it's like,
restaurants.
Yeah, it's just a tougher sell. Like, you gotta break
not even that. It's like, it's crazy to me how like women don't understand that like, yo, your past matters. If you go to a bank and your credit score is 400, well, guess what? You're not going to qualify for a loan. Same thing. You go in, you have a kid, you're a little bit older, whatever it may be. You don't qualify for a 6-figure guy to take you seriously. He may take you down. He's not going to take you seriously. If a man has options, what's he going to do? One has options, he's going to go to the top, get the best guy. If a man has options, he's going to go backwards and get a young girl that's most attractive that doesn't have kids. I'm not going to lie. Like, we're not attracted to the same things. Like, no, adversity builds men. It destroys women. I don't care what y'all say. Men like young women that are more impressionable because they haven't been through the trials and tribulations of life, and he can groom her to become the best version of herself. When a girl has been through some bullshit, bad baby daddy, etc., all these experiences, it causes baggage. And men
I appreciate that he used the word groom there. I think it's this might be too big of a conversation for right now, but the way let's just table this. But I want you to keep this in mind about the word grooming and how it's being used and how it's being perceived, and how people who are pushing for inappropriate behaviors around sex and children are conflating the inappropriate sexual behavior with children. They're conflating that with the LGBTQ community. If you're not aware of that, keep your eyes open. They're trying to make grooming okay by lumping it in with the LGBTQ whatever community. That's like if you see, and I'm stealing this from, hey, Revolvement is back. Welcome back, buddy. So I'm stealing this from Tim Pool, but he will often, in talking about this, he's like, he'll say like the situation would be you see some creepy dude at elementary school playground, And he's like, oh, yeah. And you're like, hey, you groomer, go get the fuck away from here. What are you doing, you creep? And he goes over to a gay bar and he's like, hey, that guy just called us all groomers. It's like, hold on. No. Being gay, being trans has nothing to do with being a groomer. Grooming is specifically introducing small versions of an end goal to somebody who doesn't is not familiar with that. And so when it comes to children and sex, there's grooming that happens in that way, and we should be fighting everything that we can against that. But you can also be groomed for a job. You start working at a company and you're 20 years old, and they, the CEO sees something in you, takes you under his wing, and he grooms you to be the next whatever. That's perfectly fine. And in this context, where Myron is talking about grooming his wife to be the woman that he wants her to be, that's perfectly fine. That's not the same thing as making or exposing people to things that they shouldn't be exposed to. I'm not touching that one. Ravalment, I mean, there's not too much to fill in. I mean, we've been watching the podcast, and Destiny's been pushing back and doing a good job, and we've already known that Fresh and Fit were very superficial and very elementary, to use Mackenzie's word. But we've just, I like to do these things to actually use the examples, of shitty behavior and shitty argumentation, more specifically, to make my point. And that's all we're doing. It's just Myron being Myron and Fresh being Fresh. Kenzie says, overgeneralizing is toxic, especially when it comes to social issues. How so? I don't know. I mean, overgeneralizing, perhaps. But what is the difference between generalizing and overgeneralizing? Because if we say generally, a man has, if we go there, we can go there. If we say generally, a man has a penis, is that toxic? What if we say humans generally have two eyes? If they should either both be toxic or neither be toxic. And if they're different, I would love to hear why.
That you want a guy that's confident, that has ambition, that's been through some shit. We don't want a girl that's been through some shit. We're opposites, okay? We want a guy that has experience. We want a guy that doesn't have experience. Women want a man with a future. Men want a woman that doesn't have a past. We're not the same. So a single mother, unfortunately, has lost value. Hey, I don't make the rules. I just report them.
That's mean.
So I have a question for ladies though.
That's not nice.
Does it bother you if your man has kids though? Like, and then how about you?
No, unless he had a baby while he was with me.
I do not want a baby daddy. I can do it.
It don't bother me. I would raise the kid with him.
I don't want.
Okay, so at least one of them said something, but I was like, are y'all really about to sit here and act like it's so terrible not to want a single mother, and then you bring up single fathers? Like, hell no. At least one of them was saying I would raise the kid with him.
Love him that much, I would raise the kid with him. It's worth it.
Here's the thing.
What if you have my kid with that person?
Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care because when a woman comes into a man's life and he has a child, you're not expected to provide security for those children. You don't have the same liability that a man does when he deals with it.
But we're expected to take on.
So Mackenzie has a very interesting comment here. It says, if I heard my husband saying that he was grooming me to be a better wife, he would be sleeping in the guest room. Why? Do you not want to be the best wife you can be? Fair enough. But again, the question is, what is the difference between generalizing and overgeneralizing? But to go back to this, do you not want to be the best wife that you can be to him? Do you not want him to communicate to you the things that he wants so that you can be the best wife to him? I'm not married, never been married, so I'm asking from complete ignorance, but I don't understand why this would be an issue. I mean, aside from the phrasing, but when we break it down as we just did, I don't see the issue.
Those motherly roles.
We're
To
supposed
do
to hold
this
the
and that for the kid.
We're holding the kid.
Yeah, like he might go
But-
out and do him and leave the kid with us. Like, we're expected to do certain
And it's
shit.
not her
But you're not gonna have the same level of authority that you're not gonna have the same level of responsibility as a man coming in dealing with a single mother.
You might.
And that does not matter.
You'd be
Listen,
surprised.
You might.
Here's the other thing too I
You'd be
want to say.
surprised.
Women are intelligent. If there's a broke baby daddy, she ain't gonna fuck with him. The only time I've seen a girl deal with a baby daddy is he has money.
Yeah.
Men, though, are idiots. They will deal with a baby mama that has a bunch of issues because they want to get laid. That's the difference. Girls are intelligent enough to be like, okay, he's a single dad, but he got money. All right, cool, I could do this. But if he's a broke single dad, fuck out of here. You guys aren't getting with that guy. Let's give it 1,000.
I've seen a lot of.
To be fair, though, whether he has a kid or not, if you broke, if you don't look good, then you're broke.
I bet you broke dudes. Let's talk about it.
Long term,
Yeah,
no,
you're not
probably
going to upstairs.
Yeah.
But the difference is that, what did I say before? Men don't understand their value a lot of times. They're fucking be, hey, oh, single mom, y'all come and rescue. Like, nah, that's not a good move.
So you wouldn't fuck with a single mom?
Like, seriously?
Yeah.
Like
Like
take
date
it
her.
seriously?
Like date her.
Yeah.
Well,
would
because
you?
she's single.
I actually didn't. It's funny because no talks about like actually living in a household with a single mom, and it's like I feel like being alone in your house is crazy. So, for example, let's say it's me, the kid, and her. If she hits your fan, it's 2 against 1. That feeling of being alone, you can't. It's like
That's weird. That's just a weird way of thinking of things. Right? That's weird.
I've never felt that way ever in my life, other than being like in that scenario. And like,
I'm like, what are you doing where you have? I mean, I don't know. I've only dated the single mother and never met the kid, so maybe I just don't get it. But 2 against 1, what the fuck are you talking about?
man, it's tough, man, because the whole scenario is, you know what? I'm thinking of myself to say, you know what? I'm gonna take care of this kid and her. Problem is, if things don't work out, I have to leave that scenario. Then I feel like I've lost face myself because now I give myself for you and the kid. And it's like, oh, you know what? We're done. We're gonna leave. Whatever. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Do her.
I just feel like because she's a single mom, doesn't her value may have decreased, but that doesn't mean she will be invaluable to your life. That's what these ladies are saying.
That's fair. That's fair. But the response to that, again, is that it doesn't mean she's invaluable. Well, actually, I think invaluable is a good thing. So, like, not valuable. I don't think that simply because she has kids, she cannot add value. The point is that the level of value she can add is capped because she is, you are not her top priority. You will never be her top priority. And it's okay for her top priority to be your offspring because it's yours. But if her top priority is some other dude's kid, then there's, her the baby daddy somewhere in the mix, and you're somewhere in there. It's like, why would you choose that if you have other options? And so, like Myron just said, when the girl asked why do guys go for single mothers, because it's easier. Because the high value guys won't hit it. So earlier, Mackenzie said, if I heard my husband saying he was grooming me to be a better wife, he would be sleeping in the guest room. And I asked why. She says he can communicate things he would like, but the term grooming sits wrong with me. It sounds very patronizing. I get that, and I don't disagree. I wouldn't use that terminology, but the messaging, I think, is the same. That I as a single man, if I am going to marry somebody, I want to marry a woman who is willing to do the things that I want in a relationship. That doesn't mean she has to be my slave. That doesn't mean it just means she has to be willing to change from being a single woman to being my girlfriend, fiance, whatever. And because I don't know, I've never had had a boyfriend or any man speak to me this way. Well, that's probably because back in the good old days of 5, 6, 7 years ago, before this all blew the fuck up, the entire landscape of dating was very different, and people genuinely were just, you look for a hookup here and there, but it wasn't so gamified. Dating is just gamified now. And because, by and large, women can benefit from the gamification of this, it changes the way that men view these things. I used to chase girls all the time, but it stopped becoming worth it. The level of character in the women that I would attract was going down. The level in physical attractiveness that I was able to attract was going down. And so, as a short guy with not a lot of money, I was like, okay, I can't fix my height, but I can sure shit get more money. I can sure shit do push-ups every day. But I'm not wasting my time that if I'm perfectly happy by myself, just sitting at home watching Netflix, to have somebody to sit at home and watch Netflix and hold my hand, as Sneeko was saying, if it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. And it always is. It always is. Or more accurately, I should say, it always has been. That's the fairest I can put it. And so I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Unless you're going to show up at my door ready to go upstairs, not say a word, and get out, then I don't have the energy for you. Because I don't know that you are not going to be some soul-sucking person that's going to manipulate me into falling for you. And I am that kind of guy. So no, thank you. Yeah, but things have changed so much in the last decade. I can't even explain it. I don't know how to explain it. Vincent said, exactly. I think we agree on a lot of things with women. They just care more about how ideas and words make them feel instead of the actual meanings. Fair enough. He also says, yeah, I used to chase them too. It was a bad strategy. Well, if you can get them, then it's not a bad strategy. But I was, it doesn't matter if you're short and broke. Ugly girls are still ugly. So I couldn't get the hot girls. And most of them were just fucking taller than me. And we're, again, this is before I understood that, I'm not getting any taller. You just got to own that shit. And, yeah. Am I naked under here? Am I naked? I'm just wearing the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. All right, let's finish this up, guys. I guess nobody's coming up on the panel.
We say that, though?
Bitches, pussies.
We said it's a bad bet, but we said she's like worthless.
Okay.
And more than likely,
if you didn't catch that, he said it's a bad bet. She didn't say she's worthless. Fair enough. No. Oh, okay. I was like, how did you know? Because I told you. No, I didn't tell you. Did I tell you? Did I mention she was a volleyball player when I was telling you that story? I feel like I didn't. We were talking about the tallest girl I've ever been with, and she was indeed a volleyball player. Because he said, I've heard the dating scene is horrific these days from close friends. Oh, yeah. You can trust them on that. It is terrible on both sides. And that's really what the question of streams like this, that's what we're trying to get at, is what is the landscape actually like? Because everybody is operating from their own personal perspective, which is understandable, of course, but only gives you one view. So we have to talk to a lot of people and get more information and see, okay, what is generally happening. And what we see is that it's a shit show. Because you have no idea. It's completely different than, 100%. 100%.
her value is not going to override her liability. That's what it comes down to. Why is it that, see, girls have no problem looking at a man, sizing him up. Does he provide value to me? It's not. He don't provide value. I'm ripping this nigga. But if a man looks at a woman and says, her value's not really there. She has liabilities. Oh, you don't want to step up. You're not a real man. Fuck that shit. I guess.
See, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Pause. Look at this. Look at this super chat. Where is this? I love that my super chat triggered these females. That's what you're trying to do? Sweet, bro. If this TSK 907 is over 17 years old, then they're a fucking loser. You're paying money to try what? And then you paid more money to brag about it. That's a fucking loser.
I call y'all a real woman because you don't want to deal with. Hold on, am I gonna call you a real woman because you don't want to deal with a broke guy? No one says any of that bullshit. Like, it's true. When a girl says, I don't want no broke nigga, none of that stuff. No one says, oh, you're not a real woman because you can't hold down a broke nigga. Nobody says that. They say, you go, girl, know your value. But if a guy says, I don't date single moms, it's a bad bet. You're not a real man. You're not a real man. How dare you? That's fucked up. Men can't have standards. Only women can have
shame, insult, guilt. And what's the last one? Who knows the last one in the sign language?
Standards.
Men can and should.
No, I'm not. No.
He called me replaceable.
We have a conversation. Everyone is opinion.
So,
opinion.
I think
I'm not special, so.
Exactly, I'm replaceable.
I was
so
confused though.
That's fine. And you'll figure out I'm special. Maybe I'll show you. Maybe I'll
show shot.
It to you.
Yo, you know what's hilarious? You got 4 millionaires at the table. None of us call ourselves special. Like girls, I'm special. I'm special. I'm special.
But you should believe you're special. You should believe that.
Hey, don't get me wrong. If you guys want to pay and say stupid shit, please feel free to pay as much as you can to say the dumbest shit possible, and I will happily take your money.
That's a deep privilege to just believe you're special. You need to earn being special.
Man,
I'll be special to me any day.
You do not call yourself special.
Listen,
I love everybody else to feel like they're special.
That's good.
every snowflake is not special, but every snowflake is unique. You can be unique, but
Every snowflake is not special, but every snowflake is unique. You can be unique, but that sure as shit doesn't make you special. Fucking bars. I am hoping, brother. I am hoping. We're halfway there. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please hit that red subscribe button. And I love having you guys here. So ring the bell too, so we can always have a party together every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, unless I let you know otherwise. Speaking of which, I do have a meeting for a Zoom meeting for work on Monday that starts at 8. It shouldn't go past 9. So I'm going to schedule the stream for 9 p.m. And I'll let you guys know if I get the community tab by then. You'll know through there. But to make sure you're on top of it, you can rolling across the bottom of the screen. You've got my social media, and of course the Discord link is in the description. Check all that out, guys.
doesn't make you special. Okay.
There's a lot of snow.
You don't make snowflakes. I'm not looking so special.
So the thing is that like there could be a girl that's unique, okay? But when it comes to dating, there's an opportunity cost. And that's what like when people are like, oh, you wouldn't date this person because they don't offer anybody. Well, that's not necessarily true. Would you date that person instead of any other person, right?
And the answer is typically yes, 9 p.m. Eastern. Always Eastern over here. I'm a Jersey boy, East Coast. So, through these last 2 streams, we've really shown how there are real limitations to the red pill ideology. Again, the Fresh and Fit are not the best ones to... that's not the best of the red pill, for sure. But Destiny isn't really well-versed on all of this stuff. So, in terms of knowing red pill shit, they're kind of on equal footing. Even though Fresh and Fit do the shit day in and day out, Destiny's a lot smarter. And we saw that, he brought up a lot. Hey, yeah, Jersey, NJ all day. Oh, fuck you. We saw that he brought up a lot of good points that some were able to be refuted. And that's why we appreciate the red pill, because there are truths. There are real truths that come from this content. But he also exposed that there are, this is not a holistic worldview. You cannot take the red pill as this is how I view life. The red pill should be a jumping off point. Most of us go through life, watching Disney movies and thinking, girls are sugar and spice and everything nice. You just show her, oh, just be yourself and da-da-da-da-da. then you get your heart broken enough times, and you come across this type of content, and then they're spitting bars, knowledge. Like, holy shit! How did I not know all this? How did I think that this was different? And then you need to move on. You need to take that information, that limited information, and determine how to use it in your life. If you just sit there and get stuck in a habit of just using this as cope for the fact that you can't get laid, it's not going to last that long. It's going to lead to anger. It's going to lead to disappointment. And it's going to lead to negative or lack of experiences with women that you want to have. I think there's too many guys who buy into the red pill, wholehearted, swallow the whole thing, no caveats, no nuance. Women are bad, this, that, and they take it to the extreme. And there is the black pill community, but sometimes it can be difficult to tell the difference between whether an idea is a red pill idea or if it's a black pill idea. And red pill guys will be so quick to make fun of the incels and the black pills and the MGTOWs, all these other groups, as if they have all the answers. And maybe those individuals do have all the answers that they need for their own life. But it certainly is not coming just from the red pill. So as much as, again, I think it is super important to have an awareness of how this shit works, how dating works, how the female mind works. If you are a woman, how the male mind works. The fact that they are different. All this stuff is crucial, especially in today's dating market that's become weaponized. But it only takes you so far. And I just want to make sure that, you guys are taking it in stride, learning what you need to learn, but not getting stuck thinking that the world is out to get you because you're not living, the life of your dreams because that's what you think you deserve, and it's all women's fault because of feminism and this, that. It's not that simple. It doesn't work that way. So Kenzie's going to close this out in response to Vincent saying, but a lot of what they're talking about, I somewhat can still relate with when I was single. I don't know. I never played games and didn't put up with men who did. It's a waste of time. That's probably why you're married, Mackenzie. Your husband, realized that. And he was like, hey, we got a good one here. Let's snatch her up. The most optimistic part of all of this is that as the landscape continues to decline and the value of men in the eyes of single women continues to decline, it will become easier and easier to tell the women, to determine who the women are that actually will respect you, that actually will bring you happiness, instead of suck the life force out of you. And if you can figure that out, then you are ahead of 95% of people. Yeah, Kenzie is one of the exceptions. Majority are time wasters and on some BS of some sort. And there's an endless list of the types of BS that they be on. It's crazy. Be like, I never even knew that was a thing. But it is what it is. We can't change reality. We can't change society overnight. All we can do is what we can do. And what we can do is learn how to understand the opposite sex better. We can try to treat them in the way that they want to be treated, in a way that also doesn't, decrease the respect that she has for you. And yeah, people will try. But it's the small changes that will actually make a difference. So just being here, taking a look at this disgusting podcast, because Destiny was there, because he was there to offer some pushback, we were able to take value from it. I think we got a lot more out of this podcast than anybody who was on the panel. And hopefully, I provided you guys with some value outside of if you had just watched this on your own. I hope that's why you guys are here and why you guys continue to come back. And when you do, I really, really, really appreciate that. We just hit 500 subscribers. I cannot be more happy about that. And I put so much time and effort and energy into this channel. And it's slow growth, man. I did not pick a viral topic. I did not pick a viral corner of the internet. I picked a corner of the internet where you have to have people who are smart and patient and open-minded. There's not a lot of us out there. There's not a lot of us out there. But we're here. So all we got to do, keep coming back, keep doing what we do, and we will change reality. Together, we will. So the party always you guys know, the party always continues in Discord. The link is in the description. All you got to do is hit the link and you will be part of the 24-hour, 24/7 party. That is the IndianJesus Discord server. Also, in the description and rolling across the screen right here, you can hit up my Venmo or Cash App. I'm not yet monetized, but if you would like to help me out, I would really appreciate that. But of course, you don't have to do any of that. It is completely free to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, share it with your friends, and just talk about it. Talk about what we're doing here. It's free to join the Discord. It's free to do all that stuff. We're building a community here. And you can do that for free. And I can't do it alone. So I need you guys. But even if you don't want to do any of that, you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is, you could do that too. Until next time, guys, I am your host, Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.